trapdoor in my song.
Rishi, the magnificent.
Hello, 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 everyone. Hello. It's showtime. It's showtime. I love my cult, my niggas. It's showtime, my niggas. It's showtime, my niggas. My beautiful niggas. Smile, laugh, dance, dance, sing. The way my niggas do. Niggas love to dance and sing. Dance and sing and laugh, my niggas. Dance, sing, laugh. Get your fried chicken with your hot sauce, hot sauce, hot sauce. your watermelons and Kool-Aid. We're winning. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Where's my super fan? Here he is. Rebellious meth puppet. Enjoy more madness. We bring the madness. Bitches. We bring the madness. Yeah. It's showtime. And I am Viking strong. Viking strong. Let's go, my niggas. Let's go. Let's go, my niggas. How are you all doing today? It's been a while since I remembered to put the banner, the scrolling, not banner, the scrolling ticker across the bottom, the ticker message. The scrolling ticker. I'm not needy. Help the truly needy in this realm. Children, local food banks where you live, animal shelters, your friends and family and neighbors. No donations required or accepted here. None. I'm not needy. Help the truly needy, not the greedy. Help the truly needy, not the greedy. All right? That's my message. And here's part of the message as well that ties in with that. Real men don't beg for shekels on YouTube. On YouTube. All right? There's a lot of demon tards in this realm. There's a lot of liars. There's a lot of scammers, grifters, ones with their hand out all the time, begging for shekels. Don't fall for them. Don't fall for their greedy cockroach scams. If you have extra money to spare, please consider donating to your local food bank or children's charity or animal care services for dogs and cats. Help the needy, not the greedy. Thank you. That message is as clear as day. Everyone should be able to understand that message right there. Everyone should be able to understand that message. Now, I'm not saying everyone can afford to do that, but stop giving to YouTubers. They're scammers, these fakes in the Panelverse and greedy fucking cockroaches and demons. Stop filling their pockets. That's what I want you to do. This is what they want. They want your money. They want your money. That's an American $1 bill. I have American money and Canadian money and other currencies as well in my portfolio. And I have gold and silver and riches and artwork collections and things beyond your dreams. Things beyond your dreams. Weapons collection, art collection, and lots of security as well. For the losers that think they can try something, try it. Try it and see what happens. You're going to have to realize I'm the king. I'm the king in a realm of pissants and peasants and demons and liars and losers and creepy creatures. Creepy creatures. Creepy creatures. Creepy creatures. That's what fills up this realm. I'm going to drop a link in the chat room. Has anyone come across this channel? I was just told about it today. I just found this channel today. I don't know if anybody knows of this, but Bextra large. No, it says Bextra lard factor. 666. What's going on here? I'm going to show this. I'm going to share this. What's going on? Is this a satirical or a parody, or what is this? Bextra Lard channel. It looks like demons at the top of the banner at the top, that cover photo image. It looks like fucking demons. Bextra Lard. Bextra Lard. What is this? What is this? Who came up with this? Reload it. Shout out to one of my favorites at More Truth Than Roof. Isn't that Illumitami? I think. Hi, friend. What's going on here? Food tip. Lard is the best thing for baking and cooking. It's super healthy. I usually eat at McDonald's, but the rare times when I cook a pig at home, I use lots and lots of lard and grease. Oh my goodness. What? It is also great for your hair. What? You put grease in your lard in your hair? Grease? Oh my goodness. Is that what she does? Is that why it looks so greasy? Oh man. And then an hour ago, Bextra Lard posted, I farted and it smelled like, and she tagged Paul Unslaved. Her farts smell like Paul Unslaved. My goodness. What is going on here? Oh, that loudmouth finally got a funny channel. She's finally funny. Friends, I am here to bring joy in comedy. Friends. I'm a highly intelligent, confident woman. Oh, are you? I have been a successful female comedian, but I can't share any of my stand-up comedy shows with you. Well, why not? Why can't you share with us? Bextra Lard, my goodness. Them, the pronouns, them, he, she, zer. Oh my goodness. Look at the pronouns there. Them, he, she, and zer. It's got the map covered. What is it? I don't know what it is. Is that a man or a woman? Intersex? I don't know what they are. Description. I'm a foodie and I love to chain smoke cigarettes and talk a lot of trash. I don't shower very often. I live on YouTube. This is my greasy life. What? Her greasy life. Oh my goodness. Bextra Lard, everyone. That's the Bextra Lard channel. That's the Bextra Lard channel. My goodness. What a grease ball. What a fucking grease ball. Y'all. I knew I could smell something. I knew I could smell something on YouTube that smelled bad. And it was that new channel. Bextra Lard. Bextra Lard. It's the Bextra Lard Show. It's the Bextra Lard Show. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Look at her. Just look at her. Look at this. Look at this cartoon cupcake. Look at this cartoon cupcakes. She's cupcaking. She's cupcaking. It's the Bextra Lard Show. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Isn't that something? Did you see that? My goodness. So I wanted to introduce that to you. Let's jump on over here. Let's see. Let's check this out. Evil. Young couple kidnapped, tortured through the night before their brutal murders.
A Warning to our viewers. What you're about to watch is a true story. The following program contains content that some viewers may find disturbing. Viewer discretion is strongly advised.
Hello, everyone. I'm Brittany Bailey. It is one of the most shocking and horrifying murder cases to ever happen in East Tennessee, one that took 2 young lives full of promise and put their families through 8 criminal trials. The tragic murders shocked the community and the families of these 2 young victims. We do have a warning. The details of this case may not be suitable for some of you. According to the investigation, Chris Newsom was raped an hour or 2 before his death. In his final moments, he was marched barefoot to a nearby railroad track. He was shot 3 times in the neck, back, and head. The killers had stuffed a sock in his mouth, tied his wrists and ankles, and covered his head with a sweatshirt tied around his neck with shoestrings.
January 7th, 2007. Knoxville, Tennessee. A railroad worker is making his morning rounds on the tracks behind Chipman Street. It's cold, quiet. Just another Sunday in a city that was about to wake up to its worst nightmare. Then, he sees it. A body, burned beyond recognition, wrapped in a comforter like a grotesque gift. Hands bound behind the back with shoelaces. This was Christopher Newsom, 23 years old. He's been shot 3 times, raped, set on fire while still alive. But Chris isn't the only victim. 3 miles away, inside a rental house on Chipman Street, something even worse is happening. A young woman is dying, slowly, deliberately. She's been tortured for hours, bleach poured down her throat, her body beaten and broken. Now she's been stuffed into a kitchen garbage can, wrapped in trash bags, suffocating inch by inch in absolute darkness. Her name is Channon Christian. She's 21, a college senior with everything to live for. 12 hours earlier, she and Chris were just another young couple in love. They had plans: dinner, movies, a friend's party. Normal Saturday night stuff. Instead, they were carjacked by 5 predators who saw them as nothing more than playthings. What followed was a 48-hour nightmare of torture, rape, and murder.
Torture, rape, and murder. They raped them. They beat them. They did despicable tortures to them, hideous things to them. The man was set on fire while still alive. She was put in a garbage bag and suffocating after all the torture and rape. And the monsters did this to them. And they won't call them black, of course. But that's what they are. All of them that were responsible. People want to say we're all equal, we're all the same. If you believe we're all equal and all the same, you're fucked up. You're not just under... Well, I think at a minimum, you're under mind control and denial. But beyond that, most of you are probably demonic that think we're all equal. After this long on my channel where I've shown we're not equal, we're not the same, we're not equal spiritually, morally, behavior-wise. We're not equal whatsoever in this world. Intellectually, morally, emotionally, spiritually, we're not the same, we're not equal. You can't take one being and put an equal sign and put another being. It doesn't work that way. It works that way in mathematics, but not with beings, consciousness, morality, spirituality, spirits. It doesn't work. We're not equal. We're not the same. I'm not the same as these demons. And you can respond in stupid comments on my channel. It won't change what I'm saying, and it won't change this reality. There's a lot of fucking stalker losers in this realm that deserve to be here, and I'm going to make sure with all of my power that you do stay here. I've gotten comments recently by creeps. You're going to stay here in this realm, and it's going to get a lot worse here, and you deserve it. You deserve what you're going to get.
A young woman is dying, slowly, deliberately. She's been tortured for hours, bleach poured down her throat, her body beaten and broken. Now she's been stuffed into a kitchen garbage can, wrapped in trash bags, suffocating inch by inch in absolute darkness. Her name is Channon Christian. She's 21, a college senior with everything to live for. 12 hours earlier, she and Chris were just another young couple in love. They had plans: dinner, movies, a friend's party. Normal Saturday night stuff. Instead, they were carjacked by 5 predators who saw them as nothing more than playthings. What followed was a 48-hour nightmare of torture, rape, and murder, so savage that it would take 12 years and 8 trials to bring their killers to justice. This is the horrifying truth behind one of America's most brutal crimes, and the 48 hours that shattered everything we thought we knew about human evil. Welcome to the Shadow Files crime series. Tonight's case will shake you to your core. Take a moment to hit subscribe, drop a like, and please let us know where you're watching from. And now, we begin. But before we dive into the horrors of what happened, you need to know who Channon and Chris really were, because they weren't just victims. They were real people with dreams, ambitions, and futures that were stolen from them. Channon Gail Christian was born on April 29, 1985 in Nacogdoches, Texas. When she was 12, her family packed up and moved to Tennessee, settling into the quiet suburbs of Knoxville. It was here that Channon would bloom into the kind of person everyone wanted to be around. At Farragut High School, she wasn't just popular, she was magnetic. Teachers remember her infectious smile lighting up classrooms. Friends describe someone who could walk into any room and instantly make it brighter. She had this rare quality that drew people in, made them feel like they mattered.
Seems like a good spirit of light. That's why she was targeted and attacked by demons. They have a sense, a sick sense, not a sixth, but a sick, S-I-C-K, a sick sense for sniffing out good spirits and attacking. That's what they do. They're absolutely sick.
But Channon wasn't just a pretty face with a winning personality. She was brilliant, driven, she had a plan. By January 2007, she was weeks away from graduating from the University of Tennessee with a degree in sociology. Not because it was easy, but because she wanted to make a difference. Channon had plans to work with underserved communities, to help people who needed it most. She saw problems in the world and wanted to fix them. Her parents, Gary and Dina Christian, watched their daughter with pride and amazement. Here was this young woman who played golf, excelled in her studies, and still found time to care about everyone around her. She was their miracle. On Saturday, January 6, 2007, Gary and Dina expected their daughter home by Sunday morning. They had no reason to worry. Channon always kept her word, always called when she said she would. Sunday morning came. The phone stayed silent. By Sunday afternoon, panic was setting in. This wasn't like Channon. Something was wrong. They had no idea that their daughter was already dead. Christopher Newsom was Knoxville through and through. Born on September 21, 1983, he was the kind of young man who embodied everything good about small-town America. At Halls High School, Chris was a baseball star. Not because he was the biggest or the strongest, but because he had heart. His teammates remember a guy who played every game like it mattered, who lifted others up, who never let ego get in the way of teamwork. After high school, while other kids chased big dreams in distant cities, Chris stayed home. He enrolled at Pellissippi State Community College, learned a trade, became a carpenter. And he was damn good at it. If you drive through Knox County today, you'll still see Chris Newsom's handiwork. Crown molding in homes across the area, crafted by hands that would never hold a hammer again, each piece a testament to a young man who took pride in building things that would last. At 23, Chris was building more than just houses. He was building a life with Channon Christian. Friends say they were perfect together. She was the fire, he was the steady flame. She dreamed big. He made those dreams feel possible. Chris was the kind of guy who texted back right away, who showed up when he said he would, who never left people wondering where he was or if he was okay. On Saturday night, January 6th, his friends expected to see him at a party. They sent texts, left voicemails, called again and again. The messages went unanswered. The calls went straight to voicemail. By Sunday morning, Chris Newsom's phone had gone silent forever. Saturday, January 6th, 2007, started like any other weekend for Channon and Chris. They had plans. Simple plans. The kind millions of young couples make every Saturday night across America. Dinner, maybe catch a movie. Then head to a friend's party to hang out, laugh, be young and in love. Nothing special, nothing dangerous. Just another night in the life of two people who had no idea they were living their final hours. Channon spent the afternoon at her friend's apartment on Washington Pike in North Knoxville. She was getting ready the way she always did, taking her time, making sure everything was perfect. Friends remember her being in a great mood that day, excited about the evening ahead. Around 8 p.m., Chris pulled up in his truck to pick her up. Security cameras would later capture what happened next, though at the time no one was paying attention to the ordinary scene playing out in an ordinary apartment complex parking lot. Channon walked out to meet him. They embraced. A simple, sweet moment between two people who loved each other. The kind of moment that happens 1,000 times a day in parking lots across the world. But this time, someone was watching. From somewhere in the shadows of that parking lot, predators had spotted their prey. 5 killers who had been driving around that Saturday night, looking for victims, looking for someone to hurt, someone to destroy. Channon Christian and Christopher Newsom had just become perfect targets. What happened next took less than 5 minutes. At gunpoint, both were forced into the back of Channon's Toyota 4Runner. Their hands were tied behind their backs. Their normal Saturday night had just become a nightmare. The 4Runner pulled away from the apartment complex at approximately 9 p.m. Inside were 7 people now. Channon and Chris as terrified captives, and 5 killers who were already planning unspeakable horrors. Meanwhile, across town, friends were gathering for the party. They checked their phones. Where were Channon and Chris? This wasn't like them to be late without calling. They tried texting, no response. They called, straight to voicemail. By 10 p.m., friends were starting to worry. By 11 p.m., some drove back to the apartment complex where the couple had been last seen. They found Chris's truck, still parked where he'd left it, but Channon's 4Runner was gone. And so were Channon and Chris, 3 miles away, at a rental house on Chipman Street. The real horror was just beginning. What would happen over the next 48 hours would be so brutal, so methodical, that even seasoned homicide detectives would struggle to maintain their composure while describing it in court. To understand what happened to Channon and Chris, you need to know about the monsters who took them. And make no mistake, these were monsters wearing human faces. 2316 Chipman Street was a rental house in North Knoxville. From the outside it looked ordinary, unremarkable, the kind of place you'd drive past without giving it a second thought. But inside it was a breeding ground for violence. The house belonged to 25-year-old Lamarcus Davidson. Davidson wasn't just a criminal, he was a career predator. 5 months earlier, he'd been released from prison after serving 5 years for carjacking and aggravated robbery. Within months, he was back to his old ways, dealing drugs and planning violent crimes from his Chipman Street base. Davidson didn't work alone. His half-brother, Letalvis Cobbins, was 24 years old with his own history of robbery conviction. Prison after serving 5 years for carjacking and aggravated robbery. You'd drive past without giving it a second thought. But inside it was a breeding ground for violence. The house belonged to 25-year-old Lamarcus Davidson. Davidson wasn't just a criminal, he was a career predator. 5 months earlier, he'd been released from prison after serving 5 years for carjacking and aggravated robbery. Within months, he was back to his old ways, dealing drugs and planning violent crimes from his Chipman Street base. Davidson didn't work alone. His half-brother, Letalvis Cobbins, was 24 years old with his own history of robbery convictions. The brothers fed off each other's violence, each one pushing the other to new depths of depravity. Then there was George Thomas, 24, known on the streets as Detroit. Thomas had multiple felony convictions and a reputation for brutality that made even hardened criminals nervous. Eric Boyd, 34, was the oldest of the group, another career criminal with a string of violent offenses. 4 men who had spent their lives hurting innocent people now gathered together in one place like a pack of rabid animals. But the group had a 5th member, someone who would prove that evil doesn't discriminate by gender. Vanessa Coleman was 18 years old, Cobbin's girlfriend. To the outside world, she might have seemed like just another teenager, caught up with the wrong crowd. But what Coleman would do over the next 48 hours would prove she was every bit as monstrous as the men she ran with. On Saturday, January 6th, these 5 predators made a decision that would seal the fate of 2 innocent people. They were going to go hunting, looking for victims to rob, rape, and terrorize. They had no specific plan, no particular target in mind. They were just cruising the streets of Knoxville, waiting for the right opportunity. That opportunity came at the Washington Pike apartment complex. Security cameras captured the final moments of their freedom. Shannon emerges from her friend's apartment building, walking across the dimly lit parking lot toward Chris's truck. She's smiling, happy to see him. Chris gets out to greet her, and they share what witnesses would later describe as a tender embrace between 2 people clearly in love. For 30 seconds, maybe a minute, they stand there talking, making plans, deciding whether to take his truck or her 4Runner to their next destination. They choose the 4Runner. Neither of them notices the car that's been slowly circling the parking lot. Neither sees the faces pressed against the windows, watching their every move. Calculating. Planning. To Shannon and Chris, this is just another Saturday night, but to the killers stalking them, they've just become perfect victims. Davidson, Cobbins, and Boyd were in one car, slowly cruising through the complex. They spotted Shannon's Toyota 4Runner. Nice vehicle. Worth stealing. Then they saw Shannon and Chris. The decision was made in seconds. Guns were drawn. Within moments, both Shannon and Chris found themselves staring down the barrels of loaded weapons, their normal Saturday night turning into a living nightmare. Get in the car. Simple words that changed everything. Hands were tied behind backs with shoelaces. Both victims were forced into the back seat of Shannon's own vehicle. In less than 5 minutes, they had gone from a loving couple planning their evening to terrified captives in the hands of killers. The 4Runner pulled away from the apartment complex at approximately 9 p.m. The 3-mile drive to Chipman Street would be the longest journey of Shannon and Chris's lives. Inside the vehicle, Davidson was behind the wheel. Cobbins sat beside him. Boyd controlled the 2 victims in the back seat, making sure they understood that any attempt to escape would result in immediate death. For Shannon and Chris, those 3 miles must have felt like an eternity. They had no idea where they were being taken, no idea what these men planned to do with them. No idea that they would never see their families again. At 2316 Chipman Street, Thomas and Coleman were waiting. The house was ready. The stage was set for a crime so brutal that it would take 12 years and 8 trials before justice was finally served. But first came the most chilling moment of all, at 12:33 a.m. on January 7th. Shannon's phone rang. Somehow, impossibly, she managed to call her parents. "I'll be back between 2 and 3 a.m., she told them, her voice steady, giving no hint of the terror that surrounded her. It was a lie forced upon her by her captors, a cruel deception designed to buy them time before anyone realized she and Chris were missing. It would be the last time Gary and Dina Christian ever heard their daughter's voice. What happened inside 2316 Chipman Street over the next several hours would become evidence in one of Tennessee's most horrific murder trials. The details, as revealed through forensic evidence and courtroom testimony, paint a picture of calculated cruelty that defies human comprehension. Christopher Newsom was immediately separated from Shannon upon their arrival, His hands were bound behind his back with shoelaces. A sock was forced into his mouth to muffle any screams. His head was covered with a sweatshirt tied around his neck with more shoelaces, leaving him blind and gasping for air. According to the Knox County Medical Examiner's testimony, Chris was sexually assaulted inside Davidson's house. The forensic evidence revealed injuries consistent with rape using an object. This wasn't just murder. This was torture designed to inflict maximum suffering. But the killers weren't finished with Christopher Newsom. Sometime in the early morning hours of January 7th, Eric Boyd forced Chris to march barefoot from the house. Outside, the Tennessee winter was brutal. Temperatures had dropped below freezing. Chris, wearing only a shirt and underwear, was forced to walk nearly half a mile through the bitter cold to a set of railroad tracks behind the house. His bare feet left bloody prints in the frost. A mangled dog leash found along the route would later suggest it was used to control him during this final, torturous walk to his execution. At the railroad tracks, Christopher Newsom was shot 3 times. The first bullet hit his neck. He survived. The second struck his back, still alive. The third and final shot was fired with the gun's muzzle pressed against his head, just above his right ear. The bullet severed his brainstem instantly. Christopher Newsom was dead at 23 years old. But even death wasn't enough for these monsters. They wrapped Chris's body in a comforter, doused it with gasoline, and set him on fire. When railroad worker William Powell discovered the charred remains the next afternoon, January 7th, the body was so badly burned that identification required dental records. The DNA evidence that might have linked specific attackers to Chris's sexual assault had been destroyed by the flames. This wasn't an accident. It was part of the plan. While Christopher Newsom was being murdered at the railroad tracks, Channon Christian was beginning a nightmare that would last 2 more days. She was held captive primarily in the north bedroom of Davidson's house. According to prosecutors, Vanessa Coleman was assigned to guard her while the men carried out their killing spree. Coleman, barely 18 years old, would later claim she was just as much a victim as Channon. The evidence tells a different story. Forensic testimony revealed that Channon was repeatedly raped by multiple attackers over the course of her captivity. DNA evidence would later confirm that both Davidson and Cobbins sexually assaulted her. The medical examiner described her injuries as extreme and much more than a simple sexual assault, but the sexual violence was only part of her suffering. Channon was beaten repeatedly, kicked in the groin. Her head sustained severe trauma from blunt force injuries. Carpet burns covered much of her body, suggesting she was dragged across floors during the assaults. According to Davidson's own confession, at some point during her captivity, Channon looked at her attackers and said the words that would haunt everyone who heard them. "I don't want to die." Her plea for mercy fell on deaf ears. In the final hours of her life, Channon's attackers made a calculated decision to destroy DNA evidence. They poured bleach down her throat. They scrubbed her battered body with cleaning chemicals, paying particular attention to areas where they had left biological evidence. The bleach burned her mouth and throat. The chemical burns would be clearly visible during her autopsy. Then came the final horror. Still alive, still breathing. Channon was bound in what investigators called a hog-tied position, using curtains and strips of bedding. Her face was covered with a small plastic bag. Her body was stuffed into multiple large trash bags. She was placed inside a residential garbage can in Davidson's kitchen and covered with sheets. The medical examiner's testimony was clear. Channon Christian slowly suffocated to death in that garbage can. She was conscious. She knew what was happening to her. According to the timeline established at trial, Channon died sometime between the afternoon of January 7th and the afternoon of January 8th, at least 12 hours after Christopher had been murdered. While Channon was dying, Davidson was seen wearing Chris's shoes and using his cell phone. He gave Channon's personal belongings to his girlfriend as gifts. To him, Channon and Chris weren't human beings. They were just sources of entertainment and profit. Sunday morning, January 7th, 2007. Gary and Dina Christian are staring at their phones, waiting for a call that will never come. Channon had promised to be home between 2 and 3 a.m. It's now past 10 a.m., and there's been no word from their daughter. This isn't like Channon. She always keeps her promises. She always calls. Meanwhile, across town, Hugh and Mary Newsom are having the same terrifying realization. Their son, Chris, hasn't come home. His bed hasn't been slept in. His phone goes straight to voicemail. At the party Channon and Chris never attended, friends are comparing notes. Nobody heard from them after Saturday evening. Text messages are going unanswered. Calls are met with silence. By Sunday afternoon, panic has set in. The families contact Knoxville police, desperate for help. The response they receive will haunt them forever. Officers suggest that maybe the young couple just decided to spend the weekend together. Maybe they went out of town. Maybe they're just being irresponsible college kids. Wait 24 hours, the families are told. Then file a missing persons report. 24 hours. While Channon Christian was dying in a garbage can 3 miles away. Frustrated and terrified, the families take matters into their own hands. They organize their own search parties. They make their own flyers. They contact Channon's cell phone provider themselves, demanding to know the last location her phone had pinged. The answer leads them to a cell tower on Cherry Street in North Knoxville. Late Sunday night into early Monday morning, January 8th. Family and friends comb the Cherry Street area. They're looking for any sign of Channon's distinctive Toyota 4Runner. At approximately 1:30 a.m. on January 8th, they find it. The 4Runner is parked at the intersection of Chipman Street and Glider Avenue, less than 2 blocks from Davidson's house. But Channon and Chris are nowhere to be found. The vehicle immediately tells a story of violence. The front seats have been pushed all the way back. Channon, at 5'2", could never have reached the pedals from that position. The floorboards are covered in mud, completely inconsistent with how meticulous Channon was about her car. More disturbing, stickers that Channon kept on her windows have been peeled off. Personal items she always kept in the car, a teddy bear, photographs, her phone charger, are missing. But investigators find something that doesn't belong. A pack of Newport cigarettes on the dashboard. Neither Channon nor Chris smoked, and neither of them smoked Newports. It's the first concrete clue that someone else had been in Channon's car. The breakthrough comes from an unexpected source, an envelope found inside the 4Runner. Investigators process the envelope for fingerprints and get a hit in the system. The print belongs to Lamarcus Davidson, a known felon with an address at 2316 Chipman Street, just 2 blocks from where the abandoned SUV was found. On January 9, 2007, police obtain a search warrant for Davidson's house. When officers arrive at 2316 Chipman Street, they find the house empty. Davidson and his associates have fled. But the evidence they left behind tells a horrifying story. In the kitchen, investigators make the discovery that will haunt them for the rest of their careers. Channon Christian's body, stuffed inside a residential garbage can, wrapped in multiple trash bags. The DNA evidence collected from the scene is overwhelming. Davidson's sperm is found in Channon's body. His fingerprints are on the garbage bags that contained her remains. Cobbin's DNA is also recovered from the victim. Items belonging to both Channon and Chris are scattered throughout the house. Her purse, her camera with photographs that have been ripped and burned, his baseball caps, his driver's license. The killers had kept trophies of their crimes. Shell casings found in Davidson's house match the bullets that killed Christopher Newsom at the railroad tracks. Ballistics evidence creates an undeniable link between the house and both crime scenes. But Davidson and his accomplices are gone. A massive manhunt begins. Police issue bolos for all 5 suspects. The Tennessee Bureau of Investigation joins the search. The FBI offers assistance. The break comes on January 11th, when police trace phone calls between Davidson and Eric Boyd. Boyd, under pressure, agrees to lead investigators to Davidson's hiding place, a vacant house on Reynolds Street. When police storm the location, they find Davidson along with Christopher Newsom's size 9.5 Nike Shox shoes and a .22 caliber revolver. the murder weapon. Over the next several days, the remaining suspects fall like dominoes. Thomas, Cobbins, and Coleman are arrested in Lebanon, Kentucky. Police seize a computer showing the suspects had been monitoring news coverage of the murders. They also recover Channon's overnight bag and other personal belongings. 5 arrests, 5 killers who thought they had committed the perfect crime. But they had made one critical mistake. They had underestimated the determination of 2 families who refused to let their children be forgotten, and investigators who wouldn't rest until justice was served. The case that would define Knoxville for the next decade was just beginning. The trials began in 2008. For the Christian and Newsom families, this meant reliving their worst nightmare in excruciating detail as prosecutors laid out the evidence against each killer. Eric Boyd was the first to face trial, but only in federal court for being an accessory after the fact. He was convicted and sentenced to 18 years in federal prison. The families knew this wasn't enough. Boyd had helped cover up the murders, but they believed he'd done far more than that.
There is some DNA that is consistent with Miss Christian's DNA. Would that be consistent with a cut hand that is bleeding, touching the back of her pants in that area and leaving blood?
It could be.
If her hands were tied, would that also be consistent?
Sure.
And also, inside in the interior of the jeans, Ms. Millsaps found DNA that is consistent with Mr. Davidson in the crotch area. Would that be consistent again with Mr. Davidson's sperm being inside Ms. Christian in her vaginal area or her anal area, and then putting the pants back on after Mr. Davidson deposited semen in her vagina and her anus?
Yes.
Thank you. And again, Dr. Malusnik, if Jennifer Millsaps with TBI has testified that the inside of the camisole, underneath the breast portion, in between the breast, and this spot on the sweater right in here, tested positive for Latalvis Cobbins DNA. And this spot here on the inner left thigh tested positive for Latalvis Cobbins DNA. Would that be consistent with Ms. Christian in a seated position with sperm in her mouth, spitting it out, it getting into the inside of the bra, inside the camisole, settling in the bra portion of the camisole, and getting on the front of her sweater and the inner left thigh?
It's consistent. It could be one of the ways, yes.
Let's put these back.
The photos from the autopsy were played out on a large movie-sized screen, almost play-by-play. Every, as each layer of binding is removed and as each trash bag is removed, there's a new photo and close-up shots, and they're very graphic, and they were so graphic, in fact, that a new prosecutor who's assisting in this case grew faint early on into the autopsy presentation of Shannon Christian's death.
And at 23:16.
We have a doctor in that.
And so we had to take a break in order to help her to recover. She did not return to the courtroom, however.
In August 2009, Latalvis Cobbins faced a Knox County jury. After hearing the horrific evidence, they sentenced him to life in prison without the possibility of parole. 2 months later, it was Lamarcus Davidson's turn, the ringleader who had orchestrated this nightmare. The jury didn't hesitate. Davidson was sentenced to death. George Thomas received life without parole. Vanessa Coleman, the youngest of the group at just 18, was sentenced to 53 years in prison. By 2010, it seemed over. The families could finally heal. Then everything collapsed. Judge Richard Baumgartner, who had presided over all 4 state trials, was living a shocking double life. In March 2011, he was forced to resign after admitting to years of drug addiction. The details were staggering. Baumgartner had been buying prescription pills from convicted felons, trading legal favors for sex. He had been impaired while overseeing the most important murder trials in Knox County history. The Tennessee Bureau of Investigation determined his ability to conduct trials had been severely compromised. In September 2011, he was disbarred. Every conviction he'd overseen was now in question. On December 1, 2011, all 4 defendants were granted new trials. The families who had endured years of testimony would have to go through it all again. The retrials began in 2012. Coleman was reconvicted with a reduced sentence of 35 years. Thomas was again found guilty. The Tennessee Supreme Court ultimately upheld Davidson and Cobinson's original convictions, but Eric Boyd still hadn't faced state murder charges. Hugh and Mary Newsom refused to give up. "I just had a gut feeling Eric Boyd was the one who killed him," Mary said, "and I wasn't going to let Eric get away with it." They attended every hearing, every appeal, working tirelessly with prosecutors and investigators. Meanwhile, Gary Christian was fighting his own battle. The trials had consumed him with rage that was destroying his life. But in 2017, he found faith and began speaking at churches about overcoming the anger that had dominated him for a decade. The breakthrough came in 2018. 11 years after the murders, a Knox County grand jury finally indicted Eric Boyd on 36 counts, including first-degree murder. Boyd's trial began in August 2019. George Thomas testified against him in exchange for a reduced sentence, admitting his role and identifying Boyd as Christopher Newsom's killer. On August 13, 2019, 12 years, 7 months, and 7 days after the murders, Eric Boyd was found guilty on nearly all charges. Judge Bob McGee sentenced him to life without parole plus 90 years. Finally, all 5 killers were behind bars for life. Justice had been served, but at an enormous cost. 12 years of legal battles, millions in taxpayer dollars, countless hours forcing families to relive their worst memories, and 2 young people remain dead, their futures stolen forever. From unimaginable tragedy came meaningful change. The Christian Newsom case exposed critical flaws in Tennessee's legal system that demanded reform. In June 2014, Governor Bill Haslam signed 2 landmark laws named after the victims. The Chris Newsom Act eliminated the 13th juror rule, the requirement that a judge must validate a jury's unanimous verdict. This archaic rule had allowed Judge Baumgartner's corruption to invalidate the original convictions, forcing families through years of additional trials. Under Chris's law, once a jury delivers a unanimous verdict, it stands. The Channon Christian Act protects victims from character assassination in court. Defense attorneys can no longer make irrelevant allegations against victims unless directly related to the case. These laws ensure that what happened to these families, the legal manipulation, the endless retrials, can never happen again. The house at 2316 Chipman Street was demolished in 2008. In its place stands a memorial where Channon and Chris are remembered with dignity. The Channon Gale Christian Foundation provides scholarships for University of Tennessee students through an annual golf tournament celebrating her love of the sport. The Chris Newsom Memorial Foundation holds a yearly baseball tournament at Hall's Community Park. Over the years, it has provided 42 scholarships to Hall's high school students. Mary Newsom says she sees cardinals and butterflies everywhere. Signs, she believes, that Chris is still with them. 18 years later, two young people who had their futures stolen have become guardians of justice for others. Their names now protect victims across Tennessee. Their memories fund dreams for students who might otherwise never get the chance. Channon wanted to help underserved communities. In death, her foundation continues that mission. Chris took pride in building things that would last. His memorial foundation builds futures that endure for generations. Evil tried to erase them. Instead, their legacy grows stronger every year. January 6th, 2007. That date will forever mark one of the darkest chapters in Knoxville's history. 18 years later, Channon Christian and Christopher Newsom's names are spoken not just as victims, but as forces for change. Laws protect other victims because of them. Students receive scholarships in their memory. Their killers will never walk free again. The families will never stop grieving. The pain remains, but they've transformed unimaginable loss into something powerful, a legacy that grows stronger every year. In the end, that's what endures. Not the evil that tried to destroy them, but the light that continues to shine in their memory. Channon Christian and Christopher Newsom. Their names deserve to be remembered. If you enjoyed this content, join our community by subscribing and turning on notifications. Every subscriber makes it possible for us to keep creating content we're passionate about sharing with you.
Evansville.
A warning to our viewers. What you're about to watch is a true story. The following program contains content that some viewers may find disturbing. Viewer discretion is strongly advised.
Hello, everyone. I'm Brittany Bailey. It is one of the most shocking and horrifying murder cases to ever happen in East Tennessee, one that took two young lives full of promise and put their families through 8 criminal trials. The tragic murders shocked the community and the families of these 2 young victims. We do have a warning. The details of this case may not be suitable for some of you. According to the investigation, Chris Newsom was raped an hour or 2 before his death. In his final moments, he was marched barefoot to a nearby railroad track. He was shot 3 times in the neck, back, and head. The killers had stuffed a sock in his mouth, tied his wrists and ankles, and covered his head with a sweatshirt tied around his neck with shoestrings.
January 7th, 2007. Knoxville, Tennessee. A railroad worker is making his morning rounds on the tracks behind Chipman Street. It's cold, quiet. Just another Sunday in a city that was about to wake up to its worst nightmare. Then, he sees it. A body, burned beyond recognition, wrapped in a comforter like a grotesque gift. Hands bound behind the back with shoelaces. This was Christopher Newsom, 23 years old. He's been shot 3 times, raped, set on fire while still alive. But Chris isn't the only victim. 3 miles away, inside a rental house on Chipman Street, something even worse is happening. A young woman is dying, slowly, deliberately. She's been tortured for hours, bleach poured down her throat, her body beaten and broken. Now she's been stuffed into a kitchen garbage can, wrapped in trash bags, suffocating inch by inch in absolute darkness. Her name is Channon Christian. She's 21, a college senior with everything to live for. 12 hours earlier, she and Chris were just another young couple in love. They had plans, dinner, movies, a friend's party. Normal Saturday night stuff. Instead, they were carjacked by 5 predators who saw them as nothing more than playthings. What followed was a 48-hour nightmare of torture, rape, and murder, so savage that it would take 12 years and 8 trials to bring their killers to justice. This is the horrifying truth behind one of America's most brutal crimes, and the 48 hours that shattered everything we thought we knew about human evil. Welcome to the Shadow Files crime series.
All right, everyone, I'm going to share a link to this Young couple kidnapped, tortured, sexually abused, murdered. I'm trying to reach people with the truth, and there's a lot of people that come to my channel as demons, liars, ones that make up stories, and they try everything they can to not only deny the truth, but they try to get under my skin, or they try to make me anxious, or pretend they're stalking me and watching me and all sorts of things. So a lot of demons in this realm, and they will pay. They will pay for what they've done here. And they're so dumb, a lot of them, they think that I need to know their names to make them pay. I don't. All I have to do is free all the good spirits and leave all the demons here, including the ones that come to my channel, and try stupid shit. And that's what I'm going to do. Here's one that wrote earlier on my channel. They wrote this creepy creature, hiding their face and hiding their names. And they think that they're a tough guy. They're not tough at all. You're a coward. You're a coward. And I'm not timid at all. And if you're so fucking tough, if you've seen me around, why didn't you come up to me, you fucking lying little creature? You're hiding behind the safety of your keyboard. Excellence. You're hiding your face. And you're hiding your name. That's what you are. I don't think you've seen me anywhere. But I think you're a piece of shit. Saying stupid things about black people and calling me racist and everything else. I don't live in Windsor. You don't know where I live. You assume that you know, but I don't think you know. I have multiple properties. How about that? And I have an art studio that I work at. But I don't believe you. I don't believe you've ever seen me around in person. And if you have, you were the timid one. If you recognize me, you sure didn't come up to me and say, "Hey, are you Stephen? Are you King Stephen?" You didn't do that. So you're timid if you're telling the truth, which I don't think you are. I think you're a lying demon. I think you're just a regular demonic piece of shit. That's what you are. He's part of Benedictine's channel, by the way. So for the people that want to defend Benedictine, the truth, the Benedictless, the liar, I have captures, I have video of how many demonic creatures there are in his Discord chat. Some of you still have no idea, and I know you'll say that you know and understand. I don't think you do. I don't think you do know how many demons are on truth channels and the sickening, demonic, violent things they say and how fucked up they are. They're not good spirits. They're not truth seekers. These Discord channels and YouTube channels are full of absolute demons that are violent, that are cowardly, that are little cowards hiding in the shadows, hiding their face and name. My face and name are right on my channel. I don't have to be on video 24 fucking hours a day. It's right there, though. They're cowards. And you know when some of you are going to learn this? The hard way. When all of this goes down, you're going to learn, oh, I didn't quite believe Stephen when you kept calling them cowards. Now I see. There's going to be a spiritual war, and you're going to see what they are. And if you don't learn before then, it's going to be too late for many of you. Sorry to tell you, but I've been warning you. You better learn how to see what they are now and stop making any and all excuses for demons in this realm, because that'll just anchor you here. Those of you that feel sorry and sympathy for the demons and think, oh, well, they're not really stalking and harassing Stephen daily. Yeah, they are. They are. You're going to learn that one day. You don't have to believe it today. But one day, some of you will be standing with the demon saying, Stephen, I didn't believe it. I didn't believe you. And I say, that's fine. I don't know you. Stay there. And I'll be gesturing to the earth, this hell realm, this sewer matrix, saying, this is where you belong. You don't have to believe me. You believe the demons. You made a choice. You made a fucking choice. And I told you for years, and I didn't just say it in words, I showed you images with this. I tried to break through your programming to try to help you. And I don't think most of you have been reached the way you show it until it hits you, until you see them looking demonic and attacking you personally and wanting to eat your faces off. Then you'll say, you know what? He was speaking the truth about these demons. He did try to show me, and I was too fucking stubborn to really get what he was getting at. I didn't believe him. If you don't believe me, then you believe the demons. It really is that simple. It's gonna be so black and white, good versus evil. And I know some of you don't like that. You want to say there's a million areas of gray areas, and you just, some of you come to my channel, you'll say there is no good and evil. There is no right and wrong. You're moral relativists. You're absolutely, I wouldn't say brainwashed. You're brain fucked, and you don't have a moral compass. You have nothing. You have nothing that I respect. And I'll put that right out there. You're demonic. And I'm against you. I stand against you. And that's something a lot of you were taught. Oh, don't be against people. And you just still view them as people. I know there's some of you that come to my channel that would refuse to openly say what I say. In fact, I don't expect you to ever go this far, which means you won't go far enough to get out of here. You won't call them demons. You won't even do that much. You'll just say they're bad people, or they made bad choices. They had a rough childhood. You'll make a list of fucking excuses a mile long for absolute demons. Congratulations. You're going to end up here with them, because I'm going to make sure I don't let anyone out that defends demons, because you would turn paradise into this shithole. And I'm pointing right at the ground of this realm that some of you defend. You're hell-bent on defending this hell realm. And that shows me you belong here. You can't be trusted, because you want to make, you're worse than lawyers. Lawyers are paid, and that's their whole job, and that's the legal system, and they're supposed to defend them, public defenders. But you're defending these demons, some of you, without it even being your job or nothing to do with being part of a legal system. You just willingly, voluntarily defend demons, and you're going to pay for it. How do I mean paying? Am I going to hurt you? No, I'm just going to seal you in with them. And they can do with you as they wish. And you'll see how good they are then. You'll learn that way, because you don't want to learn the other way. You'll learn the hard way through them attacking you personally, because you can't look at them attacking others. Demons are attacking others every day in this realm, making threats, psychological attacks, spiritual attacks, physical attacks, sexual attacks. They're violent every day. And a lot of you don't want to see it until they attack you personally, which means you're selfish. You only see when it affects you. You don't care about anyone else. And you're showing that in this realm, in this lifetime. You're showing me and others that are aware and pay attention that you don't give a fuck who is harmed, man, woman, or children that are innocent and harmed by demons, because it's not you. Only if it's you will you say, oh, they were demonic, they attacked me. But you've had a whole lifetime here to see them attacking others, and you don't care. And I've shown you their attacks in videos. I've shown you their threats against me and sick comments and saying they're going to murder me, that they've hired someone from the dark web and they're going to do this. And they make all sorts of sick threats. And a lot of you just brush it under the carpet and say, it's just bluffing. Well, it's demonic behavior. Just to write these long emails for years, threats. You don't have to understand, and that's something I've reiterated to you a million times. You will understand when the gates are sealed. If you say, I don't get it, Stephen, you're not trying then spiritually to understand what's going on here. You'll understand when the gates are sealed, when it's too late. And I know that's a pattern of human behavior. It's almost always when it's too late. People make no effort to understand things and say, you know what are they going through? What are demons doing here? What is going on here? Even if my life's okay, what are demons doing beyond my doorstep? And look beyond yourself and feel and care beyond yourself. That's so rare in this place because it's a demonic realm. And a lot of you just think, well, the demons are just such a small minority. No, they're not. You're in a demonic realm. And no other channels that I know of are showing and proving it the way I'm doing. You're going to learn. It's one way or another. And I know some of you shake your heads and say they're not even going to learn. You will when they're eating your face. When they're eating your face off, and you have nowhere to go, and you can't get out of here. Then you'll have to be confronted with the truth that you denied your whole fucking life, that you're in a demonic realm, and you stood with demons. That's how you'll end up here. You don't have to harm me personally. You stand with demons, you belong here. Period. So deal with it. You've been warned.
All right, guys, what is up? We are outside the Manchester City Stadium. We just had a banger stream on Candle.tv. We just streamed the game, messed with some people in there. But we're going to be asking people some questions, the English people some questions. Would they rather give up football or have something else happen to their country, such as another million Africans or Indians come in? We'll see how much they value football and how much they actually value their country. We should get some pretty interesting answers from these football hooligans who have had a few too many pints tonight. Let's get right into it. What's your name?
My nickname's Whiskey.
Whiskey, that's an awesome nickname. All right. Would you rather let in 1 million more Indians into England or never watch football again?
I'll have to let him in.
You what?
I'll have to let him in.
Let him in?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah. They can come in for a short time.
A short time?
Yeah. You didn't say how long. Let them in. And
Okay.
then I can watch football.
Okay, what about some Muslims or never watch football? But forever, they have to stay in England forever.
I have to stay in England forever. I'll let a few in.
A million is a lot more than a few.
That's all I can comment on, lads. That's all you get.
Okay.
All right.
Thank
See
you.
later.
Would you rather let in 1 million Africans?
So what do they care about? People argue. Well, they care more about watching what they call football, soccer, than they care about the children of their country. And they do show you. What does he care more about? What's on fucking television and the games that he can go to where they're kicking the ball around? That's a big thing to him. That's a big part of his life. Watching grown men kick a ball around on the field.
Okay, what about some Muslims or never watch football? But forever, they have to stay in England forever.
I have to stay in England forever. I'll let a few in.
A million is a lot more than a few.
That's all I can comment on, lads. That's all you get.
Okay.
All right.
Thank
See
you.
later.
Would you rather let in 1 million Africans into England or never watch a football game again?
I don't even want to let one African into the country. There's too many already.
Too many already?
Yeah.
So never watch football again?
I'll watch it on the TV.
On the TV? Okay, but you can't watch on the TV.
I'll do without.
You'll do without?
Yeah, I'll do without. I'll let them all drown.
Wow. That's a solid answer.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah. Thank you for that.
Torpedo the next boat.
Are you for mass remigration?
Oh, yeah, of course I am, yeah.
Every single one?
No, keep the ones we need.
Which ones do we need?
The ones with talent. That's like 1% of them.
Which talents?
Medicine,
Medicine?
carpentry,
Carpentry?
yeah. Useful skills.
Okay. Who'd you,
Not degrees in English literature.
do you think a black person can be English?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah?
Yeah.
How does he become English?
Through his descent.
Descent? Well,
It descended from other English people.
but I don't think an African can he?
It depends how many generations you go back. There was black sailors in this country 500 years ago.
Okay. So those ones are English?
Yeah, they've become English over the years. Or Scottish or Irish or whatever. But the guy who's...
Okay, he says they've become English. What about a white person that has 5 generations in Japan? They don't ever treat them as Japanese because you can't change your race. Staying somewhere long enough, your race doesn't change. And black African will never become English. Never. Just like a European can't just live in Japan and become Japanese or become Chinese. Because we're not Asian.
who's come here yesterday, no.
Did you see what happened in Epping? I think it was today or yesterday.
And where?
In Epping? You know Epping? Yeah.
Again? I don't know what happened. I know what happened a couple of weeks ago. I don't know what happened today.
Yeah, I guess it happened again. They released the guy and then he assaulted, I think, 2 more people. or two more girls.
Oh, the same guy.
I don't know if it was the same
I
guy.
thought the guy was locked up.
I think it was a different migrant, but he got released and then he did it again.
Yeah.
What's the final solution for them?
Now, the final solution is a loaded term, as you very well know.
A little bit, maybe. Yeah. Anyways, thank you, sir. All right, guys, we just acquired a scarf from the base guy. If he gave shitty answers, I would have definitely not bought that. You know, I wanted to support him since he actually spoke his mind. I think that was actually the second English person. I mean, we didn't meet that many. I mean,
I wouldn't have bought it. I would have said, you know what, until you learn that a black African can't become English any more than a European can become Japanese or a black person can become Japanese just by living in Japan. It doesn't change your race. It doesn't change your race no matter how long you live there.
actually, we met quite a bit, but it's pretty refreshing. So, on our way to the next one. What's your name?
Gordon.
Okay. You were just at the Manchester City game, right?
Sure was.
You were? All right. I'm going to ask you a really tough question. Bear with me. Would you rather let in 1 million Muslims into England or never watch football ever again?
I don't think you should be asking questions like that.
Why not?
That's racist.
Why is that racist? Is that would you rather?
Ask again. Would I rather?
Oh, listen to this guy. He says that's racist. How is a question racist? That's what I want to know. I'm going to ask my chat room. Oh, hello, Anafe. Hello. Good to see you. It's one of my favorites. I'm going to ask my chat room a question. How is any question a person can ask racist? Is it even possible for a question to be racist? I want people to think about that. This guy calls his question racist. He doesn't want to answer because he calls it racist.
I mean, actually, we met quite a bit, but it's pretty refreshing. So, on our way to the next one. What's your name?
Gordon.
Okay. You were just at the Manchester City game, right?
Sure was.
You were? All right. I'm going to ask you a really tough question. Bear with me. Would you rather let in 1 million Muslims into England or never watch football ever again?
I don't think you should be asking questions like that.
Why not?
That's racist.
Why is that racist? Is that would you rather?
Ask again. Questions like that.
Why not?
That's racist.
Why is that racist? Why not?
That's racist.
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 Why is that racist? Is that would you rather?
Ask again. Would I rather?
Okay. Would you rather let in 1 million Indians into the country or never watch football again?
I'd rather let in Indians.
Really?
Yeah.
What
Or
about?
never watch football again.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, but you could like watch on the TV. That's fine.
Still the same answer.
Same thing?
Yep.
What about 2 million?
No. End off.
What's your name?
Vincenzo.
Okay. Would you rather let in 1 million Pakistanis into England or never watch football again?
It's a difficult one. No, I'll let them in. It's okay. It's fine. I can't live without watching football. So, no. For me, it's so difficult to live my whole life without watching football again. So,
But 1 million, that's a lot, no?
see, the thing is, like, I'm from Italy, so for me, it's not. It's a problem that doesn't touch my heart, maybe as much as you
Okay,
guys.
what about Italy? 1 million into Italy, into your city.
It's a tough one. Like, can I watch it just?
For the people that have been saying, oh, King Stephen, you're racist, I'm highly critical of a lot of white people, especially white liberals, white feminists, Marxists, leftists, liberals, the whole left. And I'm critical of some on the right as well, Christian right-wingers, American conservatives, cuckservatives that don't do anything. They just care about money and taxes for the most part. I'm critical of a lot. I'm not just critical of black people. I'm not just critical of brown people like Indians or Pakistanis. I'm not just critical of Asian people. I have my criticisms of Asians as well. I also have respect for certain Asians, certain Asian cultures like Japan. I'm not saying it's perfect. They lie about their homeless problem and they cover things up and they pull shady shit, their government. But overall, do I think Japan has a culture that is civilized and worth preserving and saving? Yes. Yes. Do I support the Japanese when it comes to keeping out the illegals and keeping Japan 98 or 99% Japanese? Yes, I do. As for Italy, yes, they're being overwhelmed by illegals flooding in from Africa. Absolutely. All of Europe is, from Italy to Italy, Greece, France, Germany, the UK, everywhere you can look. They're all over the place. If there's such good people that can build such great societies, why don't they build their own? See, I'm tired of white people being this way. I'm highly critical of white people that just say, let them all in by the millions. If you let in the third world, you become the third world. You lose what you built. There won't be a first world in the future if this continues, if this doesn't change. I don't want your children and grandchildren to live in a shithole. I don't want them to live in a place 1,000 times worse and more dangerous than what you see today. I don't want that. Do you? That's why I speak up.
It's live football or in TV I can watch?
No TV either. You can watch the clips though after.
Okay, then it's fine. I wouldn't let him in.
Then it's fine?
yeah, then it's
Then you wouldn't let him in?
A million, no. My town is too small to let a million of them in.
Okay.
But yeah, if I can watch the clips, I'll do it.
Okay. Thank you, man. What's your name?
Ryan, mate.
All right. Would you rather have an all-black English national soccer team that wins, or an all-white English national team that loses?
I mean, as an Aussie, mate, it is what it is. Like, you get the win, you get the win. Ain't about colour, boys. Ain't about colour. It's all about getting the win, mate. So, yeah.
Do you think a black guy can be English?
Of course, mate. Yeah. Like, I've only been here 2 months, and like most English fellas I've met, the black fellas, mate. Like, they're good boys. Like, is what it is. What it is.
What about Indians? Can an Indian become an Australian?
Yeah, of course. Yeah. We got heaps, mate. You ever been to Sydney?
Nah, not yet.
Nah, look, it's at the end of the day, it comes down to this is my analogy, right? If you're a good cunt, you're a good cunt. If you're a shit cunt, you're a shit cunt. Doesn't matter about skin tone, mate.
But is there a little more to it? Like someone who's family, grew up there through generations, and then versus someone who comes there from a different part of the world? One be more than the other?
Look, at the end of the day, as long as you appreciate the culture and you get in deep with it, it doesn't matter. That's the way I see it anyway. That's the way I see it. So, yeah.
Do you think some people can assimilate to the culture better than others?
Look, obviously it would be easier for some people. But the main key is to give it time, I think. You give those people time, it all works out. We're all one family, mate, at the end of the day. So, yeah.
Okay.
How are we all one family? I want to know that. How are we all one family?
Appreciate your time, bro.
Love you, bro.
All right, what's your name?
I think I've heard this before.
I'm Barry.
Alan.
All right. I have a difficult question for you guys. Would you rather have an all-black British team that wins, like national team, football team, or an all-white British team that might lose more than the other one?
Not bothered.
Not bothered?
No, I'd sooner have the best players playing for England, no matter what the colour is, provided they're English, obviously.
Best man for the job.
Yeah.
Do you think a black person can be English?
Yeah. Yes, yeah.
Absolutely.
How does he become one?
He was born in England.
Is it just being born here?
Yeah.
So let's.
You can't be English unless you're born in England.
Mm.
And your parents must be born in England.
Oh, so your parents as well.
So to be true English, yeah.
What if someone's grandparents came here, their parents were born, then they were born? Would they be English?
That would be it, yeah.
That's okay.
That's
It's
according
okay.
to our constitution is that you're considered English if both your parents are born in England. Or maybe your grandparents and then your parents. That's okay.
Do you think
No
someone?
matter what your colour is.
Okay. Do you think someone would be more English since they've been here for like generations on end, and their parents actually fought in wars, their grandparents, fought in wars for the country, than someone who comes here and obviously settles there now?
Yes, I agree with that statement.
You would expect it to be, yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you, guys.
No problem.
Would you rather have the British national team be all black and win, or all white but lose sometimes?
Neither.
Neither. What would you rather have then?
A mix.
What? A mix?
Yeah.
No, but which one out of the hypothetical?
Neither.
No, but come on, it's like.
Neither. That's
Okay.
probably not what you're looking for.
Yeah, I don't. So what's the optimal national team?
Are we talking about race here?
Yeah.
Neither. A mix.
A mix?
Of course.
Can a black person be British?
Of course they can.
How so?
Mate, I'm not answering more of these questions. Just.
What's your name?
Carlo.
All right. Would you rather have an all-black British national football team that wins all the time, or an all-white British national football team that loses?
All black British team that wins.
All black?
Yep.
But would that actually be a national team then?
Oh, mate, fuck you too, bro.
Would it?
Well, I'm not English, so and personally, I would like to see England win. I like the country.
Yeah, but can a black person be British?
Okay, what sort of question is that?
It's a tough question. It's
Oh.
tough. I couldn't give you an honest answer.
Why are you so mad? You have an answer?
He's English. Go to him.
Do you have an answer?
Why can't a black person be British?
Well, what makes someone British? Is it their blood or not?
Heritage, where they're grown up.
So
if you grew up in England,
yeah.
are you not English?
Okay, so let's say their parents got off the boat from whatever country in Africa, and they were born here. That just makes them British automatically.
If they grow up, I reckon, yeah.
So that's all it takes. So if you, as a British person, go have kids in Africa, would your kids be African?
If they grew up in Africa, I think they would claim themselves African, yeah.
You said they're African. What about the peoples whose ancestors fought wars and built this country? Wouldn't that be a little disrespectful to call the people who just came here British?
If you moved to like England when you're like 2 years old, and you're moving up like growing up with this culture, would you not consider yourself English?
If you're black, no. Or
No,
Indian.
I'm asking about you.
Oh, me?
Yeah.
I mean, I think a white. I still wouldn't say fully English, but more English than a black person.
So
Yeah.
purely because of skin color.
Well, race isn't just skin color, is it?
I don't know. I reckon that's harsh though. I don't think you can say like, if you were to like grow up here, you'd be more English than a black person to grow up here. That's harsh as fuck. Can't say that, surely.
Do you think some people can assimilate better to the culture? Like people who are European, don't you think they have more similar cultures to British people than someone in Africa?
I don't know, maybe, but if you're growing up, even from Africa,
Yeah.
still in the British culture, surely you'd like.
British culture, but not British blood. Like, you'll never be fully British, right?
I'm asking about you. So you wouldn't be British, bro. But
No, I wouldn't.
So
I'd be
because
more
you're
than an
British,
Indian.
you grew up.
I'd be more British than an Indian.
But why? If you both moved here,
Why?
when you were
Because
two.
our cultures are more compatible than someone from India coming here.
But if you move here when you're 2 years old, right? Like when you're 2 years old, you're not conscious and you're not thinking about
Yeah.
compatibility.
But there's still genes. Like there's still behaviors.
But you
that,
just said it was the culture.
Well, yeah. I mean, yeah. If a culture goes on through generations, it's going to be in your genes at a certain point. So if Africans or Indians, they value other different things than British people or European people in general, they're going to have a different outlook in life. They're going to act differently
But if you
in
grow up
society.
here when you're 2, you're not having an outlook.
Well,
to
it's
begin
still
with.
in your genes. It's still how your brain operates, how your body operates.
I disagree, surely.
Okay, why are black people better sprinters? Is it genetic?
Muscle fibers.
Okay, so it's genetic.
Yeah, but that's different to like mine,
so-
surely. No?
So is your brain not your body?
It is, but it's different to muscle fibers.
How is that different?
I
Your
don't know,
brain's
I'm not a
wired in a
scientist.
certain way.
You what,
Well, it's
sorry?
not different. That's what I'm saying.
All right, well, that's where we disagree, I guess.
Well, I mean, it's a fact. Like IQ levels are determined by race as well.
Really?
100%. You could look this up.
Fair. All right, whatever.
Are white South Africans, are they African?
Yeah.
If you're a white South African, you say I'm an African.
They conquered it. They built it. I would say they're.
Afrikaans, isn't it? That's what they do.
But anyway, all right, guys. Thank you for watching the video. Clearly, there were some base guys who didn't want to let him in. Other people thought it was a little messed up. I was asking that question. Let me know what you would rather have. Obviously, I don't think many people really care about football outside of this country, besides a few others. But let me know, would you rather let in a bunch of immigrants in your country or never watch your favorite sport again? That should be a very interesting, thought-provoking question. Let me know your thoughts in the comments below, and see you guys tomorrow.
Hello to the Green Man, and hello to everyone else who has joined recently. If I didn't, I'm pretty sure I said hi, but hi to Peanut, and hi to Anna Faye, hi to RI, hi to everyone who's here. I hope you're having a good day, a good night. It's good to have you here. I'm going to play a special song for a friend here that's watching right now. Here's a special song. This one goes out to one of my friends, and she knows who I mean. She'll know.
I see For all the lost, to those who feel unwanted, your face is inside the crowd where you've been left behind. We carry on, the hopeful and the hopeless. You try to survive, but we know we don't belong. Go! For all the lies, to those who feel unwanted. Your face is inside the crowd where you've been left behind. We carry on, the hopeful and the hopeless. Try to survive, but we know we don't belong. Alright!
Hello, everyone. This is El Diablo Radio International, the greatest show in hell. Nobody does it better. Nobody. Gonna have to get a Coke Zero. I'm starting to get a bit of a dry, itchy, scratchy throat for some reason. Excuse me. There are demon tards that disagree with me, that obsess over me and watch me. Why don't they just change the channel? Because they can't do it. They can't do it. They make threats. They say all kinds of weird, creepy stuff. There's a lot of weird, creepy demon tards in this realm. For anyone that thinks this realm is worth saving, even if there was a lot that was different here, even if you could fix life eating life and get rid of hurricanes and earthquakes and make major changes to the design of this realm, major changes. Even if you could change the way the body operates so that it doesn't have to eat or eat life and expel waste, and that just change major things, I would still end this realm, because the beings walking around on two legs are not worth saving for the most part. Most are demon tards. Again, good spirits aside, I want to save and help the good spirits. But the rest are just worthless. They're irredeemable. They don't change for the better, ever. They're violent. They're liars. For them, lying is like breathing. They lie about me all the time. And I've shown you this. So for the ones that don't get it, either you're retarded or you're a demon or both. And I call it demon tards when you're demonic and retarded. And I think that's most in this realm. There's no way to change them. There's no way to even teach them basic things like race is beyond skin color. Look at your skin color and think, is this all there is? Like you have to be a demon tard. And there's a lot of that in this realm that never changes. If you have a conversation with them about race 10 years ago and today, they're at the same level. There's no change. It shouldn't take you this long to learn anything. So that's also how I know. If you've been here for 6 months, 8 months, a year and a half, 2 years, or close to 3 years, and you still don't grasp certain things, there's something wrong with you. I can't help you. I can't change you. I can't fix you. The realm's not going to do it. It's going to keep degrading you. You're a lost cause as far as I'm concerned. If that hurts your feelings, too bad. And that's all that most of you care about, most humans, is feelings. You don't care about the truth. You just care how things make you feel. That's it. You're like a feeling machine that just is seeking feelings and validation, and you want to hear things that feels good. And then you get very upset and triggered and angry and nasty because I say lots of things that don't make you feel good, or lots of things that are true that you hate hearing about race, for example, and all sorts of other issues. Well, too bad. You're going to stay here, though. That's what I want you to know above all else. You're staying here. You're not leaving here. And I'm going to make sure of that. Yes, they are, RI. They are destroying their country for current and future generations. I don't want America, Canada, Australia, Germany, the UK to be places where white children have to hide and be in fear and be chased down by other races that hate them. I don't want that. Do you? And that's what they're doing. And they just, without a single care in the world, they do that. And that's despicable, to not care about the future generations, the current children and future children. They're the most vulnerable. They're the ones most affected by being outnumbered and being despised minorities. I don't want white children anywhere in the Western world to be a despised minority living in fear anywhere. Okay? And I'll say that I'll say that here, and I'll say that anywhere. There's a lot of jealous, low IQ losers that defend lies, and a lot of demons defend lies. And that's what you are if you're defending the lies of this realm. I don't care if you say, I'm not a demon. Yeah, you are. If you defend the lies that hurt children, that makes you a demon. That's enough right there to make you a demon. I don't care what your face looks like. You could say, I don't look demonic. That doesn't fool me, you fucking stupid demon tards. You have pathetic, empty excuses. And you're going to be judged. You will pay for what you've done here. All of you. You will pay for it. And you deserve it. It's the other part you have to learn. You deserve it. You deserve it. You deserve it. You deserve it. You deserve to pay. You deserve it.
Hello. Hi. About that.
So you notice she was going to start speaking and he had to say hello. Gen Z doesn't even know how to introduce themselves and say hello or hi, I'm Mary, or hi, I'm Joseph. They can't do it. They can't. They just, it's known now as the Gen Z stare. They just stare at you. And they'll make up all the excuses. They were raised on the internet, Stephen. They went through 2020, this, that. They don't know how to socialize. That's the reality of it. And they think there's nothing wrong when they're out in public and they're at a microphone and they join a YouTube channel, a chat room. They don't know how to join and just introduce themselves. When they first show up here, they'll write a paragraph, and no one's ever seen them before, and they'll just join in saying stupid shit. They're socialized like fucking retards. That's what they are. Okay? And it's most of that generation. Gen Z is the worst generation the West has ever produced. So congratulations. If you're a Gen Zer and you think you're on top or great, or they boast how I was born with the internet, that's nothing to boast about. You were cheated out of a better childhood, dumbass. They boast about the dumbest shit. They really do. Worst generation ever so far in the West is Gen Z. Worst ever. I don't care who disagrees with me.
Well, first question, why can't marriage be allowed with 2 men or 2 women? That question got me.
Yeah, so I mean, allowed and what it is are 2 different things. So again, just strictly from what marriage has always been is the idea of 2 separate parts coming in a union to be able to have, hopefully, a lifelong partnership to raise kids, adopt kids, or have kids, and to become better versions of themselves. It is the attraction of opposites. And so if you want to redefine marriage...
Look at the faces of the women. You can tell almost all of them are lefties. Just brainwashed, empty-headed demon-tards.
That's fine, that's your contention, but I take a classical view of marriage.
Based on, like, what is that based on what? The
Well,
Bible?
The natural law.
Is that the Bible?
Well, natural law is separate than the Bible, but it's harmonic with the Bible. That's correct.
Okay.
Because what would you say? What is the purpose of marriage?
Marriage is like, I love you, you love me, let's
Got it. So
let's get together.
Can a 25-year-old marry an 8-year-old?
No,
Why?
because that 8-year-old is not ready. Like, they
Got it. So at
are
some
not
point,
adults.
so then let's build out your definition more then. Love each other, but also what? What is the purpose? What is the destination of marriage?
We are 2 adults. We love
Got
each
it.
other.
Fair enough. Okay, we love each other. End of story.
Well, let's give me another thing, and maybe I'll add to
Okay,
it.
but is that it? Just is it about union, partnership, friendship? What is
I think it's just like, let's get our taxes good. Like, let's just get married. Like, I don't think there needs to be some big crazy
no, that's
reason.
actually, no, I'm not attacking you. I think marriage is holy, and by holy I don't just mean it in a religious sense. Holy means separate, meaning it should be elevated, it should be celebrated. It's something that is so above the rest, and you just think it's like a tax advantage, and it's fine because actually most Americans agree with you.
Yeah.
I think marriage is something where we should drop everything. Like, wow, 2 separate parts have just made a lifelong covenant with one another to learn about the other and to grow with each other.
That dumb college chick's voice is birth control.
And it's difficult, and I think that we've lost that.
I mean, I'm Jewish, and like in Judaism,
Oh, she's Jewish. Okay, she's Jewish.
there's the like there's like the.
That we've lost that.
I mean, I'm Jewish, and like in Judaism, there's the there's like the when you get married, the religious marriage, and then there's the government marriage. Like, you have to get married
For
twice,
sure.
basically. So I
That's
think
right.
what you're talking about is probably the religious marriage, like with a priest. I'm talking about
Yeah,
governmental marriage.
I'm even talking about government. I'm just saying traditionally our governmental marriage, again, I'm in the vast minority of opinion in the country, this has been the classical view that it's a man and a woman coming together in something sacred and something holy or elevated. Again, that's not...
I would say that's just a Christian marriage.
It's not necessarily Christian. In Judaism, in traditional rabbinical Judaism, Orthodox, homosexual marriage is not recognized.
That is true.
So it's not Christian. In Islam, homosexual marriage is not recognized.
Okay.
So it's not just Christian.
Okay.
So it's Abrahamic.
Abrahamic.
All right, we agree.
Why do we care if there's no father? I grew up without a father. I feel like I'm doing fine. I'm doing great. I'm in college. Like, why are we so towards the father? Why does he need to be there so much?
So just looking at, try to answer my question for me. Do you think, what kind of is there any time, and you're being very vulnerable, and I appreciate that, when you were growing up, and maybe not, where you said, I wish I had a dad around?
My mom says I did wish for that once, at a wishing well. But my mom was great. She supported
your mom's
me,
a hero,
provided
for sure.
me.
No, I'm not. There's not a knock on single moms.
Right.
But was there ever a time maybe where a more masculine figure would have been helpful?
I can't really, not off the top of my head.
Okay.
Like, what? Can you give me an example of
Yes.
when a masculine figure would be helpful in my
When
life?
a boyfriend might have broke up with you, and you didn't want to talk to your mom because she just didn't get it, and you wanted a strong, stable man to say you're beautiful.
I think, I mean, I have, if my father was like, you're beautiful, that'd be cool. But like, if my mom was also like, you're beautiful, I don't really see a difference between like my mom saying it and my father saying it.
Wow. Okay. Yeah. That's. I don't see the world that way, because there's being a father to a daughter. There's a very unique bond between a father and a daughter, where it's you kind of you fall in love again, but not romantic love. You fall in a different type of Greek love, which is called storge, which is a father-daughter love, where you have such affection for this incredible being, and your task is to shepherd that vulnerable, innocent girl through life all the way up until the marriage aisle, to kind of connect the two topics together, right?
Wow.
Where then you hand it off to another man, because women are worthy of protection.
So you're saying like there has to be a man in the woman's life.
Not
The
has
woman
to.
can't be
Not-
like alone.
No, there are exceptions, but it is a beautiful ideal. And when that ideal falls apart, now let's talk about the technical side. In the black community, when fathers are no longer around, crime goes up, poverty goes up, because you'll understand this less, and a man in the audience who grew up without a father will totally get this. If it's just a mom in the house, the dad should come in and discipline the 14-year-old for acting like a brat. The dad comes in and he says, stop doing this. You need to be able to outrank the 14-year-old brat with another masculine figure.
But don't you think that like there's a reason that a lot of the black community doesn't have a father, and it's because of systemic racism. It's because like black men are more likely to be in prison.
Oh yeah, so why do people go to prison?
For like a lot of the time it's because they're in poverty and they have no other way to get
Okay, so they commit crimes.
because
Yeah, but so wait, so wait. So-
why do they
So wait, if you're
commit
so
crimes?
in poverty, we should give excuses for committing crimes?
Yes, because if they have no
Like murder?
I did not say murder. I said like I'm saying like if someone is stealing something because they have no money
Oh,
and
so
there's no
That's
jobs.
so interesting. So you think most crimes are crimes of necessity in the black community?
I'm not saying most.
So like gangbanging is like a crime of necessity?
That I literally never said that. I'm saying
But
like
you're making an argument of crimes of necessity. Like they're so
I'm-
hungry, they can't handle it.
I'm talking about like crime that has to do with like getting food, getting stuff that you need to live.
Right, but we have food stamps for anyone that needs it. So that doesn't exist. We have subsidized housing for anyone that needs it. So that doesn't exist. We have free health care for any poor person that wants it, called Medicaid. That doesn't exist. We also have welfare, cash, for anyone that wants it. So that doesn't exist. So what is it they're missing that they need to go? Sorry about that.
Well, the food, like a lot of food stamps might not cover all of what they need, and also housing is like there's not unlimited housing. A lot of people who are unhoused have to like go to shelters, and then they get kicked out of shelters because there's a mandatory stay limit. So it's not
Right,
like you
but
just get
it's not
a house.
It's not a stuff thing, though, right? It's like if you need stuff, there's also tons of charities out there that can provide assistance. Churches, you will not go hungry in this country. You will not starve in this country.
Yes, you will. There's like,
No, we have an
you've been on
obesity
State
problem.
Street.
We have an obesity problem, not a starvation problem in this country.
What are you talking
In
about?
State Street, if any one of those people went to the local Episcopalian church or Methodist church, they will get fed. I guarantee it. If they go to a local food shelter, they will get
Okay,
fed.
but I'm talking. Okay, housing.
For housing. If we have Section 8 subsidized housing in this country, right? If you want to have a roof over your head, you can have a roof over your head.
with like thousands of rules and you can't
Yes,
do
of course, yes. I mean,
like,
it's not ideal, but the point is this. So let's just go back to the crime and necessity, right?
Mhm.
So why do people commit crimes?
I'm not saying like all people commit crimes. I'm saying there are people who commit crimes because they have no other choice.
Got it. So why is it that other people that are as poor as they are in separate racial groups don't commit crimes at the same rates? For example, blacks are 13% of the population and they commit over 50% of the crimes. Why is that?
Black people, I would say, not blacks.
Okay,
but,
it's not. I could say whites and you wouldn't care. So
anyway,
now, hold on. Right? I can say Hispanics, you wouldn't care. So don't
I think
police
I might,
my language.
But whatever. I'm not policing your language. I'm just saying I would say black
Fair
people.
enough. But the insinuation is that I'm being racist. But that's fine.
Okay, that's
Yeah.
your opinion.
Yeah, but so black Americans are 13% of the population and commit anywhere between 50 to 56% of murders, crimes, carjackings. Why is that?
Well, what percentage of the white population is living in the same level of poverty?
Got it. So there's twice as many white Americans in poverty as black Americans. Not the same percentage, but still, if you look at white Americans in poverty, they commit far less crimes than black Americans in poverty. Why is that?
Maybe it's because when you're in a store, like they follow black people and they don't follow white people.
What about murder?
Rural?
No, but why is it that, like, just saying murder, why is it that black people commit so many more
white people
murders?
live in rural
Like, that's not, you're being followed in a store and you commit more murders?
Yeah.
Which is like proximity.
You're making the rule, or
no, no.
I'll get to you in a sec, but
Okay,
it's not,
anyway.
it's not a good argument. But let me just go back to one thing you said. Systemic
Whatever, you're
racism,
good.
right? So the idea of systemic is that it's
Yeah.
within our laws.
Mhm.
There are some black Americans here listening. What can you as a white American do that the black American cannot do?
Let's see. I could go into a store and not get followed. The police could not track me down on when I'm driving. I'm less likely to get shot and killed while I'm driving. There's a lot of things that I can do.
Okay, so just be clear. So if you walk into a local CVS here, how would you guys be treated differently?
Well, they would probably say hello, and they would probably just walk, let me in and not follow me, and then.
So these are a lot of probablys. I don't believe you, but I'm talking about laws, right? So what in the legal code of America can you as a white individual do that the black individual can't? Because systemic means it's in our code, right? It's for example, like Jim Crow, totally get it.
She's a college-age student. Part of her looks like an old woman, and part of her almost looks like a baby that's in a crib or something. It's weird. She's got a weird look to her. For the Gen Zers that look like her friends there that are offended by everything, please find a safe space and cry somewhere. If you don't like what I'm saying about what I see, go cry somewhere. Go away from me. Just go cry somewhere. That's what I want you to do. Because your whole generation, with a few exceptions, looks and sounds like a bunch of fucking spoiled crybabies that have been raised with bubble wrap, and you just drank the Kool-Aid and you believe every fucking lie talking point, and you look like her, and you look like the blonde-haired guy with the baby blue or the light blue shirt on. Like, there's something wrong with a lot of you Gen Zers. You just stare like you're zombies. You're not thinkers. Okay? You're not thinkers. Most of you.
Systemic racism. What is systemically your advantage?
Maybe housing codes, because I know redlining isn't a thing anymore, but there is isn't there people who are white are more likely to be given loans because of they have less I don't know, that's just it's back from redlining. It's a lot of the same stuff.
So, I don't buy into any of that. So I just kind of go.
You don't buy into redlining, or you don't buy
into redlining. I don't buy any of that stuff that happens. In fact, it's the opposite. Loans are now given favorably to black Americans in certain cities over white Americans.
Okay, but
so we
you
could,
think
because
redlining?
I believe in. I know redlining existed. I don't debate that. Of course it has. But because of DEI and because of affirmative action, there's actually a preference given. But so let's go back to fathers, right?
Okay, let's go back to fathers.
So something happened to black America since 1965. So in 1965, so.
You mean the war on drugs?
Right. Well, so if that's your contention, that's fine. So in order to go to jail for the war on drugs, you have to be dealing drugs, right? Or you have to be caught with drugs. So if you don't
which is one of the main jobs that you can have in a poverty-stricken. If there's no jobs, you're going to do drugs. I mean, you're going to trade drugs because that's the only option
you have. It's such a difference in worldview. You're making excuses for criminals.
Yeah.
And what an insult to poor immigrants that came to this country that didn't commit crimes and worked 2 or 3 jobs and worked themselves out of poverty and didn't decide to go deal coke.
Well, my father is a white immigrant from Poland, and he committed crimes, and he's fine now. So.
Did he go to jail?
Yeah, he did.
I thought there was systemic racism. I thought that doesn't happen very much.
I never said white people don't go to jail. I said they go more, and you're saying that white immigrants are fine and they don't.
No,
I'm
it's
saying
far
that they
less
do.
actually. I'm glad he went to jail if he committed a crime. I think it's terrible.
Yeah.
So, but at the core of it, we have a difference in worldview, right? My worldview is I'm not sympathetic to people that steal, that loot, and murder, because that's a values problem. And I don't like making excuses for people that do things that are obviously destructive. Secondly, we have a problem in black America.
My goodness, look at this.
The biggest problem is not racism, it's the lack of dads. If dads are around, kids flourish. And you know who agreed with me? Barack Obama. Barack Obama used to make...
Why is that such a common thing with college-age kids to make their lips go to the side like that? She did it. The guy standing beside her did it. It's kind of a Gen Z thing. They stand there and they make they're very awkward. They're Gen Z are very socially awkward and more incels than ever. Any generation. in the West.
Make this a central piece of his campaign. He came to this campus back in 2012, drew like 100,000 person crowd, and talked about how we need to rebuild the black family and put dads back. Why doesn't the Democrat Party talk about that anymore?
I'm fine with having
No,
fathers.
no,
I'm not against having black
for,
dads.
For sure. I'm saying, but don't we agree? Has anyone heard that mentioned on the national scale in the last 10 years? Yeah, I mean, we've heard about
Probably
like,
not.
yeah, and
Because
why
there's
is that?
bigger issues.
No, there isn't. See, that's the issue, is that this is what makes us different. As a conservative, I focus on if you have family breakdown, don't worry about climate change, don't worry about systemic racism. All that stuff is like these crazy abstractions.
What do you think create family problems? Systemic racism creates family problems. If you take away black people from their families, then they're going to have
Right.
broken families.
Okay, so, but that's interesting. How are you taking them away? Aren't they leaving? They're not staying with the women they're impregnating. So, for example, there 13% of the population is black. Not every single person ends up in jail, obviously, and yet there's huge child abandonment because there's a cultural expectation that is different in black America than in white America, which is it's okay to impregnate a woman and abandon her in black America. It's not
based on what? What is that based on?
That's a good question. Where does it come from? It's just based on.
No, I'm saying what is that like your view of black America?
Well, it's not a view. It's true. I mean, don't take my word for it. Look at Thomas Sowell and Shelby Steele that have done amazing analysis on this. It's that in black culture, that is not considered to be a stigma. In white upper middle class culture, for those of you that grew up in Waukesha or Libertyville or grew up in Hinsdale or grew up in Naperville, you guys all know those neighborhoods. If you impregnate a girl, a woman, and you just like abandon her, that's frowned upon. That is a social stigma in upper middle class white culture.
And it's not in black culture?
No. In fact, it's glorified by the rap culture. It is.
I think
Yes.
rap culture is showing what happened. I don't think it's.
Do you think that the songs that are the most popular in Black America are uplifting Black America to be better versions of themselves?
I think the most popular
Like Nicki
songs
Minaj, Cardi B. Do you think that they're like empowering people to be great?
Well, I do think Cardi B and Nicki Minaj are empowering, but when you talk about like
Wow.
black, like let's go like Kendrick or whatever, like they're talking about their life experiences and they're saying this is what happened to me, and people relate to that because that's also what happened to them. It's not saying this is the greatest thing in the entire world.
Does it lift up the audience to become better?
I think so, because it's like
How?
because it's saying we all relate to this. We can all like this is our story. This is we can be like better than this, even though it's like I mean there's better, there's not better. It depends on what your worldview is, but I think that rap is good because it can like.
No, I'm not saying it's bad or good. I'm saying like there's just the essence, the core, the ethos is not exactly about like quitting drinking, quitting drugs, and getting married and having children.
No, it's about what you have done, not about like.
No, but just like to be clear, like in black rap culture, is it generally glorified to go sleep with a lot of women?
I mean that's your view of it.
I'm asking a question. Is it in black rap culture?
I
Yes
think-
or no, guys? In black rap culture,
Is glorify women?
to be able to sleep with a lot of women.
I mean, I think that's one aspect, yeah.
Okay, so let's just take that aspect.
Because it's a luxury that people can do, and like it's one of the things that people can do, and everyone can relate to, or a lot of people can relate
Shouldn't
to.
ideally your culture try to elevate and try to challenge the individual to virtue and goodness, not try to bring them down to the lowest parts of
No,
their...
who is? No, I'm not saying that they are bringing them down. I'm saying that this is what they are doing, and they are sharing their experiences. They're not saying this is the best thing in the entire world. They're saying this is what I have been through.
Like sleeping with a lot of women.
Yeah.
Or like gang violence and, you know...
I mean, if that's what, like, a lot of people have been through gang violence because that's what's happening in their neighborhoods. They feel like that's the only option. And you might know that that's not the only option, but when you are living in that neighborhood
Got it.
and you don't see any jobs, this is how your family was raising you, what other option do you have? And once you're in it, it's really hard to get out.
So got it. You talk about systemic racism and that being a major driver of Black America's failure to launch, if you will. We subsidize single motherhood in this country. So if you stay single as a single mother, you get money from the federal government, and it's basically subsidized, if you will.
Sure.
Can we at least agree that if the nuclear family in Black America was stronger and tighter knit, that would be a good thing?
In a lot of cases, yeah. I think if they're like, if the father's abusive, I would not want him there. So I think it really depends on like what family you're talking about. I don't think you can generalize.
What
and
percentage
say,
of fathers do you think are abusive?
I have no idea.
Yeah, I would say it's probably small, right?
Not like, I don't know. I have no idea. I have not done research on
Yeah,
what,
no, I mean,
what
I don't know
percentage
the
of
number either,
fathers
but
are
generally
abusive.
it's good when mom and dad stays around and is raising the kid.
I would say if they are both healthy parents and they are both ready to have a child, it's great.
Got it.
My father, not ready to have a child, do not want him around
just
me.
one last question on role models. Let's say there's a black kid right now. Would you rather have that black kid have a role model be Kendrick Lamar or Clarence Thomas?
Kendrick, obviously.
So not the black American on the United States Supreme Court.
No, he's trying to ban interracial marriage. He's trying to like do all.
Wow, no, he's in an interracial marriage.
He literally like.
He's married to a white woman.
Yeah, I know the Roe v. Wade
So
thing like goes against.
He's trying to ban his own marriage.
Yes.
I thought I've
I'm
heard
sorry to break
everything.
it to you.
So we agree that there should be better role models, maybe.
When have I ever said that there should not be? I'm agreeing with you that there should be fathers if they
No,
are
I know
right
it's
for
fine.
that thing. We're agreeing. I
And
think,
last question, you're voting for Kamala, I'm guessing.
how can you tell? Yeah.
Okay, what's her
Obviously.
greatest accomplishment?
Probably capping capping the insulin at $35.
She did that. Yeah. What else?
I mean, you said her greatest. I'm just saying like that's the thing that goes off the top of my mind is like, didn't you like Big Pharma? I'm sure you're anti-big.
Sorry about that. I meant to pause the video, but Charlie has had that weird tick. I know he can't help it. I realize that, but anyway, I'm gonna shift gears here. Let's see here. Let's check out Landry. Hey Landry. Hey Landry. Hey Landry.
And they take low blows and all that, but sometimes it's
I've
just
been
like,
Earth type of deal, right? So
Yeah.
right. I don't know how long. When did you work with Jaron, and when did you start to step away from him? Were you part of that?
Well, no. So I worked with him in 2021 to
Okay.
2023, like for like a year and a half.
Okay.
And then I just we had our differences and we just
Oh, an announcement for the demons that are lurking. I ordered a pizza. You can talk about that, how I ordered a pizza at this time of night. That would make big news for you that I ordered a pizza and I eat during my live stream sometimes. Because that's your focus. I mean, they don't look into anything. They don't have any desire for truth seeking. Most are just absolute fucking idiots on YouTube in the Panelverse and beyond. The so-called truth channels, they're all a bunch of losers. If you really think about it, they're all a bunch of losers. So I ordered a pizza. I'm having an iced coffee, and I'm going to pour myself, I just finished the iced coffee, actually. I'm going to pour myself a cold Coke Zero. So write that down. Get a notepad or write it down on the notes in your phone and put the time and date and say, King Stephen ordered a pizza. They're absolutely obsessed with me. Now, I want to share this channel. They say that I promote the hell realm. Well, I'm going to promote this channel. I'm promoting this channel. Please join. Okay? It's a new channel I found out about today. It's called Bextra Lard. It's called Bextra Lard. I'm dropping a link right now in the chat for you. I'm promoting this channel. Please join it. It's called Bextra Lard. Pay attention, okay? It's a new channel, I think. I'm not sure when it was made, but I'm promoting it. It's Bextra Lard. I don't know if it's hers or it says their pronouns are them, he, she, zer. And there's only 3 subscribers. So a lot of you haven't been subscribing, unfortunately. It looks like. Oh, there's 5 now. I reloaded. Okay. A whole 5 subs. There's got to be more people to subscribe than that. It looks like this might turn into some kind of comedy channel or something. Shout out to one of my favorites, and that looks like they're tagged. Is that Illumitami? More truth than roof. Hi, friend. Bextra Lard. This is the Bextra Lard channel. I don't know who's running this. Food tip. Lard is the best thing for baking and cooking. It's super healthy. They wrote, I usually eat at McDonald's, but the rare times when I cook a pig at home, I use lots and lots of lard and grease. It is also great for your hair. I mean, it looks like they use grease for their hair. It looks like greasy. It looks like greasy lard. And then hours ago they wrote, I farted and it smelled like Paul the Slave. That's her redhead, Paul the Slave. She's a fan. They are a fan. I don't know if it's a she. Because their pronouns up here, it says them, he/she/zer. I don't know what it is. I don't know what Bextra Lard is. I don't know if it's a guy, a girl, intersex, a they, them. I don't know what it is. I don't know. And then 4 hours ago, friends, I am here to bring joy and comedy. I'm a highly intelligent, confident woman. I have been a successful female comedian, but I can't share any of my stand-up comedy shows with you. So this is the Bextra Lard channel on YouTube. It says that I'm a foodie and I love to chain smoke cigarettes and talk a lot of trash. I don't shower very often. Oh, TMI. Why did you need to mention that? I live on YouTube. This is my greasy life. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. So again, I dropped the link in the chat. I think people should join that channel. I think it's funny. You think, wait a second, Quack, you think it's an impersonator trolling her? You don't think it's her? Are you onto them? Somebody is impersonating Bextra Lard. You don't think it's actually her? I don't know. I've seen them around recently. I've seen that name around in some live stream chats. I thought it was her. I thought it was Foodie. I thought it was her. I thought it was her. God damn. Isn't it her? I don't know if it's her or not. I don't know for sure. Everyone. I don't know if it's her. I don't know. Hey Landry. I saw somebody impersonating me earlier. The Insanity Machine, they had account and with the crescent moon and the star of Islam instead of my stars. So maybe they do that. Maybe you should focus on look at the masonry of Nacho Nachos Quifa with the masonry. He's got the masonry behind him.
I had to get a different job and all that, but then he wanted me to come work for him again when he came back afterwards, but it only lasted a month because the money just had stopped coming in. So that's where I got confused, because so many people were saying, hey, he's just selling out for the money, but either that means he would have had to been, I'm not saying you're saying this, but it means he would have had to have been paid off at like one lump sum, or that they were wrong, because I saw myself that the money stopped coming in, so he couldn't pay me. I mean, he did pay me, but a much smaller amount than he was able to during the flat earth times.
Well, that's interesting to me, because it's kind of indicative of the change of tone, and maybe it's related or maybe it's not, but part of me is thinking, well, maybe the funds were starting to run dry, and Jaron couldn't support his lifestyle anymore, and so it was time to change the tune. So
but the money didn't start coming in. Wouldn't that be the case if the money started coming in more so? Like if he came back and then he became the next Professor Dave and he was getting hundreds of thousands of views?
Maybe. Recently, for example, I was going to play it today, but if people are rolling in and I'm going to want to have conversations with people. But if people were not running in here, then I was going to play the mocking flat earthers with Jaron, and he had a conversation with Professor Dave. And, Jaron seems to be making his rounds with McToons and McKeegan and rest of those guys, and they're all promoting him. And, Will Duffy is claiming him to be the most honest flat earther or ex-flat earther. So, I have to think that they're all, promoting him and supporting him, right?
I guess promoting him, yes, but as far as supporting him, I mean, I guess he very much lost a ton of long-time fans and supporters, and that's just it's undeniable because of the nature of anything where you switch like that. But I mean, with me, I will stand here and I can accept that it was kind of bad taste to see him, of all people, kind of bad mouthing flat earthers right like that. It did kind of sit wrong with me. But as far as him getting any sort of leg up from these other people, I don't see it happening. I don't really understand. I do think that these people operate, and especially McToon, right? McToon was recently found out to have, that's not even his name. His name isn't Michael Toon. His name isn't, so it's a lie. And so I think that Jaron's an honest person in the sense that he's aware of these people being like kind of just bad faith and just not the kind of people that you want to be associated with. I think he got stuck with them because in the sense he lost the other side. But then at this point, I think he has an actual new job where he's working in the real world and everything because I guess the jig's up. So, and that's his business, I guess.
Yeah. Well, give me a second here. Let me just. Is that you, Bex? Do you mind just showing yourself? You don't have to be on camera, but just let me know that that is indeed you. Okay. She left, but
So
I don't
you think
know.
it was her?
Like, may have been, may not have been. I do have trolls come to my channel and they pretend to be somebody else, and so I do require people. That's why I'm on camera. I mean, my place is
Well, I
a bit of a
appreciate that
mess.
about you,
What's that?
that you're on camera.
That I'm
Because I
on
mean,
camera?
a lot of people they and I get why they do it because people make videos and they take low blows and all that. But sometimes it's
I've
just
been on
like
camera
that's
before. It's fine.
yeah. Oh, I know you have. I'm just saying sometimes that's what they want though. They want people to be afraid to. And I see the argument as well as far as the facial scanning and all that. So it's got two aspects to it. But are you and Rose still in good terms after everything that happened, or did you ever make up?
No. My personality is a little bit black and white in terms of friendships and such. So
Okay.
when things go kind of sideways, like I hold on as much as I possibly can, and then there comes a point where I no longer can hold on anymore. So I would not say that I'm on good terms with Rose myself. Why do you ask?
Just because I've not been able to. Because here's my thing. All the stuff that happened in the space, I didn't really follow. I wasn't paying attention to any of it. I just kind of started to be, besides Jaron, obviously, I was just really only focused on what he was doing and saying. So I'm not familiar with the lore, I guess you could say. So all I know is, the story about the thing that happened and why you got taken down and all that. But I don't have any dog in the
Look,
fight. It doesn't
I
actually
mean,
matter.
no, I mean, I'll just share my perspective of the whole situation. As people know that I was living in the Himalayas all the way up to September of last year. Rose and I have known each other since like 2019. When I, start to wake up to like the Mandela effect, and I was hanging out over at Brian Staveley's channel. He was a big Mandela effect content creator, and then he introduced me to Karen B's channel, so I was quite active over there. And then from Karen B, I started to go to Globebusters, and I was interviewed by Iron Realm Media, and during that time, Rose and I got to know each other. Rose was doing a show with a guy by the name of the Great Baldini, and and they were doing a show called the Poppycock Report, and they did it pretty regularly, and that was quite popular actually, and people were getting on board with it, and that was like COVID time, and people were calling Poppycock on that, and they were a pretty good, decent duo. Things kind of didn't work out between them. I don't want to get into the details about Baldini and Rose and all that stuff that happened in the past, and then Rose became good friends with Jaron. They did the Baby Truther show. I remember Alex Stein back in the day when he used to be first Conspiracy Castle.
I do too.
You
I
know,
remember. I remember that too. Yeah.
Yeah, and he had like less than 100 subs when Rose like was promoting him, stuff like. I was
I
a
know.
moderator on
I
his
remember
very
that
first
too,
channel,
dude.
you know. And then now all of a sudden, like, you know, a couple years later, he's like big shot, you know, and who knows if it's flat earther or not. He's been on Alex Jones, and I've heard him say, like, you know, like, we don't talk about flat earth here, and he's been on what's that other guy, like Tim
Pool?
channel with what's that, Tim Pool? Yeah,
He's been
and
there a lot. Yeah, like a lot.
yeah, and then with Witsid and stuff like that, and then promoting Witsid as like the best flat earther out there, you know, stuff like this.
Yeah,
And,
dude. So that's the one thing is with Witsit. I mean, I'm not even really. I don't have a dog in the flat Earth fight, but for me, I always thought he was super arrogant and just like feeling himself, and I just never could vibe with his message. And I mean, some people might say the same thing about Jaren, but I mean, dude, I wasn't a flat earther until I met Jaren, so it's hard for me to like really, you know, make sense of all that because it did take over my life as far as there was the whole thing with the masks, and I was very passionate about that. I was involved in activism during that time, but then after that kind of faded away, I was like, well, I guess I'll just do the flat earth thing, you know? And I believed in it. I mean, I did because I obviously I spent so much time on these videos, but now I don't know how much, I don't know. So I guess here, because I don't know much of what you believe or what you think, I'm sure we can be aligned on many things, but what is your thoughts as far as the next 5-10 years? I mean, where do you think we're headed with AI? I mean, everything going on. I mean, I know it's not looking good, but
I don't like making predictions because, like,
Okay.
you know, anything can change any moment. But I don't right now, right this moment, I would say that I don't have a lot of confidence in humanity. I think things are going to go worse before they get better. That's just personally speaking. Give me a second. Truth or Cop, can you just turn your camera on real quick? Let me know that it is you. That's going to be a requirement
Truth or
for
Cop
everyone.
is the worst.
He probably is. I don't know. I haven't had issues with him, but we'll bring him on for a minute. But let me finish this conversation. Like we're going to continue on, but like you know, as far as like next 5 to 10 years, I really don't know, and I don't like to make predictions. I think people are waking up, especially with Charlie Kirk. And I shared a video. I posted a video. I was going to play this video maybe later on, and there are like normie channels who are like basically not really into conspiracies, and they're like none of what the FBI explanation of that, you know, Charlie Kirk assassination makes any fucking sense, you know, and then they're coming out and telling people about it. So really cool.
So
I
I
think,
feel like
you know.
that's got to be intentional, though, right? That they're just letting things go as far as they have, like where it's like almost intentional
Sure.
that they're letting. Because back in the day, there's certain things they wouldn't even allow on YouTube, and now they're just letting it happen. It's like
Yeah.
the more confusion, the more questions. It's kind of like JFK. How many things do we know for certain? However many years later, 60 years later, not a whole lot. So I feel like it's one of those things that will in 50 years we still won't have any answers.
Yeah, well, I mean, you know, but I think what's important, at least in my mind, is that we're not going to get all the fish. You know, I mean, that's not the point. The point is that some people are waking up, and it's a long game, and maybe even to the very end of our lives, you know, not enough people are going to wake up. But I think the effort is needed, and I think, you know, it's important for, at least personally speaking, that I know the truth for what it is, and I stand on that truth, and that's all that really matters at the end of the day for me. You know.
So Truth or Cop, what brings you here?
Well, not Chiquita, how dare you disagree with Landry that maybe I'm the worst? You've known me for way longer than this fucking slave. How dare you?
Oh, fucking slave.
What beef do you guys have with each other? What happened? You guys want
Nothing
to
really.
work
No,
it
I mean,
out?
he's just.
I don't know. He came up and Calcott earlier with my name. He clearly wants my attention.
This is so fascinating.
What's up,
to me.
Landry? What's our beef?
I think
don't
that's so
even know.
fascinating.
He
Hold on,
sent me
hold on.
money, this
One at
guy,
a
to come
time.
up on his
One
panel,
at a
so I don't
time.
get what it could be.
So I find it fascinating here in this space, like, and this is crazy to me because you can do something so insignificant, and that person will be convinced that you like are seeking their attention. When in reality, it's my name was something weird. It was like from a previous stream. I think it was Roast, and I wanted to change it to just I saw you there, and I was seeing that there was the Golden Renaissance Productions version of you, right? I don't use different names as far as stock accounts. I'm not one of those people. But you are Truth or Cop, and I would like to learn, I guess, why that's the case. But you know, this probably isn't the place for it. But no, we have no issues. But I did learn about you paying $750 to OTW, and I found that fascinating.
Why? Who cares?
$330.
No. It was
For a painting.
for the exclusive membership. I guess, I mean, is that just a support thing, Truth or Cop, or because he's the one who told me you live on a military base, which is why I thought it was interesting.
He told you that. Which military base do I live on? This is the painting I
know
paid
this
for,
one.
by the way.
Cool.
So it wasn't for the membership?
Is it that was part of the deal. We made a deal. TV and I did. Who's on panel? Before your time, youngster.
Okay.
Not
yes, sir.
Chiquita. What did you get on here want to talk about? Landry wants to make this about me and him. I don't know.
No, you came here.
It's
You
not
showed up
acceptable.
afterwards.
Oh, hold on, Landry. So go ahead. I mean, whatever you want, Truth or Cop. Do you have any questions? I know the last time that we had a conversation, we were talking about Rose and whatever, but like I'm kind of over it. I mean, I gave already my perspective on things, and I heard your panel with them and stuff. It's whatever, you know. But do you have anything that you want to bring to the table?
Well, if you want to bring Rose in the conversation, I find it interesting. Did you not Landry meet through Rose, or it just happenstance that you both have known Rose?
Who?
Yeah, I don't know how
Landry and
Landry
you.
knows Rose, but
Landry
you can
knows
ask.
Rose, by the way. He does.
Mhm.
Okay.
Yep.
All right. So how did you come to know Rose, Landry? Why don't you give us the lowdown?
Baby Truther show, but I didn't like know her personally. I never talked to her, but that's where I first learned of her. But I've just been a Crow fan, so you know, that's why I was subscribed to her. Then I saw her doing some shit with Jack Talcott, and then that's how I got into this crazy nonsense space. But why do you ask, Truth or Cop?
Because Najeda went to Rose's house. He moved to America. We've already been to. I'm not going to rehash it with you, not.
There's some great audio.
Andrew
Is it
clearly
just me,
doesn't
or
know.
Yeah, your
No,
audio
it's probably
is a
terrible.
little
It's
bit.
probably bad. Yeah, I can't do anything about it. I'm sorry, man. It's like a fucking constant battle with me. But how the hell did you have good audio in the Himalayas, dude? I don't understand. I can't get good
I don't
audio
live
in
in the
America.
Himalayas. I don't live in the Himalayas. I haven't lived in the
You did?
Himalayas for about a year now. Well, I used
No,
to,
but
yeah. I
you
used to live
never
in
had
the.
audio issues there. That's what I'm saying.
No, that's not entirely true. I've had I've been disconnected from my channel and stuff like that, so I've had audio issues. But for the most part, it was pretty decent, actually, not too bad. For like, I had data on my phone and I connected to my computer, and it worked fairly well for the most part. So you know.
I've never had. I don't know what it is. I've always struggled with the audio issues. That's why I don't ever have my camera
Yeah.
on. It's more about the audio. I'm trying to improve audio quality. That doesn't work either.
Yeah.
This is why I
Yeah,
became the sound
this is
guy.
not really, yeah, this is not really working out. I mean, like, I love to have you, but you need to fix your audio, man. It's we can't continue on with the
This
show
isn't
with
working
this
out.
way. So what about you? Go ahead.
Give me
Do
a
you want to
moment.
say something? So
Reconnect here.
anyways,
Hold on.
oh my God.
Yikes.
So Landry, just to go back to the conversation and just to make it clear, like, you know, like, I don't know if I finished my story, but like when I was living in the Himalayas, like, you know, Rose and I got to know each other, and you know, I've been with her for, I've known her for like since 2019, and we were, you know, in confidence of each other, like we were messaging each other and talking to each other quite regularly, I would say. And then, you know, I told her about my situation, that I was like starting to run out of money and I need to get out of there. So she floated the idea that I could come and live with her, which I did for about a month and a week. And, you know, she talked about like, you know, they had a trailer that somebody needed to go and organize or clean out. And I'm like, okay, I'm, you know, I'm ready to do that. And then I went over to their place and I ended up staying with them. And, you know, I cleaned their house and organized their place, and you know, took care of their cats and whatever. You know, there's things that I did while I was there. I came to the realization that I wasn't really able to, you know, stay with them longer. And, you know, about 10 days before I left, I let them know that I found something else, a mutual friend, so to speak, found another friend who needed like help to, for small. It's like basically room and board is basically what the work was for, and then I would put in the hours and work for her. It's a cat lady, older cat lady, and so I ended up being there for 6-7 months, and that was great because that allowed me to have an address, and I was able to work for her and her friends, and was able to save up a little more money and save up and pay back my dad and all that. And then during that time, I found this program called Accelerated Training for Defense Manufacturing, and that's where I'm at now. And people are like going to be asking like, "Oh my gosh, Nachiketa, you're a Freemason. You got brick walls." All the buildings, all the apartments are made of brick. I'm sorry, and I'm just going to show this section of my room because it's a little bit of a mess here. I'm going to say though, so that's kind of what's going on. It's not necessarily secret information.
Wait, they say you're a Freemason because of the brick?
Some people are saying that because I have like the brick motif, that I am somehow involved with Freemasonry, right?
Well, hey, that's where you're gonna get in trouble for talking to me because I joined the entry level, not active, but I was morbidly curious. So, what do they call it, the Blue Lodge?
So
But then,
are you a Freemason? What are you? Level
guess,
1, level 2?
Yeah, entered apprentice, I guess. Yeah, so entry level. But I mean, so I did the first initiation. But I mean, people will just run, and that's where you got to learn, like I guess, or I did, how these things get started and the excessive levels of paranoia that exist online. And people just, they come up with the crazy and until you see it about yourself, you don't realize how, because the whole time that I'd heard it about others, I was like, let me look into that. But the first time you hear it about yourself, you're like, oh, that's what's going on. People just say things and then it just gets ran with. Wow.
Okay, so why did you want to join Freemasonry? What do you know about it? Like, what do you
So
have to do for that?
it started with morbid curiosity, to be completely
Okay.
fair. And then so I inquired because it seemed so unobtainable from what I understood. And then I found out like how to get a hold of the email and then 2 months later they got back to me and they said, hey, we have these events. Then once I got to the event, these dudes were so warm and welcoming that you have to go to, I think, 4 to 6 before they can actually let you in. But I kept going to them, and it was like we would all drink. And this is when I used to drink alcohol. We'd get drunk and we'd have a great time. And they were like, they touch you on the shoulder, they shake your hand like man, and they make you feel really good about yourself. And it was like, of course I'm going to join these dudes. This is just so friendly and cool. But then they don't tell you the levels of memorization and commitment that is required. It's like once you get in, it's like that's all you do. You just have to sit there and memorize. It's work. It's not easy. But then other than that, the low levels, all from what I saw, was just a bunch of dudes eating bologna sandwiches, having holiday parties. It's a social club on those low levels more than anything. But I do know obviously what goes on in the higher spaces. But I would say, and everyone knows this, right? Most of the members don't realize what's going on the higher levels, right?
Okay, so like, what was the initiation like? Can you what can you share and what can you not share with us? Is there things that you cannot share with us?
Well, here's what I will say. The fact of the matter is, and I know that this is not okay. So there's obviously each initiation from stage 1 or stage 0 to stage 1, stage 2 is different, and it is one of the things they make you swear secrecy on. So I'll tell you that if anyone out there has AI, I know everyone does, you can ask the AI and it will tell you. So I'm just going to leave that there. I could tell you what my experience is, the things that I can say.
Yeah, like don't share. I don't want you to get in trouble. I don't want your throat sliced open or your stomach eviscerated or whatever.
Tongue
I
torn out.
know there's some. Yeah. I know there's some oaths that you have to speak about, but whatever that you can share, go ahead and share.
Essentially, yeah, it's the things you can't share are the memory work, which is involved in the rituals. But so okay, everything that you do in your initiation, you have to memorize it. That's what happens. You know what I mean? So it's very long. It's like an hour long. So, and then it's very repetitive. So they're doing the same initiations every week and every week. So it's basically what it is it's a theater group. You know what I mean? Because it's like it's like a play. And then so people have said, well, that's what they're doing on the world stage. It is a big play. And I would say that it probably makes sense, but it's essentially ancient knowledge. like I said, just I think the things you can share is that whether or not you remember, and I mean, yeah, I did swear to secrecy of my own death, so I can't really say anything else. But nothing crazy, you know.
All right, that's fine. 1 second, Lily. Do you mind if you just get on
Nothing
camera
crazy,
for-
but you had to swear on your death.
Hold on 1 second. Lily, can you just get on camera for a second? Let me know that you're a real person before I bring you on. Go ahead, Truth the Cop. What were you saying?
Yeah, Truth or Cop, come get more paranoid. I'm ready.
My audio's better now, I hope.
Yes.
Please,
I can
God.
hear you fine now.
All right.
Yeah.
All right. I reconnected to the Wi-Fi. I was on Jack Talcott's earlier, and I kept getting booted off the panel because of the Wi-Fi issues, not because of Jack. But you only had to swear on your own life.
Can you? Yeah. Go ahead. Sorry. Go ahead, Truth the Cop. Your background is playing, Lily. Just FYI. But go ahead, Truth the Cop.
I was just saying, nothing too serious. You just had to swear on your own life, there, Landry. I mean, that might be a little serious.
Well, so what do you think happens in the first level that I would be hiding? It's just you have to take a wild guess.
Oh, some repetitive, some statement you repeated over and over. You already said it, so
Mundane
I'm not
stuff,
too
yeah,
interested.
so- Well, okay. Well
Yeah,
exactly,
but that's what the internet's about. That's how it's a gradual progression into this ideology, like a bigger ideology beyond what we understand. And we take one step at a time, and it might not look like we're climbing a mountain at first. And then when we get up on the peak, we're like, oh, fuck. And when we start one step at a time, you might wind up from a certain perspective you don't want to be at. And I don't know.
That's why I'm no longer active. Have that part. Did you catch that part? I'll probably be
I'm
kicked
not
out here
coming
in the
at
next 6
you.
months.
I didn't come at you about the Freemason shit, did I?
I'm not saying
I'm just saying.
I'm just responding to what you said.
All right. Let me just welcome Lily to the panel. Hi, Lily. How's it going?
Hi, thanks so much for having me on. Mainly just saying hello. I've been in the background scenes, mainly found you through Z. Oh, can you hear me?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. And mainly just wanted to say hello, say thank you for what you're doing. Seems like everyone left Flat Earth thanks to Will Duffy, and glad people actually still care about it. So being a flat earther, I guess since 2016, it's mainly the reason that I'm married. Maybe not the only reason, but it was the biggest reason that I would say brought my husband and I together was that same understanding. And so just...
Oh, wow. Flat Earth brought her together, Lily and her husband. And she's thanking Nachiketa for keeping Flat Earth going. Nachiketa with the masonry behind him. Nachiketa has banned multiple of my accounts on his channel. Multiple. And Nachiquifa pushes the concept of a rising Earth, that Earth is flying upwards. Well, how come we don't feel the motion? How come we don't feel it? How come we don't observe it? Excuse me. How come we don't observe it moving? How come we can't test it moving? How come nothing is showing that it's moving upward, an upward vector? Where's the evidence? Where's the evidence? Where's the evidence? Nobody asked this, though. It's a realm of fucking demon tards. They'll follow anything. There was a guy that came to my channel the other day and said, we didn't build those castles. They'll believe anything they're told. Anything. Anything. And I mean that. And some of you are not on that level of understanding that most people will believe anything that they're told. Anything. And some of you think, oh, surely they can't be as zombified. You'll hang on to this for years, this bullshit in your heads that they can't be as zombified as Stephen claims. There's no way they can be. There's no way they can be that zombified as what Stephen's claiming, that they'll believe anything that doesn't make any sense, that isn't observably true, isn't testable. There's no way that people will believe that. Look at the college student that I had on earlier that I showed. I didn't have her on my show, but I showed her debating, in a sense, with Charlie Kirk. She's typical. She's not an exception. And that's what some of you don't understand. You're very sheltered from reality. And I'm not saying that as an insult. I'm saying it because I can tell. A lot of you never watch this stuff. You never looked into things that I show here. You're just sheltered. You don't realize what's around you. Just like you don't realize there's demons all around you. They might not necessarily all torture and murder, but they're fucking demons that will make excuses for demonic behavior. And some of you can't pay attention long enough to what I'm saying. You'll come back the next day and say, what do you mean by demons, Stephen? Do you think they're all murdering? No, I've never said that. But do they support demonic behavior? Yes. Do they feel sorry for demons, for murderers, for torturers, for criminals? Yes. Do they have any tears for victims? Any tears, care, sympathy? No. Do they ever demonstrate sympathy for victims? No. Is that common in this realm? Yes. Will you ever have the understanding that I have of this realm? Probably not. There's a few here that might. A few. Out of the whole realm is what I'm saying, not just my channels. The whole realm. There's very few in this realm that even want to understand this. They just want to believe that they're in a good fucking realm. They'll go to a channel and say, whoa, hey, Nacha Katie says that it's a rising earth. It's got to be. Well, can you show me some evidence, please, of motion of the ground? Show me that the ground beneath my feet is moving constantly. Show me that it's either moving upwards or spinning or doing any motion at all. At all. At all. And I wish I could drive this into your heads like nails through your skull. That's an analogy, not actual nails, an analogy. I said like that. Do I think that most people will ever understand even a millionth of what the fuck I've been saying on here? I doubt it. I doubt it. Because I think that most people have the attention span of a pissant. And Gen Z especially. It's almost like they have no attention span. All they can do is insult. They're losers. And some will say, are you saying it's a whole generation of losers? Yeah, basically. Yeah, basically. So anyway, show me some evidence. And a lot of you that come here, you don't care about the truth. You just want me to say something that you can nod your head up and down, say that feels good. It feels true. Like Hanko Flamio, he says, quote, truth is just a feeling, end quote. And there's a lot that come through my channel that are just like that. And they'll even say, well, God sees us all as equal. What God and what equality, and equality in what way? It's just laughable. Most of you don't think, you just spew out your programming. And that's what you do. And it's very easy to detect once you're aware of it, which I don't believe most humans are. I think most of you are totally unaware of the programming around you. And then there's others that are aware of it, but you're so demonic, you support it. You support demonic programming. So yeah, if you're saying that, anyway, I hope one day you get it. I hope for your sake. Do I expect you to get it? No, I don't. I don't. Because it shouldn't take this long to understand what I've been talking about. If you don't get it by now, I don't think you're going to get it.
Like being devastated at the turnout, I feel like, of the flat earth has just like been so depressing. And
she feels like, and they feel like, and they feel like, and feel like, and Nachaquifa, feels like, feels like, and that's what it is. It's just all feelings. They'll talk for hours and there's no evidence at all, and nothing presented in a narrative that makes sense, where you can hear it said and go, yeah, that makes sense. That adds up. This is what people want. They want shit. And you can lie to me. You can come and lie to me, but you're not going to fool me. You should say people want shit and people feast on shit. If you can't notice that much, you don't belong on my channel. Go somewhere else.
I listened to Jaron for years and years and years. I guess listening to you and Z.
I bet you did. You're fooled for years and years, and most of you watch shit channels for years and years and years. Some of you watch Alex Jones for 10, 15, 20, 25 fucking years. It takes you forever, and you still can't see through it. You can't see. And you'd be a wiser, smarter, more honest being if you just at least admitted to that, dropped your fucking ego and said, you know what? I can't see because I've been following shit my whole life. on television and YouTube and wherever you go, you're fooled by shit. Millions and millions and millions and millions of you, if not potentially billions. I don't know how many for the quacks out there that are focused on, hey, what's the exact number? I can't give that to you. But what if you were a big picture thinker, you'd say, it doesn't matter so much what the exact number is that we can't determine. It's the fact that it's the majority. Maybe I should start looking at it that way instead of wanting a number written down. That might be more helpful for you. Do I think you'll do that? No, I don't. I don't, because I know you're kind. You fixate on the little details that you'll never know. You get hung up there in the weeds. There's lots that have come and gone through my channel that they're trying to examine every little blade of grass, and I'm trying to show them the forest. And they're down on the ground with a magnifying glass saying, I have to examine every little blade of grass. And I'm saying, you're getting hung up in the weeds. You can't even see the forest. That's the way it is. And I know that the reaction to most is they deny it and say, oh, I do see the forest. I don't think so. Not if you're focused on things like that. You'll probably, most likely, never know the number of demons in existence in this realm and beyond this realm. You could be curious forever. You could think about that every day if you want. And I see people doing stuff like that. In the end, maybe you'll be on your deathbed saying, I wish I spent more time on something else, more time, thought, energy on something that would help me. I wish I had listened more to the big picture. I wish I had paid attention more to King Stephen when he was talking about what demons are and their behavior and their patterns. And he was trying to show me something. But what I was focused on is, I wonder if one day I'll know the exact number of demons in existence. It's not going to help you at all. But that's what most people do. So I'm not trying to make you feel bad. That's what most of you do. Most humans focus on what will never help them and what they'll probably never know. So congratulations. Focus on that. Don't listen to what I'm saying during these shows. Focus on shit that you'll never find out. And just say you're curious, but you're not curious about the things that will help you. That's what I find interesting. If you could sort of harness your curiosity into something that might actually help you, instead of being like people I've known that will stare at a fucking seagull at a concert and they'll miss the music. And I'll say, hey, do you remember that band? And they'll say, no, I was looking at a fucking seagull the whole time, distracted. You're missing the point. A lot of you here that come to my channel miss the point of what I'm doing. And I'm aware of it. It is frustrating for me. And as I've been mentioning for months, it makes me wonder what I'm doing. What the hell am I doing? Because you miss the point. You just are focused on the most meaningless shit that won't help you whatsoever. Some of you don't even get why I'm showing what's on the screen with these creatures. You won't even get that, but some of you can't even see through them. You can't see what they're doing. So if you can't even figure them out, how the fuck do you think you're going to not be fooled by demonic entities? And that's, anyway, you don't have to use this realm in life to train your discernment. You don't have to. Just get recycled. It's easier that way. Just go get recycled.
And just like y'all's stance on it, I just appreciate it, I guess, for like staying true, because I just feel like it's just sad. It's just like so incredibly sad being in it for so long, and everything that we've like gone through. I feel like with like Rob Skiba and then Bob and just all of that, just to see what has happened. And then now you keep, you know, I don't know, hearing Austin say he's going to come back and talk about stuff, and then he just never does day after day. He keeps mentioning he's going to come back and talk about things and then never does. So all that was like a little bit sketch, but yeah, mainly just saying hi and thanks for still caring about this stuff.
Well, I appreciate it, and I really appreciate the encouragement. You know, I also feel the same way. I think there's a lot of disappointment that happened, especially when you have like, you know, I used to have a lot of respect for Jaren and Witsit, and I know they had big channels and they were big names within the
Yeah.
community. But you know, even prior to going to Antarctica, I, you know, was warning Jaren privately about, you know, like, got to watch out for this Will Duffy guy. You know, he's somehow associated with Bob Enyart, and
Yeah,
you
he
know,
was some
Bob
bad
Enyart tried.
news.
Who?
Yeah,
Bob who?
Bob Enyart, Enyart,
Who's that?
Yrt. He is a pastor from Denver. Like Will Duffy, I did a whole thing about it, but basically, Will Duffy's church was Bob Enyart's church. Bob Enyart ran a Denver Bible church back in the day for a number of years. He was a
Freemason Landry worked with Freemason Jaren. And people trust him. And there's no way to get people to open their eyes. That's what I've discovered. There's no way to help most on earth. Most humans are foobar. They have discernment that is functioning at the level of a retard. And they don't want to work on it. They don't want truth. Most in this realm don't want truth. They want to follow liars. They want to they want to follow retarded shit and retarded shills. And they do. Day after day, year after year, they'll follow shills for years and years. Jaren was around for almost 10 years. People followed a fucking shill for 10 years. Imagine being so stupid to be duped for a decade on YouTube by a shill. And that's how dumb most people are.
a proactive anti-abortionist. He's a pro-lifer, and he used to protest against Planned Parenthood. But while he was like still working and having an association with Bill Gates, which is kind of fascinating because Bill Gates' parents were the ones who founded the Planned Parenthood. So you know, you make
Yeah.
it make sense, right?
Yeah.
And then now after and so Will Duffy was a producer for Bob Enyart for a number of years, and Will Duffy now is the pastor of the same exact physical church that Bob Enyart used to be a pastor of, but he changed the name to Agape Kingdom. So you know,
And do we figure
that's
out for sure if he was actually a pastor?
I think he is. I think he's
Yeah.
genuinely an actual pastor.
So this is Lily's focus. Is he an actual pastor? And then he says, I think he is. And she's like, yeah, this is what they want. They want to know about people personally. And their focus is never on the truth. It's never on truth seeking. It's always on shit like this. These shit shows that just talk about each other. It's all they do. It's all they do. And for the lazy-minded assholes that come around here and say, well, you're talking about them. I also make videos like this. Hundreds of
Victory
videos
were
like on the screen here from my Esoterica series. Hundreds and hundreds of videos where it isn't talking about people in the panelverse. It's actual esoterica and spiritual wisdom. It's not just knowledge. Do I think most people are smart enough and aware enough to even notice this? No, you're not. Most aren't. They'll say all he does is talk about it, and they don't even talk. They don't even mention hundreds and hundreds of videos for years trying to show you evidence, and most don't care. They just lie about me and say all Stephen does is bash us, which is a lie. Some of you are so dumb you can't realize that my live streams are more entertainment. There's truth here shared quite often as well, but it's not 100% focused on truth speaking. There's an entertainment aspect to this in case you're too fucking slow to notice that. I do get sick of slow people being around. And my videos are more like this Esoterica series. There's a difference. There's a difference, which is why I always encourage people, if you're truth seeking and you want to understand things, watch the videos. This is a live stream you're watching right now, but this on the screen sharing Esoterica series, Where Are We, is a video. It's a recorded video. It's not a live stream with a chat. I shouldn't have to explain basic level stuff. But unfortunately, I know people have been dumbed down and they're so lazy that they need everything explained in this fucking realm. And that's what wears on me and drains me. And I don't think most of you mind. I don't think that aspect of the realm where you're surrounded by slow-minded fucking demontards, I don't think it does wear on most of you. I don't think it bothers most of you. Most on earth is what I'm speaking about. Most beings that walk on two legs or in a wheelchair, it doesn't bother you from what I've noticed and being around people. Unless they do something to directly affect you, like cut you off on the road and you'll get road rage or some reaction. But in terms of everybody being slow-minded, most people don't mind at all. They don't mind. And that shows me something about your realm, realm-wide. And you also, most of you humans, do not care about the truth. If somebody lies about me to you, most of you don't care. You don't give a shit. They could say Steven's channels mainly attack people. He's an attack channel. They'll misrepresent me, lie about me. Most people that have been on my channel don't care what the truth is or what's false or if lies are being spread or rumors or character assassination or smear campaigns. Most don't care. Most in this realm and on YouTube. In the realm, on YouTube, anywhere. Most don't care. Most in this realm do not care about the truth at all. Unless the lies directly affect them and their pocketbook or their job or something, and it impacts them directly. Other than that, most people have no care for what's true or false in this realm. None. That's the way I look at it. And you know who proves that to me? You do. Humanity does. I observe it in real life, on YouTube, in the media, mainstream media, alternative media, the trutherverse, the panelverse, everywhere I look. It's that pattern where most of you don't give a shit what is true or not about anyone and anything in this hell realm. You don't care unless, again, the one caveat is if that truth or that lie directly impacts you in your life, especially your pocketbook, your money. If they lie or there's some lie that's going to cost you a lot of money or cost you your life savings, you'll care because it's you. It's selfish. In terms of truth that affects the entire realm or everyone else or affects me, you don't care. It's the way it is. Most beings in this realm are completely self-centered and selfish, which makes you demonic. That's what it is. Do I think you'll ever understand? Most that come across my channel and hear this will ever understand what I mean by demonic? No, I don't think you will. I don't think you're capable. Most people prove that it takes them years and years to even come close to understanding the simplest things. So I know there's something wrong with you spiritually, because this should be easy to understand. You should be able to pick up on this right away, and you can't do it. You show me that you're not doing it, that you're not picking up on it. You're showing me. You're showing me. So that's how I know there's something spiritually wrong with you. You have problems. You have fucking problems. I don't think you'll ever get it. If that hurts your feelings, good. Good. Maybe that'll provoke you to try to change. But it shouldn't take months or years to catch on to what I'm saying. There's something wrong with you if it does.
God hates white people. He created them to be hated. Like, white people are a virus. The only way to get rid of it is the medicine. Real niggas are the medicine.
You got a whip right here.
Nah, yeah, this for you. When I see a white baby, I be like, he's gonna try to enslave my people when he gets older. The only thing that a white person could give me is their life.
The men and the women who profited off of our slavery, they're going to bow at our feet.
You'll kiss this boot right here.
One at a time.
Keep on coming, Mr. White Man. Everybody said if they love black people.
You think they're paid to do that? These fucking wimps? What do you think?
But there's no action behind it.
Both of y'all sit.
These are the Black Hebrew Israelites, a black supremacist group that hates white people and believes that they're the true Israelites.
No, I would tell you, I really hate white people. I would tell you that.
But what other groups besides whites do they hate?
The dark race is the so-called African, who you would call the Nigerian, the Rwandan, the South African. They are
The ones that kiss the boots, if they're white or Jewish, either way, I would deport them. Float them away on doors. Disgraceful. If they're paid actors or not. Float them away on doors. Float them away.
not our people.
And do these beliefs actually come from the Bible? I met up with Captain Tazariak and his brothers mid-training session in Harlem, New York to learn more.
What you see over there is you see what we call Hebrew Academy. So this is.
So for you Harlem, New York lovers, there's what you have there. That's what you have in Harlem.
A physical training and mental and spiritual training that we do every year, where we take new members, we train them, so they're going to go through physical training, self-defense, spiritual training, learning scriptures.
Okay, real quick, you have any questions, Smith?
No, I'm just wondering. I've seen them before, I just don't know what they do.
What we teach is that the true children of the Bible are Blacks, Hispanics, and Native Indians, and so we come out here to train these new members in our school.
Sounds good to me. I'm out here doing kind of the same thing.
There's one.
Listen to this. She looks Jewish to me. She's probably in support because she's probably against whites the way many Zionists are.
Yes. We believe that white people are probably the worst thing to ever happen to black people.
Well, I can understand.
What are your plans for her and her kind?
It's not really our plans, it's God's plan. According to the Bible, God is going to avenge black people for what white people did, so they go enslaved. You know, they got to be in chains, they got to build our kingdom, they got to serve out the judgment for touching God's people.
How you doing? What are your thoughts on the Black Hebrew Israelites?
I would need to know more about it.
Can you give her a quick synopsis of what you believe in?
Of course, you know Jesus Christ is black, right?
I don't know much about, to tell you the truth, the Bible. I do know that people are being persecuted and have been for a long time.
They show cotton pickers. Look at this. This guy's got 8 million subscribers, this Tyler Oliveira. 8 million. Special thanks to Captain. Look at this. 8 million subscribers. He's reaching a lot of people with this propaganda. And people will just think, oh, what's wrong with that? What? Most people in this realm don't care about anything. Just themselves. Selfish is demonic.
It's the patriarchy in this country and in many other Western countries that are discriminating, and I'm happy when people are standing up for educating other people and helping us understand.
This is a very compassionate answer. At some point, though, you will be in chains and enslaved, apparently. What are your thoughts on that?
If you lead the people into slavery and destroy their identity, shouldn't there be a punishment for those people who do it?
Yes.
Is he a brother? ¿Qué es tu país de origen?
España.
Spanish count or no?
Conquistadors. We're indigenous. That's European, right?
Oh, man. Okay.
They're the ones who conquered the natives.
That's what I'm saying. They could kiss the
Yo,
boot?
yeah, hell yeah.
I'm not so sure that I myself should take responsibility other than helping the legacy of what white people did to dark people.
She said, I'm going to help the legacy of what white people did. You know what that means? That's Trump.
No. Help erase that legacy.
He's trying to set you up over here.
Don't give me a hard time here.
I know that we haven't done right by Native Americans, by people of color from many places we call this country.
You said we. What did you do?
We, the people.
I'm going to say something here. I don't think that white privilege exists in America, in Canada, in England, but it should. I don't think white privilege exists in America, Canada, in the UK, France, Germany, etc. But it should. It should. I'm for white privilege. I'm for white privilege.
Who represent the dominant narrative in this country.
But in the Bible, this will be reasonable to me. It says that the fathers and the women who had slaves, that they would bow to the slaves. In these last days, in these end times, when Christ comes back and rules this earth, a black man by the name of Jesus Christ, the men who led our people into captivity and the women who profited off of our slavery and our blood, they're going to bow at our feet. That would be reasonable to me.
You asking her to bow right now?
I mean, that would be reasonable. Like, if you were really sorry for what your people did.
If you feel truly bad for what your ancestors did, will you give them $20 right now?
I don't know if that would solve a problem, and my ancestors were dirt poor also.
I would say empty your bank account. When you think about it, we became the financial backing of building America. We became the labor. So when you say money doesn't change it, it does. That's why I said empty your bank account. You should too. Everybody, every white person should empty their bank account.
Would you be willing to maybe give a $100 donation to the cause?
Yeah. Yeah, that.
Like right now on camera?
Well, I don't have anything.
Is he trying to coerce her to give money? Then he says he's just kidding. Does anybody like this guy, Tyler, with 8 million subs? Look at this. This is the pathetic shit people watch. Imagine.
Do you believe in justice?
I do believe in justice.
Es una posibilidad que quizás la rápido de este hombre.
I'm in my 70s now. When I die, that money's going to be gone. And it's not going to go to people who are just going to go out and buy lattes and spend it on going out to bars and whatever. It's going to go to cancer causes and causes like yours.
Like black people?
Black people. Doctors Without Borders is a big thing I support.
The first thing that came to my mind was that when she dies, she's going to help black people, not when she's alive.
No, I'm doing it now. I'm giving a huge amount of what I've got every year.
Why should you feel obligated to help?
Why should she do that? Is she stupid? Why would she do that? Are you dumb? And this is how dumb people are. Why would you do that? They hate you and you're giving them money. They hate you. He openly hates you and you're giving them money.
Help black people. Did you enslave anyone?
No, absolutely not. But our society is God. Big thing I support.
The first thing that came to my mind was that when she dies, she's going to help black people, not when she's alive.
No, I'm doing it now. I'm giving a huge amount of what I've got every year.
Why should you feel obligated to help black people? Did you enslave anyone?
No, absolutely not. But our society is continuing the discrimination that's based on what happened.
Justice should be done, in my mind, at the time that it happens. And if we don't have a legal system in this country or in all countries to take care of people who commit these kind of crimes when they happen.
Oh, wait, hold on a second, everyone. I just wanted to share my white privilege card. It's a platinum. I have a platinum white privilege card. This is mine on the screen. It's zoomed in. But this is my white privilege card. And I'm for white privilege. I want all white people that are not liberals, that are not anti-whites, traitors, to have white privilege. I want you to have this. I want you to have white privilege, and your children and your grandchildren and your nieces and nephews and your white cousins. You understand? And your siblings, as long as they're not anti-white. If they're anti-white, which would be feminists, leftists, the extreme leftists, Antifa, the ones that hate white men, then no white privilege for them. Float them away on doors. But if they are good, decent white people, I want them to have white privilege in America. I'm not kidding about this either. Not at all. This is not trolling. They'll say, oh, he's trolling. No, I think they should have white privilege in America. We should. Good white people should have white privilege in the lands that our ancestors built in our civilization, from America to Canada to all the way down under to Australia and France, Germany, the United Kingdom, Sweden, Norway, Iceland. White privilege. What do I mean? I mean the privileges of being safe in a great society built by our white ancestors. We should reap the rewards of what our people have done. It should be for us. Africa can be for Africans. I don't want to go there. I don't want what they have. I don't need their baboon brains and bush meat, and I don't need whatever fucking monkey brains they eat over there and all the shit they eat out of a bush. I don't want that. They can have it. They can have their mud huts. I'm not going over there, take anything that they have. They can keep it. I believe in white privilege. We should have white privilege. If I was running Western civilization, you'd see white privilege like you've never even imagined possible. People would say, you know what? We bashed them and said they had white privilege. We didn't know what it was until King Stephen came along. Now we see real white privilege. We see what it means. And it's glorious and beautiful. This is amazing. You'd be basking and glowing in white privilege. You'd be loving it. I can't tell you how much more prosperous and safer and better and more fun our societies would be. And people wouldn't be afraid to speak their mind for being called racist every chance that someone else has to call them that, label them that. Nobody would be called racist or homophobic or transphobic or this or that. That'd all be gone. White privilege would replace all that. White privilege would replace these neighborhoods that people don't want to go into for fear of losing their lives. That would be gone. That wouldn't exist. You'd see massive changes for the better, and you'd be thanking me, saying, oh my goodness, I love this white privilege. I love it. People would be loving it. They'd be loving it. Now, do I think that will get under the skin of demons that are tuned in? Yeah, it probably will. Good. Good. I hope it gets under their fucking skin like splinters under their fingernails and splinters in their brains. Fuck them. I believe in white privilege. I think we should have white privilege, and we don't currently. White privilege does not exist in the West, but it should. That's what I'm saying. It should. And if I were running this show, it would. Not trolling. Clip that, demons. Clip that out and play it somewhere. Play it so I reach a wider audience. Help me out by obsessing over me. Make more videos about me. Make monuments dedicated to me. Monuments, and put up statues, beautiful statues of the Raven King. I'm tired of people hating me for me being me, and for me being white, European, of my ancestors created civilization. You should be thankful.
Not the generations that follow. They bear some responsibility, but if they didn't commit murder, then to me, they're not the ones that should be incarcerated.
I agree with her.
Let's just not ignore the elephant in the room. We bowed at your father's feet, fed your children while your father went off to go conquer America. While my mother was working, we had to tend to your children. Our mothers had to suckle your babies before they suckled our own babies. So it'll be reasonable for you to bow at the feet of the slave. That would be reasonable if you was really.
I would have never let a Negro put her nipple in the mouth of one of my white children. I don't even know how that occurred. That is ridiculous. Never would I have allowed that to happen. Black milk being fed to white babies? Are you serious? I think that might be a hoax. I think they might have doctored some of those pictures in recent times. That's unbelievable that they would allow a black nipple to be put into a beautiful white child's mouth. I can't believe it.
Sorry. You seem like a compassionate person.
I'm a compassionate person, but my apology is, or my way of saying I do not believe what went on in history was fair or just, is my way of saying that I may be with you in some areas, I may not be with you in other areas, but I want to fight for everybody right now, and I do, and I stand for that.
Look
My
behind
bow.
Look behind you. That's who fights. We don't need you to fight.
Okay.
But check this out. You just embody, and this is why God is going to put you in slavery. Because your people always try to slither and find ways out of the harsh reality of what was done to us. You know for a fact that your people hung my people from trees. This park right here in Harlem, you know this is a black community. It's not. It was. It's not anymore. It's not anymore. You want to know why? Because of crack. Because of Ronald Reagan. You understand? So you can't sit here like a poor lily white lady, you know, with your dog and looking hopeless because of what you've done to my people.
That seems a little exaggerated, right? Do you think that's a little harsh, K2?
I can only tell you that I live my life trying to be good to everybody I'm around, and continue to do. I would.
He's saying you could be the change you want to see, and you could take a bow right now and just show a little gesture.
A bow is a gesture, and I've got a dog that I've got to keep going with. Her name is Curry.
Sit, Curry. Sit. So both of y'all, sit.
She wants to.
Curry is a sweet-looking dog. His people have gotten hung in trees, killed, molested, raped, genocided, and you won't even take a bow is what he's saying.
That doesn't fix lynchings.
But he's saying to do a little bit to help him.
That doesn't, you know what? You're trying to position me to be oppositional, although I may not have the same history of beliefs as you do. I do agree with you that people have done incredible wrongs that land us where we are today. I hope you see that I don't represent some privileged white lady. I am just me.
Not even like a deferential bow before you leave?
Come on. That's a gratuitous...
Trying to shame her and pressure her.
That doesn't mean anything.
But you have a good day.
All right, thank you.
What else would you have liked her to do?
Oh, she was going to kiss our boots.
Have you ever had anyone kiss your boot?
Absolutely, all the time. I didn't expect it to bow. It just really was a point to show you that even though white people seem like they care about you and seem like they care about the hardships that we went through, they really kind of
Do you support these niggas? Does anyone support them?
negate it because it's really aimed at them. She knows without a shadow of a doubt of what other crimes her people did to us.
But she didn't do anything. That's the big disconnect. She didn't do anything. Just like you didn't go through slavery. Right. What are your thoughts as you walk away?
I hope it helps.
Even if it means you are eventually enslaved.
I don't think it'll come to that, but
It will though, right?
Yeah. God said, he that leadeth into captivity shall go into captivity. He that killeth with the sword must be killed with the sword.
Is that a little harsh?
yeah, but I don't think we can actually argue it and say what's going to actually happen. It could be symbolic as well as literal, I think.
Okay. Well, this is literal.
Hit, move, your hand up, get hit, bang, move, bang. Look. This is what we call my department. I'm responsible for the
Okay. Well, this is literal.
hit, move.
Oh, look at that. There's the Seal of Solomon. There's the Fleur de Lis, and it says Real Nigga University. Real Nigga University. Look at this.
Move, your hand up, get hit, bang, move, bang. Look. This is what we call my department. I'm responsible for the Hebrew Academy. What these men are going through back here is something that all our men have gone through, all the brothers have gone through, including the head of our school, Commander Junior Honor. You see these covers that we're wearing, this all represents the trial by fire that we go through out here to kind of bond us all together.
So these are all different training techniques. So now they're using mitts like you would train in boxing. So they're using mitts to learn to punch and then slip. So this is, again, the hand-to-hand combat training that we train brothers in the school so that they could defend themselves.
Fists up right here. Go. But this is just a portion of the brothers that's in the academy. We have brothers in Texas, South Texas right now. We have brothers in Chicago, brothers in Florida, brothers in Atlanta, Georgia. We even have a brother out in the Bahamas. They're actually doing what we're doing right now all over the country. So this is what.
Why should we allow them to stay in America and in Western countries? Can you give me any reasons why? They're a terrorist group. They're a terrorist group.
what bonds us together, their language, which is Hebrew, and we also teach them the biblical martial arts, which is called the Yad Karab. It's what King David used, it's what Samson used, and people don't know this. This is what Christ used as well. People think Christ was some old, just peaceful Gandhi type cat, but Christ was a superior revolutionary. You understand? And the men around him were fighters.
I know that, yeah. What are the qualifications needed to become a black Hebrew Israelite?
When you say recruits, we don't have recruits. Christ said this, my sheep hear my voice. These men found us. I found Commander Junior Hanna.
How did you find him?
By hearing his voice. I seen the camp out on the street. Brothers come and hear what's being said, hearing that the true biblical Jews are black, hearing that Christ died for only blacks, Hispanics, Native American Indians, that the 12 lost tribes of Israel are the people who are despaired and trodden on in this country that you call America.
Do you have to be a certain percentile of black or Hispanic or Native American to join the black Hebrew Israelites?
We go by who your father is, by blood. That percentile and all that comes from the so-called white man society. I mean, how do you know what percentile black I am?
I don't know.
Like, even just thinking about it doesn't make any sense. Let's say, for instance, like Bob Marley. He's a white man like you. Yeah, because his father is white. Your father is white, correct?
Yeah, he's Portuguese.
He's white. Bob Marley is your brother, not mine. My father.
Bob Marley, my man.
No, I mean, you can have him. But when it comes to nationality, the Bible always traces the lineage of the man. So if your father is a black man, a Negro, you understand, you're from the tribe of Judah. If your father is a Mexican, he is an Israelite from the tribe of Issachar. They are brothers.
Who is the dog race?
The dog race is the so-called African, who you would call the Nigerian or the Rwandan or the South Africans. Those are considered Africans, but they are not our people.
A Nigerian couldn't come here and be a brother?
No.
Ethiopian?
No.
Kenyan?
Nope.
None of them? Damn, okay.
The man who calls himself a Jew is a red man. His blood show forth through his skin. You cannot hide among a dark race of people. You understand? It's just proving that the black man, because we're called African because we were found in the land of Africa, hiding among a dark race.
The seduction is to convince black people that America wants us to be a part of that. The difference between like the Democratic Party, Republican is gonna say everything to your face. They're gonna do it bluntly. The Democrats is gonna do it seductively. It's almost like if you take a can of beer, you don't wanna drink the full beer, so you get light beer. But it's still the same racism.
Sure.
It's just covered up in a different bottle, but still gets you drunk.
What are your thoughts on the Civil Rights Act?
I would prefer segregation than the Civil Rights Act. The greatest time that black people had and the greatest threat that we ever were to America was segregated times, during Jim Crow, doing all the things when we was getting lynched and arrested. They incorporated the 13th Amendment so they could falsely lock us up. We still built hospitals, colleges, cities. We had a Negro League. We had all these things. We had education. Then you had the thought process of it's better if we integrate. And so when we decided to integrate, we lost education, we lost family structure, we lost businesses, we lost everything. Now they have this term called black businesses. Back during segregation, it wasn't about black business because we knew what businesses we were supporting. There was no mantra of separate from white people. We just was building our own. And that became the biggest threat because in less than 40 years removed from slavery, we showed America that we don't need you. And America can't have that because if we don't need them, then we would rise up over them.
Do you think white people naturally want segregation as well?
White people just want enslavement. White people want black people and Latinos to know your place. Trump being in office is the rallying cry for all of those MAGA people to say Trump is gonna put black people in their place. White America is loving every single thing that Trump is doing because he's saying, in their mind, he's saying, you niggas gotta act like what we say now.
It's cold, I can't feel my toes. Brothers are out here throwing hands. How long does the training last?
It's probably about 6 hours.
6 hours? Damn.
But the point is that the bond that they build today will keep them in the same shape of brotherhood.
I'm loving the Black Hebrew Israelites, I'm gonna be honest. I wish I had a white version of this. I want a real cracker university that I could join.
Babylon is falling! Babylon is falling!
Do you guys verify the paternal lineage?
We have a system to be able to tell. If anything's questionable, we'll do our due diligence to, to find out. It's hard for brothers who have white women to be in here.
They're allowed to date white women?
No, they're not allowed to date white women. But when brothers come into the school, they might have white women already. It's against the laws of God to put your woman away. Or they might have a white mother. A brother might learn the truth and learn that he's an Israelite. Some people have a hard time with that because of how harshly we teach about white people, about the crimes that they've done. That is his mother, though. We would never tell him to kill his mother or anything like that, of course, because that'd be evil and wrong.
When you see like a white person, do you ever have just like a feeling of disgust? Like, these bastards.
Well, this is what you got to understand. We're professionals. Like, I can sit and have a conversation with you all day long.
When I leave, are you like, these damn white people?
Not to the extent that you think.
Not to a personalized extent, but just more of a zoomed out group perspective.
Right, because you're one white man. And you might be an all right white guy. We can talk about electrical work. We can talk about football. You know, the game coming on and all of that. We'll never be brothers, you understand? We'll be professional. We'll be cordial. I ain't gonna slam the door in your face because you're walking behind me. I'm a professional. Okay. We ain't the Ku Klux Klan. We ain't going around like, you stupid cracker, I should hang you from a goddamn tree. We ain't the Ku Klux Klan. We're professional priests. Will you just
beyond
level, no pun intended.
The people who swear allegiances to other sides, it's beautiful. It's a beautiful thing.
Oh, look at this. He's covering my channel. He's covering the legend. Landry's very triggered by me, I guess. He has a roast video. He's triggered by me. He's triggered.
Everything is as it seems. Everything is real. You have to remember here, right?
Poor Landry.
Is I trigger egos. It's my entire goal, right? I trigger egos because, that's the way that I feel power in this space, right? That's the way that I gain my power on this internet of things, right? I've said it myself. I'm the ego triggerer. You know what I mean? It is a fascinating time to be alive. You know what I mean? It's a fascinating time to be on the internet, because what do we see in this space? We see people, and that's why they're here. It's the shit show, right? We are at the shit show. That's all we're doing. We have maybe 15, 20, 30, who knows, maybe 40, 45 tabs open. Truth or crap? You think so? And we like to make up, fun stories, and it's somehow it's a different sort of mechanism, right? It's more intelligent, more layered, more nuanced than the talking about other people. Oh, that's just drama. But when we do it, it's a little bit. It's more icing on the cake. It's more tasteful. You know what I mean? I trigger egos from the truthers. I am an ego triggerer, and I'm most certainly interested in getting something done. Right? I'm most certain.
He's a loser. That's what he is. He's not an ego triggerer. He's just a loser. He's a greasy-haired cockroach. That's all he is.
Certainly interested in being a character who is going to do great things. Most certainly. Absolutely 100%. It is the way that it is. And everything is as it seems. Everything is real. There are no false realities. There are no false witnesses. There are no... Oh, but another thing that we like to do here? We like to make people think that we are intimidating. We like to make people feel afraid. Oh, we're going to... Some people, they go IRL. They don't actually do it, though. It's really funny. It's really cute and sweet. And so in this space, only come in here if you think that you can play the game that I'm playing, which is what? Well, talking about people. We're here to talk about ideas, right? We're here to talk about ideas, and we're here to buy subscribers. That's for damn sure. And we're here to hang out and all that. But so I will just take the moment to share one satisfying moment here that we can all appreciate, right? Which is, hold on one second, let me go find this guy right here. So everybody go subscribe to Golden Renaissance Productions. It's another fascinating aspect here, right? Where he's going to put productions in his name because it's going to make you think, twice about his name. It's to induce a false sense of paranoia. The same with the name of Truth or Crop. When in reality, this is a person who is obsessed with this space, just like anyone else who would be here and is here. But when you take it from this angle, right, when you're sort of the character who is, oh, we're in the production group, like, wink, wink, wink. See, no, we're actually not a part of it, though, because we're making them think that they should be afraid, because this is all just a stage sort of thing, right? This is all a production set, you know what I mean? This is all a sort of studio movie, and then we'll get the truthers talking, because these damn truthers, dude, they're just so full of crazy conspiracies. Even the ones that, don't even talk about that stuff, those ones, what are they doing to change the world, Well, so what's really going on? I think it's a fascinating, fun time. It's a beautiful time to be alive, because we can always learn who we are based off of what we do. You know what I mean? And it's fun for me, because I get to be in this space as someone who is relatively uninitiated, so to speak. You know what I mean? So hold on one second.
You know what I mean? You know what I mean? You know what I mean? He just keeps saying that. You know what I mean? You know what I mean?
We're gonna go join a new realm today. Oh, but by the way, here's the official statement, right? Talcott, you are famous. You are. Your story is truly famous. It's truly a story to be witnessed.
Hold on a second, everyone. I got to cover something. I covered it earlier, but we have new people now that have joined the live stream. Gonna hop on over here. There's a new channel that I discovered today on YouTube. I'll reload it here. It looks like it has a big, wide brick wall as the cover photo at the top. And the avatar, it's called Bextra Lard channel. It only has 9 subscribers so far, but I'm trying to help get them more. It's the Bextra Lard channel. I'm sorry. It's Bextra Lard channel on YouTube. And that picture that's making me laugh. They have pronouns here listed. They or them, he, she, zer. Them, he, she, zer. I'm confused. I'm not sure what it is. Is that a man or a woman or intersex or Kleinfelters? I don't know. I don't know what that is. I'm sorry. I don't know what it is. But even by the pronouns, that doesn't clarify anything for me. I don't know. And then the description is, I'm a foodie and I love to chain smoke cigarettes and talk a lot of trash. I don't shower very often. Bextra Lard doesn't shower very often. I live on YouTube. I won't be squished. I got the shoulders for this. I got the shoulders for this. I can almost picture that thing saying it. And this is my greasy life. So this is a new channel on YouTube. I just found this channel. I don't know. This is. I don't know what to say. This is news to me. Giving food tips about lard is the food tip. Lard is the best thing for baking and cooking. It's super healthy. I usually eat at McDonald's, but there are rare times when I cook a pig at home. I use lots and lots of lard and grease. It is also great for your hair. So lard, they use grease and lard in their hair. Maybe that's why their hair is so greasy. And then this post, I'm just helping out this channel because I think it's funny. I don't know who made this. I farted and it smelled like Pimp Unslaved, Paul Unslaved. Their farts smell like Paul Unslaved. I mean, what? And they're tagging these channels. They're tagging these channels. Illumitami channels tagged up there. I thought they didn't like each other, but I guess Bextra Lard. I don't know. What is Illumitami going to say? And then down the first post, it looks like is, friends, I'm here to bring joy and comedy. I'm a highly intelligent, confident woman. Well, your pronouns are all over the place. I don't know if you're a woman or not. I have been a successful female comedian, but I can't share any of my stand-up comedy shows with you. Well, why not? We'd love, we'd love to see them. I mean, what is going on? And I noticed this when I was on Jack Talcott's show. I saw Bex Lard in the audience, and then Bex was there, and I thought it was her. I thought maybe it was one of her other sock accounts or something. And she got very upset, very angry when I was on Jack's show talking about Bex Lard and talking about me being on the show and just using the F-bomb. And then she stormed off. I don't know if it was the real Bex that was there, but I saw Bex Lard there. And people were laughing, and oh man, I think it's hilarious. Whoever's doing that, I think it's funny. I think it's hilarious. It's hilarious. So that's her secret to her hair. She uses lard and grease. My goodness, Bex Lard. And then I saw her again. I saw Bex Lard over at Nacha Quifa's channel. So Bex Lard is going around making the rounds places. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Bex Lard is going around, and I think it's good. I think it's good for the Panelverse community. I think it's exactly what they need in the Panelverse. Now we're going to go back to Landry's little. He has a shit show going somewhere over here. He's having these shows called roasts. He's been obsessed with me lately. He got destroyed on Jack Talcott's show earlier when he came up. He got kicked off. He kept trying to talk over me.
However, it's not going to be the way you think. I think we can learn our lesson, right? To not use your name and your life. Oh, but by the way, here's the official statement, right? Talcott, you are famous. You are. Your story is truly famous. It's truly a story to be witnessed.
There's someone in the Trutherverse that says I'm the most famous YouTuber ever. I disagree with that. In a way, because there are channels with like 1 million or hundreds of thousands. I guess he means Truther, but I am infamous. My infamy will live on forever. They'll never be able to get me out of their heads. Never. There were people in a YouTube, or not a YouTube, sorry, a conspiracy chat room that I used to be in the 1990s, 97, 98, into the 2000s. I think it lasted until, might have been 2003, 2005. They're still talking about me over 20 years later. They just can't believe that someone is like me, that someone exists like me in their world of fucking zombies. So once I'm in your head, you'll never be able to forget me. Never, you demons. I own you. I own you.
However, it's not going to be the way you think.
Look at his face. Look at the weasel. Look at his face. What a weasel. If that doesn't look like a weasel, what does? Look at his goddamn face there. Look at his face. He looks like a goddamn weasel, doesn't he? Can everyone at least admit to that he looks like a fucking weasel? He looks creepy. He looks conniving, sneaky, untrustworthy. Look at that thing on the screen. Look at that fucking thing.
I think we can learn our lesson, right? To not use your name and your likeness, because you like to trademark and play cute little games with all the things that you do. But the story will write itself, and it's going to be good. It's going to be absolutely incredible and fascinating to be seen and understood. Where's my button? We got to get my button figured out. I guess I can share the brief moment real quick that the power move, right? The incredible power, quote unquote power game. You know what I mean? That's, I guess, the words that we can use, and then we'll move on from that, right? Because it's not as important as he thinks he is. I mean, it is cute though. How important? So this is my favorite channel, right? This is the King Steven channel. Really good stuff. Everyone go subscribe to that. Because this is the same person who's going to talk about how I'm obsessed with talking with other people. But it's just they want me to be triggered and they want me to mention him, so I'm mentioning him. This is my favorite YouTube channel. It's on the record here right now. El Diablo is number 1.
So listen to this. This is his favorite YouTube channel. They can't stay away. I know they watch my channel. They all do. They can't stay away. They're obsessed with me and my channel.
I'm obsessed with talking with other people, but it's just they want me to be triggered and they want me to mention him, so I'm mentioning him. This is my favorite YouTube channel. It's on the record here right now. El Diablo is number 1, absolute favorite. Same thing as Truther Cop. He takes the alternative thing, because anything to make people look like they're separate from the nonsense garbage, right? That's all that really matters. It's just playing it in a way that's going to make you feel a little bit less involved with it than anyone else. But I mean, how long are your streams, Diablo? Let's see. Hold on. How long are they? Let's take a look here. 11, 8. So this is all you do, right? But you're different than us. You're just exposing the hell realm. That's exactly right. I'm so sorry. I could have. Forgive me. I can't believe I didn't realize that was the whole point of this, right? Same with you, Golden Renaissance Productions. It's just a cute little production company, so we're going to pay $750 to COTW because it's what we do, and it's really it's beautiful. It's a beautiful thing. So let me go take a look over here and see if we can just capture the one moment, and then I'll move on to the next panel. You know what I mean? In the Trigger Fest, right? All right, here we go.
And you guys are each online. I'm not sure why you showed up with Truther Cop.
What's
oh, sorry, did I use the wrong name? Sometimes I'm Truther Cop, sometimes I'm I get it mixed up. Sometimes I'm Landry Renaissance Productions. I forget to switch back sometimes, but
he was mocking you earlier today on his show, Jack, with Moose. He's kind of a duplicitous character that likes to pretend to be your friend over. You're interrupting. Can you let me finish? No, it's you.
It's
you, Landry. You're interrupting.
Landry, what are you doing, Landry?
Isn't it so satisfying here with the greens? How, without any sort of, never called him a demon, never called him a F slur, never called him the N word, but I can get so. My tactics are so effective because they are authentic. It is a genuine willingness to want to create better content, because it's at the end of the day, Jack wants to be a famous billionaire. His words, not mine. He's interested in being with the billionaires. So whenever I'm able to get him in this emotional reaction to where he needs this power over me because he's so beyond, the point of no return, right? Because he's already committed to the stance that he doesn't watch, anything on my channel, but somehow he always knows what Arpol's doing. He always knows what every character is doing. So he is at such, I guess you could really call it a point of weakness that like I didn't even mean to get him in. That's the thing. It's to where people can say, oh, what is your content without Talcott and without Austin, or sorry, not Austin, without fucker's name, Paul Unslaved. Well, it's most certainly it's a fascinating dynamic though, right? Because if we looked at the hours of who's watching who more, I would argue that they both are most likely paying more attention to the people who are talking about them than I am paying attention to them. So it's a move of power that I didn't even really mean to stumble into. I guess you can say, because when you come into a space where you want to help Talcott achieve goals, right? But when you realize that he's not really capable of doing the goals, we can look at his thumbnail game today if you want to check out how that went for his first thumbnail he did without Leanne. It's a fascinating time. Me and Arpol have been communicating, and then that's just so upsetting to Talcott because he operates in the same sort of allegiance nature of Paul, which, I mean, I'm not going to use the word cult. It's too easy to be said, but we'll go ahead and watch this moment of satisfying rage, I guess, and then we'll move on to the next thing. Screen next to Truther Cop and iGuru. It sounds like you're in a pretty good positive mood.
No, I'm referring to your constant interruptions.
So here's the thing, right? Already done interrupting. No longer am I interrupting, right?
What is your problem, dude?
Wow.
Dude, you need to go look at yourself. Seriously, grow the hell up. You're acting like a juvenile.
Hey, what about the message? Right? So here's my question though. Do we think that Talcott is like a actual clear like does he know what he's doing? Is it malicious, or is he just this like ignorant that he doesn't realize that these people are just pretending to be there for the message? Or he just doesn't care because he needs the attention so badly, just like, other people. And that's where I'm going to stand on this ground, dude. Where me and these others differ is I don't crave the attention that they do, or the sort of, and that's where I've always been, criticized. Oh, he got no loyalty. He's got no, he can't be trusted. Well, no, actually, I can be trusted much more than the people who swear allegiances to other sides, because when you have a unwavering dedication to someone who you do not question, that is when the problems begin to happen, right? Because that's where we come into our really unnecessarily strict bondage. Even though you basically have just a uniform, a group, I don't know the right word here, like a rubber band just holding you and you group together, and any sort of tiny threat, it's all going to snap and you're going to go flying away. You know what I mean? And that's the thing with Talcott is a fascinating thing to where you can take a couple of days off, right, to get your head back because you don't like the way that your attitude is, you don't like the way it feels. And then we can get right back into the emotions, you know what I mean, so quickly beyond the in the initial moment, because obviously it is, and this is where I guess when we hear about the words projection and all that, I think it's often overused. But with the issue of the two similar characters here, the Talcott and the Enslaved, it is that same thing that we don't see from Flow State, and that's where Flow State's going to come out on top every single time, because as boring as this content might be, because it's not intentionally like this space here, like the Talcott space, it's clearly the entertainment value is in the fact that this is a quote-unquote LOL Cal. But does he know he is one? I don't think he does. I mean, that's the thing that's fascinating to me. It would be a much better position to be in if he did know that he was one. He could, make some merchandise off that, and just imagine, the opportunities, the Holy Cows, man, Monopoly game, something crazy. You know what I mean? He's obviously willing to
listen to that merchandise. It's all about, this is what they do. It's all about money. That's all they care about. Not character, not reputation, not truth, not honesty. These gross, fucking greasy pig demons. All they care about is money, merchandise, and shit.
To go and trademark his brand, so that, and he doesn't actually ever eat any food, so he's got a lot of, disposable income. So we would think that we're going to see a sort of really good opportunity here for him, Jack. But no, instead of taking himself, see that's the thing. We have to take ourselves seriously, and sometimes we take ourselves too seriously, and that's kind of the issues that we get into here. So it is a fascinating time, but I mean, it's a beautiful thing to do. Well, let me see where this is at now. I guess we can catch up on this. It's just surrounding yourself with the people who pretend to like you and pretend to do. But that's where you got to ask: does he know? Is he aware, or is he? Because if he doesn't know, then that would make him way less smart than I thought he was. Because I thought he was at least smart enough to realize what he's doing. But I mean,
Gray, share peace with you in the here and now. Let's stop fighting. Stop fighting.
Say the thing. Say the thing. No, that's not what.
Hey Landry. So this was earlier in the chat room on the Jack Talcott live stream. This was in his chat. Bextra Lard was over there as the number 2 commenter for a little while. Somebody banned her though, I think. The curtains changed. Just a second, I gotta temporarily move El Diablo. The curtains changed and Jack has changed. New leaf turned. Exciting. She was making pretty good comments. And then Landry said, modern men lost again. Landry said, is that real, Bex? LMAO, laughing his ass off. Landry seemed to enjoy the Bextra lard. I couldn't believe it, but it's right there on the screen. Look at the bottom comment. Landry said, is that real, Bex? Laughing my ass off? Why, I didn't know he could laugh. Landry. Hey, Landry. Isn't that incredible? And he left some other comments there. I'm going to share them while I'm at it here. I have them handy. Here's another one by him. Somebody missed a few of you missed my rant earlier on white privilege. Is worth going back and watching in this live stream. I ranted about white privilege, and I showed my white privilege card. I think it was pretty good. And Landry earlier on Jack's show said, damn, dude, watching Steven steamroll is impressive. And Don't Judge Me said he's good at it. Well, I steamrolled the whole Panelverse. I'm the master at it. I'm the strongest. You're the fucking little pissant betas, weaklings. I'm the best. I'm the king. You're a bunch of fucking peasants, Landry. Don't Judge Me, Illumitami. All of you losers. Losers. I'm the greatest. I'm the king. I'm the greatest. So he called it impressive. They can't believe it. And then here he is again, Landry. This was earlier in Jack Talcott's live stream. Kudos to Steven for being a master manipulator. Well, I'm not a master manipulator. I'm just a skilled communicator. I'm very good at language. I'm very high IQ. High IQ. I have a great pedigree. I'm from royalty. There are knights in my ancestry. I'm not some fucking pissant, greasy-haired peasant living in a shithole like you. We can all look at who aligns with who is right, Jack. I'm not a master manipulator. I'm a beautiful, mad Viking artist, poet, genius. That's what I am. That's what I am. You're going to have to understand that, fucking idiot. I'm angelic, and you look like grease. You look like a grease stain. Nigga looks like a grease stain. He looks like if his 1-year-old daughter hugged him, she'd have a stain all over her face. I mean, he's gross. He's gross. He's greasy. He's slimy. He's disgusting. He's a cockroach. And I do feel sorry for his daughter. Ones like him shouldn't be allowed to breed. I stand by that as well. I'm not just saying it trolling. I mean that sincerely. Ones like him should not be allowed to breed. He's that gross. And so is the place where his daughter lives, unfortunately. It's disgusting. Earlier, I shared my white privilege card. I have a platinum white privilege card. So do I think that white people have white privilege currently in America or in Canada or the United Kingdom or Australia or France or Germany, Sweden, Norway? No, they don't. Should they? Yes. A resounding yes. Yes, they should. Yes, I hope that rings in your skulls. Yes. And to the demons, I hope it is a splinter in your brain. Should white people have white privilege in the lands that our ancestors built? We created civilization. Should we have white privilege? Yes. Should there be a place where in Scotland that any child should be afraid enough to have to carry a large knife and a hatchet to protect herself and her sister? That should never happen. Never. Never. Should there be white privilege? Yes. Am I for white privilege? Yes. Does it exist currently? No. Would I create white privilege if I was running the show? If I was the king of the West? Absolutely. you would see white privilege that you couldn't even imagine. And I'm not kidding about that. People might think, oh, he's just exaggerating. Stephen's trying to be hyperbolic, or he's trying to troll the I'm not just trying to troll the demons with this. You would see white privilege in Western countries, in Western civilization that white people created, like you've never seen. It would be glorious and beautiful and safe and fun and amazing. And you would have trillions of dollars more in your pockets, distributed, of course. Each of you wouldn't have, obviously, a trillion or 15 trillion, but you'd have trillions of dollars dispersed amongst the people of the West. We would be more prosperous, more safe, more spiritual, more wholesome. We would have more fun. You wouldn't have neighborhoods that you'd be afraid to walk through. That wouldn't exist. The changes would be so incredible, you'd be mind blown. It would be almost akin to what a certain mustachioed guy, an Australian, not an Australian, sorry, an Austrian painter did a while ago, we'll say, with Autobahns and with, everybody having a job and employed and rebuilding a country that the anti-whites tried to devastate. You would see that not just in Canada or United States. You'd see it all the way down to Australia. You'd see flotillas of doors being towed out to the horizon by big tugboats of the anti-whites, the ones that hate us. They would be floated away on doors. Now, what do I mean by that? I don't mean 2, 3, a dozen, 100, 1,000, 100,000, 1,000,000, 2 million. I'm talking millions. You would see something you would never think that you'd see that happen. You would see things happen that you'd be like, I can't even believe this is real. I can't believe that this is happening, and it's changing things so much for the better that our lives are getting so much better that in 1 week of King Stephen running things, our lives have changed immeasurably more than the last 50 years of any politicians or any militaries or any dictators or any wherever you live on earth. You could have lived in Eastern Europe with dictators. You would have never seen changes, real changes that impact your life for the better like I would do. And I'm not kidding about that. And they could threaten to assassinate me every fucking day. It wouldn't bother me. Nothing gets to me. I would put my people first. And you'd see white privilege like you've never seen anywhere. Ever on earth. In the whole history of this realm. And that would be just the tip of the iceberg. That would be, for starters, that'd be week 1. People's heads would be spinning around saying, I can't believe the changes. I didn't know things could change like this. Because they can. Our countries have been controlled by fucking traitors. That's why. They've stolen trillions of dollars from you, and it's not just the money and resources. They've lied to you about who you are. They've lied to your children. They've propped up and given money to anti-whites that hate you. They've done everything to undermine you and subvert you. They've done incredibly evil spiritual crimes against you. They've tried to oppress you and demonize you. They've done everything, propagandize you, brainwash you, mind control you. Tried to fill you with white guilt. They've done immeasurable harm to you and your children and grandchildren. To the point that if I was ever, again, this is a hypothetical, but if I was ever in control of Western civilization, I would work tirelessly day and night. If I had to stay up day and night for the first week or 2 weeks and just work tirelessly to change things for the better. And what would I do with the traitors? They would be dealt with. I'd take care of them. And what would I do with the ones that have harmed children across the West? I'd take care of them, and not in safe spaces, but in dungeons. All right? Dungeons. That's what they're fit for. Dungeons. These fuckers. These evil, sick, disgusting creatures would be dealt with. That's what I would do. That's week 1. But you'd start noticing changes in the first 24 hours because I would be on top of it and moving, not lazy, not dragging my feet, not saying I'm going to promise to do this and take care of this border situation, and 8 or 12 fucking years later it's not done. No, it would be done. I would get things done if I had to mobilize the whole fucking country and light a fire under people's ass to get things done, to get the trains moving and the walls built and the borders secured and the anti-whites deported, and real changes for the better. Real changes. Out of love for my people, not out of hatred like the losers say. It's because I care about my people, and there's nothing wrong with that. It's the way it should be. I care about European stock. And fuck you if you don't like it. Go fuck yourselves. Go fuck off and go watch a shit channel that brainwashes you that's run by demons. If you're lurking here and you don't like what I'm saying, I know there's a bunch of demons watching right now. Go fuck yourselves. You disgraceful losers. You anti-white losers. And that's what most of these demons are in the Panelverse. They're anti-white.
Thank you.
Say you are going to end all wars.
I will. God will.
What? You know what, Jack? See, you're
God
playing stupid.
will.
That's actually not in the Bible, Jack, except for afterward.
No, Afu.
In the early prophets, is it not
Okay,
Isaiah?
he kicked him out? Where's Tommy at? Where's Tommy at? Oh, really? Nachikota's live right now. That's awesome. And it's funny again, the where we can look at the Renaissance Productions again. He's sitting here with his other tab open, thinking that of all the people he thinks he can.
Landry is probably here right now watching me. Denizen might be here. Flogay might be here. Illumitami watches my show. Paul the Slave watches my show. They can't stay away. They can't stay away. They're addicted. They're addicted. Ladies love El Diablo, and so do demons. They're obsessed with me. They're obsessed. They're obsessed with me. Everybody check out the ticker across the bottom of the screen. Do you notice something different? Tell me. Why do I point it out? I want you to be well aware of the differences. Not just between my channel and these other channels, I'll say, on YouTube. I want you to start noticing differences in the realm with beings. Notice demons. Notice their behavior. Notice the differences. You've been taught, oh, noticing differences is bad. Don't focus on differences. Differences, that's division. That's divisive. Oh, that's divisive. Don't worry about our differences. Unite. We're all the same. We're all the same. We're not 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 all equal. You should be noticing differences, not pretending dishonestly that they don't exist or don't matter. They do matter. And you should notice differences. And they're trying to mind fuck you and spirit fuck you when they tell you, oh, it's bad to notice differences. Don't focus on differences. That's what demons try to convince you of, so they can hide. You should notice differences. You should notice differences.
Trigger. I mean, the last one I think is going to be me, my friend. I mean, I believe you live with. Hold on, let's get that. But if Nachikota's live, I would love to join. Hold on. I've not talked to him, so that would be a great opportunity. Hold up. Hold up.
I thought it was Carl that called you Quackhead. Was it Bobby or Carl? I don't know who nicknamed you Quackhead, but I thought it was good. Quackhead. I thought it was Carl that night that came here.
Oh, he's not going yet, but when he gets that going, I will absolutely jump into it. You know, we can have a nice discussion on the I hope we do.
You jump into it to try to promote yourself and your channel. That's what you do. You just want more fucking losers to watch your channel, Landry. Landry. Hey, Landry. Hey, Landry.
There's, you know, things that aren't just Earth talk, but I would be happy to hear it. You know what I mean? Also, with Truther Cop. Well, thank you. I appreciate you, ABC. It's very kind. But yeah, it's one of those things to where when I talk about people, right? And you know, shout out to Tony. When I talk about people, it's always in a sort of fashion of authentically analyzing what's happening in whatever way that might be. Because initially, where did I come into this space? Well, it was as a genuine desire to help, and I'm continuing to just blow the doors down with these tiny little AI projects that are just way more than the amount of backdoor effort or back in the background effort that you see from characters like Talcott. And it's just funny to me because I have remained, and somebody, you know, you can take my word here, or you can go find me some proof that have I ever insulted him? I mean, I'm sure there's something out there, but as far as criticisms, there's plenty of those. But have I ever called him F-slur? Have I ever called him just name just to his face, just talk down to him, called him a cockroach? No, of course not. But I've criticized him and I've been authentic, and he can't handle that because you have to LARP into it, right? You have to LARP into the character and play the game. He, we're gonna end wars. We love you. But I came in. I'll still stand by this. I'm willing to do the heavy lifting that's needed to carry, you know, the brand. But I'm not asking obviously for that position at this point because he's been proven to be a dishonest person as far as the financial aspect goes. You know, claiming, you know, he's not about the money, and he also claiming he wants to be with the billionaires. And then what else we got here? So with some people, it's a powerlessness, right? Because whenever we feel powerless over our lives, and they teach you this, I guess, in AA and everything, we often have to be humble enough to really just let go of control and then give it over to God, right? But then what happens is a lot of people start to use that as a sort of crutch. You know what I mean? It's a crutch. It's truly a I would be open to it, but I've spent a lot of time on the Earth talk that I just kind of have grown old and grown tired of it. It's one of those things that
that's where to cover themselves in the blood of the innocent one who was sacrificed.
Does he believe it?
And chosen to lead us. And it's all confusing. If we only focus on the loss, that's where we find.
Let me see how Tommy was exited out real quick.
I will. You join.
No, you won't. You haven't.
On me, I was doing
Well
good.
done.
I'm gonna hold you to that forever.
Just for this second.
Clip
For this
it.
second,
Okay.
yeah.
Okay. All right. I like this snafu.
Good.
Yeah. Hey, there's some great things going on, and I do appreciate Snafu. Thank you for what you're bringing.
So does it? I mean, that's the scariest thing to me is the way it's able to be like flipped on the head like that. Sort of the vast difference between the regular, the fake friendly Talcott, right? The
And we've got another man I admire, who I know we don't disagree as much, but he truly is a big influence on others.
I was just gonna say, a man of the streets.
Go fuck yourself, Steven.
Just want to point out this thumbnail right here.
You came on my panel. You didn't have shit to say, and as soon as you opened your mouth, you got kicked, and nobody had a problem with it.
Can you bring?
And I'm sick of it.
Is,
Let's let.
There was a claim that Talcott made. He could take a few days off and learn how to edit like I do. Took a few days off, so I mean, let's see it, Talcott.
Uncupcaking is uncupcaking here. I might, you know.
No.
I just want to say, fuck you, David Wayne. All right, I feel bad.
Red flag video. It's red flag video. Hey, Dave.
All right, everyone. I've been covering the Landry show where he's roasting people. His live stream is called The Roast Begins. Now he's trying to call himself King Landry because he's envious of me. There's a new channel that popped up. Bextra Lard. Bextra Lard channel. I thought she was called Bextra Large, but there's a new channel that popped up called Bextra Lard, and it's got the bricks. Is that because she's, I don't know, is she just heavier than a brick wall? Or does it have to do with her ties with maybe Freemasonry, with her daddy, her Dr. Daddy? Her daddy's a doctor, by the way. I don't know why I'm saying her, because they have pronouns listed as them, he, she, zer. So what is that? Is that a woman? The pronouns used, I don't know. I don't want to assume their gender. I don't want to assume their gender. I don't think I can assume their gender at this point. I'm not sure. But I did post the link in the chat for people. And I think people should join that channel. I think it's a good idea for you to join that channel. I think there might be some funny stuff there for the ones who have just joined tonight, the live stream. Join this channel. Join there for some fun. How about you try that channel? It's new. I just heard about it today. I found out about it hours ago. Or yesterday, actually. Hours ago. It's a new channel. It looks pretty funny to me.
David Wayne, there is literally nothing that funny going on.
I can't hear a word you're saying, Tommy. You need to get closer to
might have
McDonald's.
clips of your
Scoot a little closer to McDonald's. I can't hear what you're saying.
Here, no, Tommy, we are doing something different tonight, okay?
Nobody's doing what I'm doing the way that I'm doing it.
Please play along. I know.
The way that I'm doing it.
I know you're special and unique too. You're one of
I love
those.
you, Tommy.
No.
I love you, Tommy. Let's all say it. I love you, Tommy.
Real
No, see, that's
Tommy.
We love you,
Tommy, we love you.
Brothers
Guys,
don't always get along.
I don't even know what I'm watching anymore.
You guys have heard that word. If you guys loved me, you wouldn't take more than 3 years to hear what I'm effing saying. That's how I know you're under a strong illusion. And it's red flag city up here when I just come on this half saying, good job, everybody. That'd be like Steven saying, good job, everybody.
Tommy.
Good job, Tommy. You can do it.
You are
So-
just man.
I want to make a clear statement here. So I'm not usually the one to do this, to join a place that's an open panel and then like also be streaming. But since I'm already here, and I wanted to tell everyone who is here, go over to Nachiketa's place. I've never talked to him before, but I mean I can't force you to do that. But you know, I would much rather you did that than if you're subscribed to both of us and to stay here, because I'm not interested in the views. People can continue to use that as a sort of trigger. Oh, look at the views dropping. I mean, Golden Renaissance Truth Cop, go ahead and show me, you know, what you got, what you're made of, other than paying $750 for an OTW subscription. Imagine how much a dude pays for like other things online, right? Well, I wonder what his regular OnlyFans bill runs up to. What are you watching?
Namaste, everybody. Nachiketa here. Hope everybody's doing well. Today I'm going to have an open mic. Just to look, just give me a moment. Let me just let's see. How do I do this? Always. Why is it always doing this to me? There we go. All right, and then yeah. Well, here I am, everybody. Good to see you all, and I see you back there. Give me a moment. Let me just say hello to everybody.
No worries, buddy.
We have Sarah B, Angela Baby Carson. Who else is here? Queen of Swords, Justina, Andrew, Earth Ship Bear, Sean Alke, Free Thinking, I guess. Maurice, Nate X, William Hale, think I said hello to Andrew. Welcome everybody. And I was just thinking about playing a couple videos and see if people are going to be rolling in, but I guess people are rolling in already. So let me welcome Modern Men. Let's see. Hold on a second. Why are you not? One second. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Yeah, but let me. Why can't we only be one at a time here? There we go. We got it. Landry, welcome. How's it going?
I'm good, man. It's nice to meet you. How are you?
Very well. You were mentioning in the chat that you wanted to do some collaboration with me, but here's our chance to get to know each other and
Look at that.
talk with each other.
Absolutely,
So
man.
here we are.
So I know you're pretty. From what I understand, you're still pretty deep into the Earth discussion and all that.
Sure. Yeah. I mean, I'm always trying to go as deep as I possibly can in any discussion, but Earth discussion is of an interest to me.
Sure.
What about
yeah.
yourself? I know that you worked with Jaron for a number of years, right?
Yeah, and that's where I felt like I maybe got burnt out on it a little bit, just because of everything, because it became so much of a, I guess, where people weren't able to have other discussions. Even Jaron himself, I was kind of like, hey, wouldn't there be other things we could talk about? So I haven't really gone into the rising Earth theory, but I definitely I'm interested, I guess, to hear what the thought is. I mean, but the thing with me is I definitely don't think it's the only thing that matters, and I'm not saying that you do, but some people act like it's everything and everything.
Yeah, I mean, just like any truths, like the way I see it, that to me anyway, that they are all interconnected with each other, and it's just a refinement of the questioning of what the nature of this reality is, and people moved away from, some of us have were given the globe as we grew up, and
Sorry, I had my mic muted. Why does he have masonry behind him? Why does Nachaquifa have masonry behind him? I mentioned this earlier for people that are just joining. You missed it, but why does he have masonry? A brick wall is masonry. Why would he choose that as his backdrop when he has various means to put something else behind him? Why doesn't he use his drapery with the sun and moon thing he used to use? Why is he showing you the bricks, the masonry? Also, do you detect any motion? Nachaquifa believes and pushes the idea that Earth is flying upwards. Rising Earth theory or whatever. Where's the motion? Do you detect motion? Do you think that you're on a motionless, stable realm? Where's the motion? Wouldn't it be detectable and measurable? Where's the evidence? Where's the evidence that this Earth is in motion? Show me the evidence. So I think he's a paid shill. I think he's fake. I don't trust him. He's got masonry behind him. He's pushing something without evidence.
And so most of our lives, we believed in the globe, and then we come to the realization that, we can see too far, and, like kind of like the flights and stuff like that. There are all kinds of stuff, there's no curvature. So, we start to ask, why have we been lied to about it? And to me, the upper vector, the accelerating upper vector is just another level. No pun intended, but it's another layer to questioning this reality. Is the way I look at it.
So I guess, and that's where I have to obviously ask, is as far as the experiment goes, it's just what's the claim? I guess is that it was misrepresented, or
which claim?
The
exactly? The upper vector.
Because that would have had to have been. Is it or is that accepted as that was actually, as it was stated, that experiment did happen the way it was described?
I mean, like I personally believe that they went to Antarctica, where the hell that is, and then I do believe that they observed the 24-hour sun. I don't necessarily buy into the whole CGI fakery about this and that, and I think of the from the get, like the whole final experiment to me anyway was kind of like a straw man type of argument. I mean, they already was kind of propping that up. It's like, oh, is the Earth flat? And if if they see the 24-hour sun, then the Earth cannot possibly be flat. And Jaron, as you know, was talking about this. He's like this Home Depot Earth type of deal, right? So right. I don't know how long. When did you work with Jaron, and when did you start to step away from him? Were you part of that?
Well, no. So I worked with him in 2021 to 2023, like for like a year and a half.
Okay.
And then I just, we had our differences, and we just, I had to get a different job and all that. But then he wanted me to come work for him again when he came back afterwards. But it only lasted a month because the money just had stopped coming in. So that's where I got confused, because so many people were saying, hey, he's just selling out for the money. But either that means he would have had to been, I'm not saying you're saying this, but it means he would have had to have been paid off at like one lump sum, or that they were wrong, because I saw it myself that the money stopped coming in, so he couldn't pay me. I mean, he did pay me, but a much smaller amount than he was able to during the flat Earth times.
Well, that's interesting to me, because it's kind of indicative of the change of tone, and maybe it's related or maybe it's not, but part of me is thinking, well, maybe the funds were starting to run dry, and Jaron couldn't support his lifestyle anymore, and so it was time to change the tune. So.
But the money didn't start coming in. Wouldn't that be the case if the money started coming in more so? Like if he came back and then he became the next Professor Dave, and he was getting hundreds of thousands of views?
Maybe. I mean, recently, for example, I was going to play it today, but if people are rolling in, and I'm going to want to have conversations with people. But if people were not running in here, then I was going to play the Mocking Flat Earthers with Jaron, and he had a conversation with Professor Dave, and Jaron seems to be making his rounds with McToons and McKeegan and rest of those guys, and they're all promoting him. And Will Duffy is claiming him to be the most honest flat earther or ex-flat earther. So I have to think that they're all promoting him and supporting him, right?
I guess promoting him, yes, but as far as supporting him, I mean, I guess he very much lost a ton of long-time fans and supporters, and that's just that's undeniable because of the nature of anything where you switch like that. But I mean, with me, I will stand here and I can accept that it was kind of bad taste to see him, of all people, kind of bad mouthing flat earthers like that. It did kind of sit wrong with me. But as far as him getting any sort of leg up from these other people, I don't see it happening. I don't really understand. I do think these people operate, especially McToon, right? McToon was recently found out to have, that's not even his name. His name isn't Michael Toon. His name isn't. So that's a lie. And so I think that Jaron's an honest person in the sense that he's aware of these people being kind of just bad faith and just not the kind of people that you want to be associated with. I think he got stuck with them because in the sense he lost the other side. But then this point, I think he has an actual new job where he's working in the real world and everything, because I guess it digs up. So and that's his business, I guess.
Yeah. Well, give me a second here. Let me just. Is that you, Bex? Do you mind just showing yourself? You don't have to be on camera, but just let me know that is indeed you. Okay. She left, but
So
I don't know.
sure?
May have been, may not have been. I do have trolls come to my channel, and they pretend to be somebody else, and so I do. That's why I'm on camera. I mean,
I appreciate that.
What's that?
That you're on camera, because I mean, a lot of people I don't get why they do it, because people make videos and they take lows and all that, but sometimes it's just
I've been on camera before. It's fine.
Yeah, I know you have. I'm just saying sometimes that's what they want. They want people to be afraid to. And I see the argument as well as far as the facial scanning and all that. So it's got two aspects to it. But are you and Rose still in good terms after everything that happened? Or did you ever make up?
No. You know, like my personality is a little bit black and white in terms of friendships and such. So when things go kind of sideways, like I hold on as much as I possibly can, and then there comes a point where I no longer can hold on anymore. So I would not say that I'm on good terms with Rose myself. Why do you ask?
Just because I've not been able to. Because here's my thing: all the stuff that happened in space, I didn't really follow. I wasn't paying attention to any of it. I just kind of started to be, besides Jaren, obviously, I was just really only focused on what he was doing and saying. So I'm not familiar with the lore, I guess you could say. So all I know is, you know, the story about the thing that happened and why you got taken down and all that. But I don't have any dog in the fight. It doesn't actually.
I mean,
matter.
no, I mean, like, I will just share my perspective of the whole situation. As people know that I was living in the Himalayas all the way up to September of last year. Rose and I have known each other since like 2019. When I, you know, started to wake up to like the Mandela effect, and you know, I was hanging out over at Brian Staveley's channel. He was a big Mandela effect content creator, and then he introduced me to Karen B's channel, so I was quite active over there. And then from Karen B, I started to go to Globebusters, and I was interviewed by Iron Realm Media, and during that time, Rose and I got to know each other. Rose was doing a show with a guy by the name of the Great Baldini, and you know, and they were doing a show called the Poppycock Report, and they did it pretty regularly, and that was, you know, quite popular actually, you know, and people were getting on board with it, and you know, that was like COVID time, you know, and people were calling Poppycock on that, and they were a pretty good, decent duo. Things kind of didn't work out between them. You know, I don't want to get into the details about Baldini and Rose and all that stuff that happened in the past, and then you know, Rose became good friends with Jaren. They did the Baby Truther show. You know, I remember Alex Stein back in the day when he used to be first Conspiracy Castle.
I do too. I remember
You know,
that. I remember that too. Yeah.
Yeah, and he had like less than 100 subs when Rose like was promoting him and stuff. Like I was a
know.
moderator
I
on his
remember
very
that too,
first
dude.
channel. You know. And then now all of a sudden, like, you know, a couple of years later, he's like big shot, you know, and who knows if he's flat earther or not. He's been on Alex Jones, and I've heard him say, like, you know, like, we don't talk about flat earth here, and he's been on what's that other guy, like Tim
Pool
channel with what's that, Tim Pool? Yeah,
He's in there
and,
a lot. Yeah, like a lot.
yeah. And then with Witsid and stuff like that, and then promoting Witsid as like the best flat earther out there, you know, stuff like this.
Yeah, dude.
And,
So that's the one thing is with Witsid. I mean, I'm not even really. I don't have a dog in the flat Earth fight, but for me, I always thought he was super arrogant and just like feeling himself, and I just never could vibe with his message. And I mean, some people might say the same thing about Jaren, but I mean, dude, I wasn't a flat earther till I met Jaren, so it's hard for me to like really, you know, make sense of all that, because it did take over my life as far as there was the whole thing with the masks, and I was very passionate about that. I was involved in activism during that time, but then after that kind of faded away, I was like, well, I guess I'll just do the flat earth thing, you know? And I believed in it. I mean, I did, because I obviously spent so much time on these videos, but now I don't know how much, I don't know. So I guess here, because I don't know much of what you believe or what you think, I'm sure we can be aligned on many things, but what is your thoughts as far as the next 5-10 years? I mean, where do you think we're headed with AI? I mean, everything going on. I mean, I know it's not looking good, but
I don't like making predictions because, like, you know, anything can change any moment. But I don't right this moment. I would say that I don't have a lot of confidence in humanity. I think things are going to go worse before they get better. That's just personally speaking. Give me a second. Truth can you just turn your camera on real quick? Let me know that it is you. That's going to be a requirement for everyone. He probably is. I don't know. I haven't had issues with him, but we'll bring him on for a minute. But let me finish this conversation. Like we're going to continue on, but like you know, as far as like next 5 to 10 years, I really don't know, and I don't like to make predictions. I think people are waking up, especially with Charlie Kirk. And I shared a video. I posted a video. I was going to play this video. maybe later on, and they're like normie channels who are like basically not really into conspiracies, and they're like none of what the FBI explanation of that Charlie Kirk assassination makes any fucking sense, and then they're coming out and telling people about it. So really cool.
So I feel like that's got to be intentional, right? That they're just letting things go as far as they have, like where it's like almost intentional that they're letting. Because back in the day, there's certain things they wouldn't even allow on YouTube, and now they're just letting it happen. It's like the more confusion, the more questions. Kind of like JFK. How many things do we know for certain? However many years later, 60 years later, not a whole lot. So I feel like it's one of those things that in 50 years we still won't have answers.
Yeah, well, I mean, but I think what's important, at least in my mind, is that we're not going to get all the fish. I mean, that's not the point. The point is that some people are waking up, and it's a long game, and maybe even to the very end of our lives, not enough people are going to wake up. But I think the effort is needed, and I think it's important for, at least personally speaking, that I know the truth for what it is, and I stand on that truth, and that's all that really matters at the end of the day for me.
So, Truth or Cup, what brings you here?
Well, not Chiquita, how dare you disagree with Landry that maybe I'm the worst? You've known me for way longer than this fucking slave. How dare you?
Fucking slave.
What beef do you guys have with each other? What happened? You guys want to work it out?
He's just
I don't know. He came up and Calcott earlier with my name. He clearly wants my attention.
This is so fascinating to me.
What's up, Landry? What's our beef?
I think that's so fascinating.
Know. He sent me money this guy to come up on his panel, so I don't get what it could be.
So I find it fascinating here in this space, and this is crazy to me because you can do something so insignificant, and that person will be convinced that you are seeking their attention. When in reality, my name was something weird. It was like from a previous stream. I think it was Roast, and I wanted to change it to just I saw you there, and I was seeing that there was the Golden Renaissance Productions version of you, right? I don't use different names as far as stock accounts. I'm not one of those people. But you are Truth or Cup, and I would like to learn, I guess, why that's the case. But this probably isn't the place for it. But no, we have no issues. But I did learn about you paying $750 to OTW, and I found that fascinating.
Why? Who cares?
$330.
No. It was for the exclusive membership. I guess. I mean, is that just a support thing, Truth or Cup, or because he's the one who told me you live on a military base, which is why I thought it was interesting.
He told you that. Which military base do I live on? This is the painting I paid for, by the way.
Cool.
So it wasn't for the membership?
Is it that was part of the deal. We made a deal. And I did. It was on panel before your time, youngster.
Okay, yes, sir.
Not Chiquita. What did you get on your want to talk about? Landry wants to make this about me and him. I don't know.
No, you came here. You
it's not acceptable.
Well, hold on, Landry. So go ahead. I mean, whatever you want, Truth or Cup. Do you have any questions? I know the last time that we had a conversation, we were talking about Rose and whatever, but I'm kind of over it. I mean, I gave already my perspective on things, and I heard your panel with them and stuff. It's whatever, But do you have anything that you want to bring to the table?
Well, if you want to bring Rose in the conversation, I find it interesting to do not Landry meet through Rose, or it just happenstance that you both have known Rose.
Who?
Yeah, I don't know how
Landry and you.
Rose,
Landry knows Rose, by the way. He does.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yep.
All right. So how did you come to know Rose, Landry? Why don't you give us the lowdown?
Baby Truther show, but I didn't know her personally. I never talked to her, but that's where I first learned of her. But I've just been a Crow fan, so that's why I was subscribed to her. Then I saw her doing some shit with Jack Talcott, and then that's how I got into this crazy nonsense space. But why do you ask, Truth or Cup?
Because not to Rose's house, he moved to America. We've already been to. I'm not trying to rehash it with you now.
That's some great audio.
But Andrew clearly doesn't know.
Yeah, your audio.
No, it's probably terrible. It's probably bad. Yeah, I can't do anything about it. I'm sorry, man. It's like a fucking constant battle with me. But how the hell did you have good audio in the Himalayas, dude? I don't understand. I can't get good audio in America.
I don't live in the Himalayas. I haven't lived in the Himalayas for about a year now. Well, I used to.
No,
Yeah,
but
I used to live
you
in
never
Denver.
had audio issues there. That's what I'm saying.
No, that's not entirely true. I've had I've been disconnected from my channel and stuff like that, so I've had audio issues. But for the most part, it was pretty decent, actually, not too bad. For like, I had data on my phone and I connected to my computer, and it worked fairly well for the most part. So, you know.
I've never had. I don't know what it is. I've always struggled with audio issues. That's why I never have my
Yeah.
camera on. It's about the audio. Trying to improve audio quality. It doesn't work either.
Yeah.
This is why I became
Yeah,
the sound guy.
this is not really working out. I mean, like I love to have you, but you need to fix your audio, man. It's we can't continue on
This
with the
isn't
show
working out.
this way. So what about you? Go ahead. Did
Give
you
me a
want to say
moment.
something? So
Reconnect here.
anyways,
Hold on.
oh my God.
Yikes.
So Landry, just to go back to the conversation and just to make it clear, like, you know, like, I don't know if I finished my story, but like when I was living in the Himalayas, like, you know, Rose and I got to know each other, and, you know, I've been with her I've known her for like since 2019, and we were, you know, in confidence of each other, like we were messaging each other and talking to each other quite regularly, I would say. And then, you know, I told her about my situation, that I was like starting to run out of money and I need to get out of there. So she floated the idea that I could come and live with her, which I did for about a month and a week. And, you know, she talked about like, you know, they had a trailer that somebody needed to go and organize or clean out. And I'm like, okay, I'm, you know, ready to do that. And then I went over to their place and I ended up staying with them. And, you know, I cleaned their house and organized their place, and, you know, took care of their cats and whatever. You know, there's things that I did while I was there. I came to the realization that I wasn't really able to, you know, stay with them longer. And, you know, about 10 days before I left, I let them know that I found something else. A mutual friend, so to speak, found another friend who needed like help to, you know, for small, it's like basically room and board is basically what the work was for. And then I would put in hours and work for her. It's a cat lady, older cat lady. And so I ended up being there for 6-7 months. And that was great because that allowed me to have an address, and I was able to work for her and her friends, and was able to save up a little money and save up and pay back my dad and all that. And then during that time, I found this program called Accelerated Training for Defense Manufacturing, and that's where I'm at now. And, you know, people are like going to be asking like, oh my gosh, Nachiketa, you're a Freemason, you got brick walls. All the buildings, all the apartments are made of brick, I'm sorry. And I'm just going to show this section of my room because it's a little bit of a mess here, I'm going to say though. So that's kind of what's going on. It's not necessarily secret information, you know.
Wait, they say you're a Freemason because of the brick?
Some people are saying that because I have like, you know, like the brick motif, that I am somehow, you know, involved with Freemasonry, right?
Well, hey, that's where you're gonna get in trouble for talking to me, because I joined the entry level, not active, but I was morbidly curious. So, what do they call it, the Blue Lodge? But then
Are you a Freemason? What are you?
I
Level
guess,
1, level
yeah,
2?
entered apprentice, I guess. Yeah, so entry level. But I mean, so I did the first initiation. But I mean, people will just run, and that's where you got to learn, like, I guess, or I did, how these things get started and the excessive levels of paranoia that exist online. And people just, they come up with the crazy and until you see it about yourself, you don't realize how. Because the whole time that I'd heard it about others, I was like, let me look into that. But the first time you hear it about yourself, you're like, oh, that's what's going on. People just say things and then it just gets ran with. Wow.
Okay, so why did you want to join Freemasonry? What do you know about it? Like, what
So
do you have to do for
it
that?
started with morbid curiosity, to be completely fair. And then so I inquired because it seemed so unobtainable from what I understood. And then I found out like how to get a hold of the email, or and then 2 months later they got back to me and they said, hey, we have these events. Then once they got to the event, you know, these dudes were so warm and welcoming that you have to go to, I think, 4 to 6 before they can actually let you in. But I kept going to them, and it was like we would all drink. And this is when I used to drink alcohol. we get drunk and we'd have a great time, and they were like, they touch you on the shoulder, they shake your hand like man, and they make you feel really good about yourself. And it was like, of course I'm going to join these dudes. This is just so friendly and cool. But then they don't tell you the levels of memorization and commitment that is required. It's like, once you get in, it's like that's all you do. You just have to sit there and memorize. It's work. It's not easy. But then other than that, the low levels, all from what I saw, was just a bunch of dudes eating bologna sandwiches, having holiday parties. It's a social club on those low levels more than anything. But I do know obviously what goes on in the higher spaces. But I would say, and everyone knows this, right? Most of the members don't realize what's going on the higher levels, right?
Okay, so like, what was the initiation like? Can you what can you share and what can you not share with us? Is there things that you cannot share with us?
Well, here's what I will say. The fact of the matter is, and I know that this is not okay. So there's obviously each initiation from stage 1 or stage 0 to stage 1, stage 2 is different, and it is one of the things they make you swear secrecy on. So I'll tell you that if anyone out there has AI, I know everyone does, you can ask the AI and it will tell you. So I'm just going to leave that there. I could tell you what my experience, the things that I can say.
Like don't share. I don't want you to get in trouble. I don't want your throat sliced open or your stomach eviscerated or whatever.
Tongue torn out.
I know there's some. Yeah. I know there's some oaths that you have to speak about, but whatever that you can share, go ahead and share.
Essentially, yeah, it's the things you can't share are the memory work, which is involved in the rituals. But so okay, everything that you do in your initiation, you have to memorize it. That's what happens. You know what I mean? So it's very long. It's like an hour long. So. And then it's very repetitive. So they're doing the same initiations every week. So it's basically what it is it's a theater group. You know what I mean? Because it's like a play. And then so people have said, well, that's what they're doing on the world stage. It is a big play. And I would say that it probably makes sense, but it's essentially ancient knowledge. Like I said, just I think the things you can share is whether or not you remember. And I did swear to secrecy of my own death, so I can't really say anything else. But nothing crazy, All
right, that's fine. 1 second, Lily, do you mind if you
nothing crazy, but you had to swear on your death?
Hold on 1 second. Lily, can you just get on camera for a second? Let me know that you're a real person before I bring you on. Go ahead, Truth the Cop. What were you saying?
Truth the Cop, come get more paranoid. I'm ready.
My audio's better now, I hope.
Yes.
I can hear you fine now.
All right.
Yeah.
All right. I reconnected to the Wi-Fi. I was on Jack Talcott's earlier, and I kept getting booted off the panel because of the Wi-Fi issues, not because of Jack. But you only had to swear on your own life.
Can you? Yeah. Go ahead. Sorry. Go ahead, Truth the Cop. Your background is playing, Lily. Just FYI. But go ahead, Truth the Cop.
I was just saying, nothing too serious. You just had to swear on your own life, there, Landry. Yeah, that might be a little serious.
Well, so what do you think happens in the first level that I would be hiding? Just you have to take a wild guess.
Oh, some repetitive, some statement you repeated over and over. You already said it, so
stuff.
I'm not too interested.
Well, okay, well, exactly.
Yeah, but that's what the internet's about. That's how. It's a gradual progression into this ideology, like a bigger ideology beyond what we understand. And we take one step at a time, and it might not look like we're climbing a mountain at first. And then when we get up on the peak, we're like, oh, fuck. And when we start one step at a time, you might wind up from a certain perspective you don't want to be at. And
that's why I'm no longer active. Have that part, did you catch that part? I'll probably be kicked out.
Yeah,
here
I'm not
in the next
coming
6
at
months.
you. I didn't come at you about the Freemason shit.
I'm not saying you came at me.
I'm just saying.
Responding to what you said.
All right, let me just welcome Lily to the panel. Hi, Lily. How's it going?
Hi, thanks so much for having me on. Mainly just saying hello. I've been in the background scenes. Mainly found you through Z. Oh, can you hear me?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. And mainly just wanted to say hello, say thank you for what you're doing. Seems like everyone left flat earth thanks to Will Duffy, and Glad people actually still care about it. So being a flat earther, I guess since 2016, it's mainly the reason that I'm married. Maybe not the only reason, but it was the biggest reason that I would say brought my husband and I together was that same understanding. And so just like being devastated at the turnout, I feel like, of the flat earth has just like been so depressing. And, you know, I listened to Jaron for years and years and years, I guess, listening to you and Z and just like y'all's stance on it. I just appreciate it, I guess, for like staying true, because I just feel like it's just sad. It's just like so incredibly sad being in it for so long, and everything that we've like gone through. I feel like with like Rob Skiba and then Bob and just all of that, just to see what has happened. And then now you keep, you know, I don't know, hearing Austin say he's going to come back and talk about stuff, and then he just never does day after day. He keeps mentioning he's going to come back and talk about things and then never does. So all that was like a little bit sketch, but yeah, mainly just saying hi and thanks for still caring about this stuff.
Well, I appreciate it, and I really appreciate the encouragement. You know, I also feel the same way. I think there's a lot of disappointment that happened, especially when you have like, you know, I used to have a lot of respect for Jaron and Witsit, and I know they had big channels and they were big names within the community. But you know, even prior to going to Antarctica, I, you know, was warning Jaron privately about, you know, like, got to watch out for this Will Duffy guy. You know, he's somehow associated with Bob Enyart. And
yeah,
you know,
he was
Bob
bad
Enyart
news.
Who? Bob
yeah.
Who?
Bob Enyart, E-N-Y-A-R-T.
Who's that?
Y-R-T. He is a pastor from Denver. Like Will Duffy, I did a whole thing about it, but basically Will Duffy's church was Bob Enyart's church. Bob Enyart ran a Denver Bible church back in the day for a number of years. He was a proactive anti-abortionist. He's a pro-lifer, and he used to protest against Planned Parenthood. But while he was like still working and having an association with Bill Gates, which is kind of fascinating because Bill Gates' parents were the ones who founded the Planned Parenthood. So, you know, you make it make sense, right?
Yeah.
And then now after and so Will Duffy was a producer for Bob Enyart for a number of years, and Will Duffy now is the pastor of the same exact physical church that Bob Enyart used to be a pastor of, but he changed the name to Agape Kingdom. So, you know.
And do we figure out for sure if he was actually a pastor?
I think he is. I think he's genuinely an actual pastor. It's not that difficult to become a pastor. Actually, you know, depending on, but you know, like it's just a label.
It's all right if you have an opinion. I'm saying it's not all right if you don't understand how the female reproductive system works.
Let's pop quiz. When does heartbeats begin for babies in utero?
Have you ever eaten an egg before? That's yes or no. Have you ever eaten an egg before?
Scrambled, yeah.
Okay, so would that be you scrambled a full chicken?
Well, hold on. You understand that it takes an egg to be fertilized?
Right. Uh-huh.
Yeah.
But
uh-huh.
Your point, the whole point you're making
well,
is
hold
that
on. So,
a
but no,
baby...
since we're doing pop quiz on like human development, so when exactly do heart waves begin in utero?
You know that, but you don't know the force.
Hold on, no, wait, so tell me when heartbeat.
I don't know.
Okay, you don't know.
No.
So wait, hold on. So you're trying to say I know more about the woman reproductive system than you do?
I am a woman, so yes.
Yes. Okay. Well, but the point being is we could both go back and forth of like independent trivial facts when it comes to the woman's reproductive system. But here's something we all know, because God wrote this on the human heart of every individual, as it says in the book of Romans. We know deep down it's wrong to murder a baby.
You're not murdering a baby. It's not a baby.
Okay, well let's play this out. What is it then?
It is an embryo, which is not a baby.
Well, okay, so it's a fertilized embryo.
Correct, which is not a baby.
So at what point does it become a baby?
When it is born.
Oh.
I don't agree with abortions up to full-term abortions.
Well, hold on, but you said it becomes a baby when it's born.
Yes.
Then why would you have abortion limits before it's born. I thought it's just an embryo. So embryo rights?
No, the embryo rights aren't a
But
thing.
then
because it's not
where
a
would you
person.
draw a line for abortion then, and why, and under what moral standard?
There are medical reasons not
No,
to have
no,
an
no,
abortion
no,
for
that's
full
not the
term.
question. That's not
Yes,
the
it is.
question.
You just asked me why would I not have an abortion full term for medical reasons.
Okay, so at 29 weeks, the baby is nearly fully developed, can recognize the mother's voice, has a heartbeat, has brain waves. Is it okay to abort that baby?
I don't like. It's not okay, but you're gonna say it's okay to have an abortion then. Like, I don't understand what you're trying to say.
I'm
It's not okay to have an abortion ever? How
Correct.
about like 3
Yes.
weeks in?
Correct. No abortion. Correct.
Why?
Well, because your life started at conception.
It did not, though. It
Well-
did not.
Well, hold on. So let's play this out. So who are you as an individual? From your skin color to your eye color to your likes, your dislikes, from your temperament to your everything.
I am not an embryo. I'm a person.
Hold on a second. But it started with something called deoxyribonucleic acid. And your own individual DNA started at the point of egg and sperm meeting. That's where your journey started. And so from that point in particular, life begins. Not at birth, not at first words, not at first steps, but when your DNA, which is who you actually are. You are your DNA. Every one of your DNA cells is coded XX or XY. It's coded with all of your unique characteristics and attributes that we believe God individually curated for the rest of your life. That doesn't happen at 8 weeks or 10 weeks. It happens at conception.
What happens if you need a medical abortion? If the mother
Okay.
will die if she does not get an abortion?
So
What's your stance on
the
that?
only place where medical abortion is necessary is before 20 weeks, which is
What
incredibly
if she
rare.
will die? What if the mother
Hold
will
on a second.
die?
So let's take, for example, this is a very important question. Let's say it's 27 weeks, okay? And the mother will die. Why shouldn't, you could agree, why don't we just have the baby delivered by cesarean section? You know what a cesarean section is, right?
Yes.
What is a cesarean
A
section?
C-section?
Yeah, why wouldn't we just put the baby out by C-section instead of terminating it?
Because if the mother will die, it's not safe
but
to
you,
do that.
You remove the baby.
I understand.
Threat removed.
I know what a C-section
But
is.
it's actually safer than an abortion. So every time they say this is for you guys, they say, oh, you need to have abortion for medical reasons. Respond, then have a C-section.
What if you're not able to have a C-section? What if you are on your deathbed? You need to have an abortion right now.
Well, again, but
And it's illegal. You
guess what?
can't, so you have to
Actually,
die.
First and foremost, C-section is safer, C-section is quicker, and a C-section saves both lives. A C-section
The
takes...
baby is already dead, you just said.
No, but even... No. Hold on a second. You're saying if the baby's already dead, then it doesn't have an abortion, right? Then you're talking about a removal of a carcass, which is a completely different medical
So
operation.
you're saying that's okay. If you're
Well,
having...
If you're hold on. If you're removing a carcass of a baby, that is not an abortion, by definition.
It's the same process.
No, it's completely different. During an abortion, they actually inject the spinal fluid with cyanide poisoning as the baby squirms and tries to find its mother, and it is gasping for air of life. Have you ever watched an abortion? It is
Have
one
you?
of the... Yeah, actually I have. And I encourage every human being to watch one to know what you are fighting against. Because when you see abortion, you will have your life will be changed. That we allow the massacre of 1.5 million babies a year under the guise of woman reproductive health. We are allowing babies every single year to just say, you know, we're going to discard them. Why? Oh, they're smaller. They're not humans. You're using dehumanizing language saying, oh, it's an embryo. No, that's a baby made in the image of God, deserving of protection.
What do you do with those children once they're born into a bad household?
So now we've transitioned to, like, what do you do with the kids?
Right.
Glad we're past the other part of the argument, okay? What do you do with them? You know there's twice as many people on the adoption waiting list than there are abortions every single year?
And they're still on the list. So you want to send a child into an orphanage?
Well,
Is that what you want for a child? Is that a good life for a child?
No, I'm not advocating that. In fact, I'm advocating to make it easier to be able to adopt, number one. Number two, there's no such thing as an unwanted child. Number three, it is never right to justify the mass elimination or termination of people under the guise of saying they're unwanted. That's how we get Auschwitz. That's how we get the greatest horrors of the 20th century. Those people are unwanted.
So you're comparing abortion to the Holocaust?
Absolutely, I am. In fact, it's worse. It's worse.
It's really not. I don't
It's
think it is.
45 million babies. It's nearly 8 times worse than the Holocaust. What's the moral difference between a small baby in the womb and a grown Jew who was killed at Auschwitz? What's the moral difference? One
of
is
them
older.
is a person?
What species is the baby in the womb?
It's a human, but it's
Therefore,
an
they should have
embryo.
human rights.
No,
They should have human rights.
I do not agree.
Oh, so small humans, no human rights. Grown humans,
It's
human
not
rights.
a small human. It's an embryo.
You just said it was a human species.
It's not a living
it doesn't.
human child.
Wait, it's not a what?
It's not a child.
But-
it's not a living child.
It has a heartbeat. It has brain
that does
waves.
not make it a child.
But tell me when it becomes a child then.
When it, I already told you when it is born.
Again, so under every other objective definition, you see, guys, how quickly the pro-abortion arguments fall apart with just the slightest questioning. But our position is one rooted not in feelings, not in personal autonomy, but one in biological consistency and reality. That your life had an agreed upon starting point, that starting point should be protected and preserved. And the excuses given for abortion is dehumanization. Oh, it's just an embryo. Guys, that's just using different language to justify the massacre of something smaller than you. That's all that it is. You brought a sign up.
I'm sorry?
Did you bring a sign up?
Yeah, I did, but... So my name is Eric. I'm 70 years old. I've been a born-again evangelical Christian for 35 plus years.
Praise God.
Worship here in the Valley with a bunch of... I was on worship teams in the Valley for quite a few churches. But the Holy Spirit brought me here today to prove you wrong. Okay, and so what the Holy Spirit has led me to do is to try to explain to you that I don't think you're a good, godly man. Okay, wait. And this is why. Because what a godly man does, a good godly man does, is stand up for people. He stands up for people. He stands up and even fights for people. Okay? And I don't believe you stand up and fight for people. Yeah, you use your mouth and all these kids, you're good at all these kids. And I didn't think you were going to
Are they people?
Yeah, they're people.
Do I
but
fight
still.
for them? And how dare you say that after I just shared the gospel to nearly 2,000 people here at Boise State University?
Because there's a difference between someone who just shares the gospel and someone who's a godly man. I can explain the difference to you right now.
Okay, tell the world why I am not a godly man.
Because you only stand for people who are white,
Use
Christian,
evidence.
and male. You've got...
Where's my brother up here?
You've
Where's
got-
my man? Look at him. You got to come up here. Come up here. Come up here. Come up here. Get over the gate. Come over the gate. Look at this guy here. Look at this. Yeah. Right up to the mic.
You stand for me, we good.
Wait, I only stand up for white. What, is that a white man? Can you look at him, please? Look at him.
I already...
Is that a
I already
white
gave him
man?
a fist bump.
Is that a white man? You said I only stand up for white men. He's got dreads.
Are you... They look nice, too. They do look nice.
But you just libeled me in front of 2,000 people saying I only stand up for white men, and I got a brother in Christ right here. How dare you say something like that?
I'm ready to... If you quit messing around, I'll prove it to you right now.
Messing around, bringing up a person of color's messing around. Isn't that your whole
is.
shtick?
Are you ready? Okay.
Are you ready?
So, yeah, I'm ready. So the Holy Spirit specifically brought me here, because this is the Idaho, this is the Old West, right? The Holy Spirit brought me here to challenge you to a gentleman's fist fight right here in front of this whole crowd. Now look, listen.
No.
Wait.
I would hate to hospitalize you in front of 2,000 people.
But see, the difference is, I'm a 70-year-old man. I haven't been in a fight in like 60 years. However,
Does a godly man come up here and
Yeah, does a godly man challenge another to a duel?
Does a godly
Yes.
man come up here and threaten someone?
okay, so hold on. I'm serious about this. Can I speak? All right, so look, I'm telling you, I'm not up here just fighting for me. The Lord has come up to me to ask for fight for people that you diss all the time, like women,
The Lord brought him here to speak to you.
women, gay people, trans people, immigrants, people of color, people of different religions.
My man.
Immigrants, refugees. So look, seriously, I'm serious. You can have your goons. They can search me. I'll sign a waiver. I'll let you take the first punch. Let's go. Put up or shut up, Charlie Kirk.
You know
Put
what?
up or shut
So,
up.
first of all, it says very clearly in the Bible that we shouldn't harm those that are worthy of protection, and you obviously are.
You're just worried I'll kick your ass.
Well on Medicare age. But let's play this out. Despite the obvious fact, and you and I both know who would win this duel. However,
well, then
hold on a second. This is a great embodiment of the American left. You can't debate, so you want to go to blows. You can't. The only thing that is preventing us from this country from going to civil war is debate and dialogue, and you don't even want to have debate. You want to go and you want to wrestle like a 7-year-old. Who here is actually dividing the country?
A gentleman's fist fight. You know what that is, right?
Again, I would like to think that we are elevated above trying to go have a fight in the streets or a fight in front of 2,000 people. In fact, a mark of civilization is that we don't have to go to blows or bullets, that we can have discourse and debate, but yet you're inviting that.
And you know that out here in the West, that's a bunch of bullshit.
Oh, really? You don't debate out in the West?
Real men stand up for what they believe.
You guys don't dialogue in the West?
Come on, man. Look, I know.
How about this? Why don't you, since you're a 70-year-old aged elder and you want to have a fist fight with a 31-year-old?
Is that how old you are?
Why don't you tell me what a woman is?
See, I am not here to debate you. I'm here to prove you wrong. Prove you wrong. Prove him wrong. So either put up or shut up. I'll walk away. You tell me right now.
I will say this. I will say this. I'm not going to fight you because I don't have to. Because you know why?
You don't have to.
You are acting as if someone who is very desperate, who is clout chasing. We are going to remain peaceful while the left promotes violence. We are going to be the peace because, as Christ our Lord said, blessed are the peacemakers, for theirs is the kingdom of heaven. Thank you, sir, and get out of here.
Don't pray on it, buddy.
You're a coward, dude. Anytime.
I think that the anti-immigration rhetoric you have is not new. I think that you try to paint a picture of it being this current phenomenon that we're facing, but there's been rhetoric from your side for a long time, throughout the entirety of history. I mean, if we look at the immigration policies in the U.S., even though Chinese immigrants built the entire Western Railroad, there was still the Chinese Exclusion Act because they were providing insane value to the United States, but we still had these exclusion acts because of xenophobic attitudes. And so this is not a novel idea that immigrants are bad for the country. So I'm interested in why you think that all of a sudden we need to change the way the United States works.
Well, first of all, immigration has gone in great influxes. We basically turned off all immigration in the 1940s and 50s. We had like net zero immigration for almost 15 years. Most people don't even know that. So we had Ellis Island in the early 1900s, and then we turned on the guzzle of immigration. But let's be honest, for 40 years, we have tried this mass immigration project for the last 40 years. Has it worked? Are we a more connected country? Have middle-class wages kept up? Look at the material data. Has immigration enriched the well-being of the United States of America, especially the last 5 or 6 years? I would say, of course not, actually. We're more divided, we're more factious, and we see this in almost every European country as well. When you import a bunch of people that don't speak your language, that are from the third world, all of a sudden you have mass destabilization happening in your country. It's not a matter of being xenophobic. Instead, it's a matter of being patriotic to your own country and your own citizens. It's not about hating the foreigner, it's about loving the citizen. And your obligation is always to citizens first, not foreigners.
Okay. So you don't think that the MAGA movement has led to xenophobic attitudes at all?
I don't even know how to answer that. I mean, like...
Why not?
Well, because you have to first define what you mean by xenophobic attitudes.
I mean, just like you said, I mean, we're living in a divided world. You don't think that comes from people being anti-immigration?
No, I think it's the opposite. I think when you allow a bunch of people that aren't native-born Americans too quickly, with no checks, no background, no idea who they are, and flood them into your towns, definitionally, diversity is not a strength when it comes to local community ties.
If you don't use it. if you don't use it. I don't know that you're committed to finding its strength.
Hold on. No, explain this to me. This is a good question.
Yeah.
What country has ever grown stronger the more divided it's been?
None, but I'm not saying
Yeah,
that
that's
we
the
have
point.
to get more divided.
No. But,
via
but
immigration.
diversity definitionally will divide you. Unity unifies you. You notice they never say unity is our strength. They say diversity is our strength. In fact, just so we are clear, there is nothing racist or xenophobic to say that you want your kids to be around people that speak English. There's nothing racist to say that. It actually means that you want to be able to communicate with your neighbor. There's nothing racist and xenophobic to say, for example, we don't want to import people from a far-off distant land that don't share Western values, that don't treat women the same, that don't have the same respect for freedom of speech. So what we see is the unraveling of the United States of America, because a country is again, just like undoubtedly, it is the people that inhabit it. So you have to be very careful what people you allow into your country.
Sure, but I think that what you're talking about, this like mass shift in American culture, is like not happening. I think you're fear-mongering. And also, I think that the United States forever has been a mix of culture. I don't really know like where you can point to a time in the US history that hasn't included immigrants in its culture.
Again, from the 1920s and 1960s, we had very little immigration in this country, nearly 40 years. In fact, that is what largely led to us becoming a world superpower in the 1950s. We
had the Bracero program back then, where we brought in tons of laborers from Mexico to the United States to work in agricultural, and that's how we fed the United States. So I really
again,
don't think that you
was
can say that.
it was very limited in scope versus what we see today. But again, I will ask a more moral question. Does a politician have first loyalty to its own citizens or to another country's citizens?
Absolutely. I'm glad you brought this, because I wanted to circle back to my original
Mm-hmm.
question about the United States creating instability in the rest of the world. I do think that every single politician, like let's say I'm the Prime Minister of South Africa, you know,
It's just an incredibly anti-white country. Like, oh my goodness.
Okay, anyway.
Dangerously anti-white.
Okay, anyway.
Do you know about that, by the way? You should.
Apartheid, yes.
Oh, no. It's like they're killing white people in the streets in South Africa. They're stealing farmland. I mean, if you don't know about that, that shows how the media is lying to all of you. It is literally a mini white genocide happening in South Africa right now.
But I don't think that we should.
No, it's fine. You brought up South Africa, not me, but yes.
That was just an example. Anyway, let's stay on topic. So let's say I'm the Prime Minister of a country. I do agree with you that my first job is that country, for sure. That's who I'm leading. But considering the United States has created mass violence, instability, and poverty around the world, you don't think that we have some sort of obligation to the people who then have to flee from that?
No.
Why not?
Wait, hold on. Well, why not? Define your terms. Where have we created mass stability? I'll grant you Iraq. That was a disaster. Where else?
In all of Latin America, in different countries in Africa, places that, like the Philippines that we colonized, Puerto Rico.
Yeah, I mean, of course, I'm always so interested in this, as if it's like, you can never blame those countries for not having their act together. It's somehow America's fault. Like, oh, it's America's fault that Nicaragua can't get its act together. It's America's fault, even though we welcome Puerto Rico to become US citizens, like we've colonized them. So here's the paradox.
You don't think that Puerto Rico was colonized?
No. I'm saying no. So if we don't help Puerto Rico, we're evil. When they become a territory, we colonize them, and we haven't done enough. It's like, which one is it exactly?
So the Puerto Rico was taken from the Spanish as a colony and used as a sugar farm for years, where the workers were paid less than $1 per day to create sugar for the United States. And it's not really about statehood or independence, it's about
I thought this was Illumitami on speed at first, but that's Jake the asshole. I mean, my goodness, what the fuck is that? That's crazy. Crazy. Jesus Christ. Look at the eyes on that thing. Look at his eyes. My goodness. That's absolutely fucking crazy. That is crazy. It's crazy. It's goddamn crazy. I'm going to drop a link to that right in the chat room. That's nuts. It's fucking nuts, man. Well, isn't that crazy? Hello. Are you paying attention? Are you watching? We got 26 people here. Don't forget to hit the like button. Like the live stream. Help support the channel. It's free content. Join in the chat. Say something intelligent. Contribute something.
This clip is going viral right now of this lady getting body slammed after pulling out a little pistola on this guy. Let's get straight into this. I got a banger from NMI Talk.
I don't play with a motherfucking man. A man is not gonna play with me. You gonna play with me, bitch. You gonna play with me, bitch.
I don't want to play with you, ma'am. You seem like you're very hard to get along with.
You gonna play with me, bitch. You gonna play with me, bitch. You gonna play with me, bitch, now. Now, cause one thing about it, I don't play with no mother. Don't touch me.
Did y'all hear that slam? Oh my God.
Tell police get here.
And this is how you de-escalate a situation.
Yo. All I got to say is you don't mess with a guy that's like 6'4", has the boots on, the Wranglers. You already know you're probably going to lose that altercation. So I wouldn't even mess with that guy off rip. But the fact that she did that and just got slammed. Yo. What's going on here? Ooh. Yeah.
And you could really see he was getting tired of getting hit.
Sir, excuse me. How do you lose a woman? Just be a good guy. They hate that.
I mean, he's got a point, bro. Just be a good dude. They can't stand it, bro. What is going on here? Ooh. Yeah.
And you could really see he was getting tired of getting hit.
Sir, excuse me. How do you lose a woman? Just be a good guy. They hate that.
I mean, he's got a point, bro. Just be a good dude. They can't stand it, bro. What is going on here, brother? Ow.
These women will do anything for a man that don't even like them.
Oh, bro, that's crazy work. He slammed her arm in the door. Says single mom life can be tricky.
Is it that simple? God is great. Don't get no simpler than that, bro. Did you know that? I mean, everybody knows that, but the way you know it now, did you know it before that incident took place?
I'm sorry, but can't that little baby walk? Goodness gracious, his feet's about touching the floor. Can't he get up and walk then?
All you want, but until you got to pick up that cross that you can't carry.
The fact that you're so in.
Well, and my thing is, she set up a camera. Like, look at this. She set up a camera. Little man's old enough to know the camera's there looking at it. Bro, if you could bring him in, like he big enough to walk, and you mad because that's your baby? How you gonna be mad because nobody wants to pick up your baby? Where's the dad at? Donde está the father? Donde está el papi? Where's he at? Hey, he turned that around though. He turned that around. Know your worth, baby girl. Goodness.
Big back, big back.
You don't have hamburgers?
No. We have hamburgers, just not for you.
Oh, fuck no.
You're over the weight limit? Well, let me just say this. Your back is a little big.
I'm so sorry, ma'am. Someone has our headset, and it is not.
They hacked into the drive-through reception, and he's telling that fatty. That was Baxter Lard trying to order some hamburgers at McDonald's.
You're getting
Well, let me get out the car. That chassis on a Subaru about to be rocking.
I'm not gonna lie, you getting in between our hamburgers might be a dangerous game. Some more reasons why you shouldn't make fun of the dead.
So, I was just fired from my job.
So I lost my job. I got called into the office yesterday, and told me that they could either fire me or I could put a resignation in, but that would look better. But they fired me, or they're getting rid of me because of my TikTok.
Yeah, it happens, dude. You play stupid games, you win stupid prizes. Freedom of speech, not freedom of consequences, though, brother.
You can't go to the club without him. Will you listen to him?
Fuck no. I'm not going for men. I'm going for myself. Because I love dancing too.
The lie detector determined that was a lie.
Sorry, Chad, I didn't even let y'all see that clip. That is pure cap.
You can't go to the club without him. Will you listen to him?
Fuck no. I'm not going for men. I'm going for myself. Because I love dancing too.
If a man came and he grinded on you in the club, how would he feel?
Is it with my consent?
I mean, would you consent?
Is it with my consent?
If I want to consent, that's different. But if I don't want to consent, that's gonna be different too.
Would you?
If I actually say yes, you can grab my ass. Yes, you can grab my ass.
What the fuck? And then he wouldn't.
He'll say, yeah, he'll say whatever you want to.
He'll say he'll be okay.
Yeah, because it's supposed to be my body.
I'm not sure.
He's not sure.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. You trust her?
Wouldn't after that, brother. Yeah, if I want to let a guy grab my butt, he can just grab it. She's like, it doesn't matter.
Won't they do?
The guy wants to grind on me, whatever.
Yeah.
You had to think about that, man.
Yeah, I trust in her.
You see, women like this, you stay far away.
You trust in her?
You're a liar!
Bro, you don't trust her. There's no way, bro. There's no way you trust her, bro.
Terribly. Are you hungry? No. No. Oh, you got Burger King? You get something for me? No. I didn't. As a matter of fact. Why? Because right before I left, I asked you if you're hungry.
You said no.
What'd you say? What'd you say?
You didn't say where you were going.
It does not matter. That has no effect on your answer. Are you hungry?
As men, we all feel his.
Bro, I've been there, man. I've been there. Ask a girl if she's hungry. She says no. I think some restaurants have even come up with like, your girl's not hungry meals, you know?
I think the body count thing kind of turned me off a bit.
Oh, of course it does.
She's a runner, she's a track star.
Bro rejects baddie for her face, maybe?
Just because I don't like to judge people off that, personally, so that's about it. But you're cool. I like your jacket.
Thank you. Okay.
And is she typically somebody that's your type?
Wouldn't be. She's attractive, but not my type.
Why is that?
Oh, for me? Yeah. I guess part of it would be just like the facial features that I like in person.
You think he was fishing for something because he got rejected?
Her face is beat. You know, just say what it is, bro. Like, just say it.
You're average looking at best.
You know, just, it is what, honey, you're not her.
Why aren't parents protecting their boys from divorce by advising them to avoid legal marriage?
For me, as a mother of a son, I would just want to teach him how to better vet his future wife for someone with a bigger heart and someone who's stupid.
A bigger heart? I'll give you a bigger fart. I got an ebook called The 4 Values of Vetting. If you guys do like relationships, you want to be in a relationship, I highly suggest copping that ebook. I break down the 4 big things you need to look for so you don't get burned.
who's not
Do 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 do. Praise God, brothers and sisters. Praise God, brothers and sisters.
Glorious design.
Brothers and sisters, what went on the Jack Talcott show earlier today? What happened?
Pretty good.
Yeah, it's essential. Dude, it's essential because you know, this isn't natural for people to be on YouTube like this, man. You get on here every day. Oh man, stress. It's a different kind of stress.
Well, this is the thing, though, is actually I was choosing. Do I call you by your name? I'm hoping to point out
Whatever
our
you want.
connection. I wanted to point out our connection. There's something greater than us going on. You know this. I know it. Where is it going to lead? The future? Who knows? But there's a reason our paths crossed. And truly, there are some very unique and talented people who've gathered together in the Panelverse. We're untapped potential.
All right, before I head over there, I'm going to actually make a stop over here on the Sanity Machine, the cream of the crop channel on YouTube. On YouTube, we've reached 4,300 subs. Just got that 4.3. I look forward to the 4.4K. I look forward one day to reaching 5K, hopefully. But we're still growing. We're still getting subscribers. The channel's back, as you can see. Viking Jesus is a madman. I am a mad Viking. Viking Jesus. I am a mad Viking. Do-do-do-do-do-do. Let's check this out here, everyone. Mike Tyson. Mike Tyson knocks out Illumitami.
Oh. Ah. That's 54 ounces and some ice. Boy, I got to put it up on my shoulder. I feel like an African woman walking like 3 miles for water. And I know you're laughing right now, African people, like 3 miles, I wish. Jesus, 3 miles. I wish. My wife is still back on the trail having a baby. She had to stop to have her baby. I said, I'll go on for the water. That's how it is. That's how it is. That's where Jack Talcott needs to go. End wars. Why don't you walk this bitch's water for a couple days? That'd be better than sitting there not doing anything for 3 years trying to do a thing that's never going to be done. That dude is so fucked. And so is Snafu. Did I mention this is still the back rooms, guys? This is all an illusion because Chev knows his dark digital magic now. Fucking Chev. I'm still in those.
Hey, Mike, what's up? What do you think of Tommy? What do you think of Illumitami, the salami swallower?
Hey, King Steven. Tommy's messed up. Tommy's messed up.
Hey, thanks, Mike. Have a good one. That was Mike Tyson, everyone. Mike Tyson, the youngest heavyweight boxing champion ever. Mike Tyson. Here's Benton, round and round, Benton live. Hello, hello. I don't know how this happened. It's a strange anomaly. But as you can see by that spinning wheel, it's buffering. Benton is reloading. And I thought maybe it was going to reload Benton like Doctor Who or something into a different reality. I imagined something going on here. I don't know what happened here, but it just keeps spinning. Spinning and spinning and spinning. And here we are. Spinning and spinning and spinning. Where it stops, nobody knows. Round and round we go. Hello, hello. Ew, gross.
Bear with me here. But yeah, so that's my idea with Talcott is he kind of got, ooh, hey, people are watching me. And he kind of got this confidence, like there's something going on with me. He started to grow out the hair. He played the Jesus figure and all that. And then so we have the next aspect of this where we go into the whole, what would you call it? The cutting others down to get ahead, right? Which we could argue maybe I did that a little bit myself. And what I would say is different is I've never sat here and made videos about other people calling them ugly like I'm in the 3rd grade. Or, you know, just doing these very easy moves and just acting like this is a hell realm and all this other stuff. Or I have never really gone into people's lives and tried.
What is he talking about? Easy moves, acting like this is a hell realm. What the fuck are you talking about? He doesn't make any sense. He's just a lying piece of shit.
You know, just doing these very easy moves and just acting like this is a hell realm and just doing these very easy moves and just acting like this is a hell realm and all this other stuff. Or I have
acting like this is a hell realm. Listen to that. The fuck are you talking about? He's a loser and he's a liar. He's a lying cockroach.
Never really gone into people's lives and tried to harass them in any sort of that way. It's just not me or my style. No matter how much it continues to happen to me, I will not be that kind of person because I think that it's gross and it says more about you than it does about me. So the next thing is that what I did do was I went on and I criticized people who I maybe was wrong about, and I was very quick to my judgments, and that was a way of me getting people, you know, kind of paying attention to what I was doing here. And
oh, you did that for attention, to get people to pay attention to you. Well, that's slimy. That's slimy.
It worked enough to where it got me from 0 to something, which I'll take it. But I never said anything that was something that I couldn't take back. You know, it was not like...
Yeah, you have. Yeah, you have. You're a slime ball. You're a greasy slime ball. You're a loser. You're a loser. To get out. For those who haven't seen, this is a recent Esoterica video posted 5 days ago by me. Esoterica series, Where Are We? Hour and a half long. I recommend that you take a look at this video. I think it's important that you see this. I think you should watch this. I recommend this. This is highly recommended viewing right here. I'll drop the link in the chat room for people. And yes, he's got the comb over. He's a booger eater. He's an eye booger eater. Landry. Landry. Hey, Landry. Hey, Landry. That's the way Paul the Slave says. Hey, Landry. Hey, Landry. And they want to go back. This is also something that I recommend. It's only 20 minutes long. 20 minutes of your time. The European spirit doesn't just mean people living in Europe. I'm talking about people with European heritage, European stock, no matter where you live. You could live in America. You could live in Australia. You could live in Canada. You could be living somewhere in fucking Asia. You could be living in the Philippines and say to yourself, yeah, I've got European spirit. I'm European stock. No matter where you are in the realm, I suggest you watch this. I think this is worth watching as well. And I hope you do see it. So I just wanted to share that, just to make sure people realize there's more to my channel than just these live streams. I'm not just a live stream channel. This is not just a live stream channel. All right. So now that I shared that, oh, Bextra Large said, this is the cream of the crop channel. Yes, Bextra Large. Yes, Bextra Lard. I keep wanting to say Bextra Large, but their name is Bextra Lard. So, Bextra Lard, you finally said something that's true. Finally. Let's head over to Uncle Fester's channel, Struggling and Suffering. Let's see what this tank top wearing sweat hog has to say. This Uncle Fester.
Making motherfucker bad, motherfuckers you. Are we live, motherfucker bitches? What up, guys? Today we're gonna talk about struggling and suffering in the hell realm. We're all fucking depressed and struggling. It's doing a good job. This realm is doing a good job at tormenting its unfortunately forced subjects. It's a good job this motherfucker's doing on us. Everybody in this community is so sick and tired of reality and living in general. Everybody out of this community is sick of fucking living in reality in general. It just but in this community especially, there's a lot of really struggling people right now. And so I struggle too. I would say outside of my medical depression, I think I do better than most people do. Like if I didn't have to deal with just depression for no reason, I'd be fine actually, mentally or chilling wise. Like I'd be okay. I'd be able to get through. But why am I getting through? Well, why must we struggle and suffer? Like, what is the meaning of this? Some people are going to tell you that it's because you're in a school. Some people are going to tell you because, you're in a pre-heaven realm or a pre-judgment decision realm, or that it all is the way it is because of free will. It's not God's fault that it happened. I think God's a powerless retard. Well, God wants you to be better. Well, God should have plugged my soul into an avatar that had a higher level of consciousness then. Why did he plug our souls into these dumb ape, monkey, human, desire-driven things and then try to complain on us for being that way? That makes no sense. You guys shouldn't be that way. It's like, well, you made us this way, you fucking retard. What are you talking about? Who programmed it? No, I made you better or perfect, and you all chose to be. He was like, nobody chose. Everybody hates this reality. Nobody in this reality chose this reality. Who chose this? Perpetual slavery to demonic tyrants in a monetary system controlled by greedy psychopaths? Like, who chose this? What are you talking about? You humans do this with your greed. You say it's about free will. It's like, by giving the tyrants free will and then removing the free will of everybody else, free will is actually a cop-out excuse because you've actually removed everybody's free will. By setting up this reality the way that it's set up, you've destroyed everybody's free will. You've now put everybody into a reality they don't even want to participate in. The free will thing's a fucking joke. People think they have free will. Like, why would you think that? Oh, because I could choose in this moment to this. It's like, dude, that's not your body's fucking biological state dictates what you got to do. If your body's telling you got to go take a shit and you don't, you're going to make a mess. If your body's saying, hey, dude, it's fucking stinking up in here, go wash your ass, you're going to be taking a shower. If your body, like if your body, free will. Your free will. Your body's energy levels dictate your level of free will. If you want to go to the gym today, but your body's just like, yeah, we're exhausted. Guess what? You're not going to the gym. How much control do you really have over your body? Or I don't want to pay taxes, get old, suffer, struggle, deal with physical or mental ailments, deal with traumas. The list of shit I don't want to deal with goes on and on. That's not free will. That's a torture chamber. Free.
My fault.
No, am I saying
I'm a
it's your fault?
colonizer. I'm a colonizer.
But you're not even listening. You give me a chance to respond.
I'm listening.
So, let me start again. You find people at their early development stages, and then you colonize them. Or let me not even use the word colonize. You take over everything, if that's what you want me to say, because that's what happened. You teach them your ways, but you don't want them to be like you. You don't want them to have the power that you have. You don't want to teach them your ways, but remember, you found them at their early development stage, right? They're going to fight back. So the ones who are warriors, who are going to fight back, if they win, they are going to be the leaders. The intellectuals are not going to be leaders, meaning that if they are people who are smart, who are black, they are not going to be taken seriously. The ones that are going to be taken seriously are going to be the fighters. So if they become leaders, those people who are fighters, but they're not intellectuals and they don't have leadership qualities, then they're not going to take the country anyway. Do you get what I'm saying?
Not really, but somebody in the chat said that his definition of colonizer is suppressor. I also want to ask you, have you met Black Jesus? What do you think? It's not suppressor. What do you think of Black Jesus? Have you seen Black Jesus?
Like, I don't believe in that at all. Like, it doesn't matter to me whether Jesus was black or white. In fact, I don't even care about what's written in the Bible.
Yo, my nigga. Yo, motherfucker. What you up to? What you up to?
But honestly, I've never spoken about it on my channel, so it doesn't even matter to me.
Yo, I don't just walk on water. I be walking on watermelons.
But yeah, what you need to realize, man, is that what you're told about Africans, we know what's on the news about Africans is not really how they feel, right? It's what they want you to believe. At the end of the day, there are a lot of black people who understand.
I don't care. Why would I care how? Why would I care how Africans feel? Africa has over 1 billion people. You're not all the same, are you? You're not all. You feel different things.
You are not. So why are you only taking one view and now you want everyone to feel the same way? That
no, I don't. I just said people feel differently. I don't think all Africans feel the same.
That I feel the way that they feel, and I'm the way that that people.
I'm not saying the way you feel. I'm not telling you how to feel.
How do you even think I feel? Because you've been debating me that I feel like white people
feelings, nothing more than feelings. You ever hear that song? Can you sing us a little tune? There's a video of you singing that I covered. Remember that song?
I don't know.
Can you sing that one?
No,
you've sung on your. You've sang on your channel. I've heard you singing. I've heard you.
I'm just doing that for fun, obviously.
Yeah, this is for fun. I'm trying to bring it back to fun, so we're not, just trying to make it more fun. Feelings. Nothing more than feelings. I can't remember the song it was about feeling though. I think your song you were singing was about feeling.
Nah, I don't think I've ever sang about a song about that.
Yes, you did.
When I make videos, I do try to sing, but no, I'm not.
You were singing in a video.
But the point that I'm trying to make is that not every black person is a racist, and
I never said every was a racist.
But most of the black people that you hear are the racist ones. Why? Because those are the people that are being. Listen, this realm wants people to fight, right? So obviously, the black people that you're gonna hear are the racist one.
Brother, I don't want to fight. I just want you to sing to my audience.
No, I
Sing
can't
the-
sing. It's not relevant. It's not important at all. That is. What's important is that we have this conversation.
You've already sang though on your channel. Now you're saying it's not relevant. You won't do it here. You're
not
pussing out.
because obviously it doesn't accomplish anything.
Yeah, but your pussy does it have to accomplish something? It'd be fun to sing a song, just for fun.
Because no. It's about us figuring out what is more true, like the things that we're discussing. Remember, that's
Okay,
why
you
I
don't want to
told you-
sing. Would you say that black people do love to sing and dance though in Africa?
They do. They do.
Okay, we. They do. They love to sing and dance. The Negroes love to sing and dance, everyone. The Negroes love to sing and dance. The Negroes love to sing and dance. Does he sing on his channel? Let's see here. I think he does.
I'm coming home. I'm coming home. Tell the world that I'm coming home. Let the rain wash away all the pain of. Can you imagine if Puff get released and you hear this song in the background? Kingdom awaits. They're forgiving my mistakes. I'm coming home. I'm coming home. Tell the world that I'm coming home. I'm going home tomorrow.
Yo, I hope my nigga can dance better than he can sing. God damn, what was that? Yeah.
Benny Hill was the most successful comedian the world has ever known. He was the lad from Southampton who did the rounds of the music halls and working men's clubs doing the jokes, and ended up being lauded by television audiences in 90 countries.
Have you ever seen a funny TV show that millions of people around the world couldn't stop watching? Then all of a sudden, it was over? The Benny Hill Show went through the same thing. For many years, it was funny, quick, and easy to remember.
One jump, and here comes Jerry Lucas, and it's not her best. It's not her best at all. No. But I think that Sid Tidworth here will pick up a point or two. Here he comes now.
But one shocking sketch changed everything. It made people angry instead of laughing, and it brought down a hero. Do not leave now, as you are about to see the scene that closed everything. The making of Benny Hill. Alfred Hawthorne Hill was born in Southampton in the mid-1920s. Though even his exact year of birth has been debated, some records say 1924, others 1925. His father ran a store that sold surgical instruments, which was a realistic job that was not related to show business. But the ending scene of the Benny Hill Show was what made it unique. Every episode finished with a crazy chase to the fast-paced saxophone song, Yakety Sax. The scenes were shot with cameras that weren't turned all the way up, so everyone moved quickly, which made it even funnier. Police, nurses, grannies, and young women would all chase Hill through parks, streets, and halls at the same time. That scene became so well known that Yakety Sax is still immediately recognized as the Benny Hill theme. It stuck around after the show ended and became a cultural slang word for something silly or crazy. Hill added something new in the 1980s, Hill's Angels, a group of beautiful dancers. Their highly choreographed routines added sparkle and spectacle to the show, but they also caused a lot of disagreement. Fans thought it was cool and fun, but some people said it used women as props, which led to accusations that would come back to haunt Hill. Even though people didn't like the show, it became very famous. In the UK, it had over 21 million viewers at its peak in 1971, making it one of the most watched shows in the history of British TV. People in the United States also really liked it, and the show was nominated for an Emmy in 1980 and 1981. In 1984, Hill won the Rose d'Or, which is one of Europe's highest television awards. This solidified his status as a worldwide comic superstar. By the middle of the 1980s, Benny Hill was a famous figure all over the world, not just in Britain. His mix of slapstick, parody, and cheeky hints got him from small-town stages to fame around the world. Even though everyone was laughing a lot, trouble was slowly building up below the surface. Things were getting different for people, and one sketch was about to bring those differences to the forefront. Because behind all the music, chases, and fame, there was a scene ready to happen. It was so shocking that it would be the start of the end for Benny Hill's famous show. When comedy crossed the line, the Benny Hill Show was still watched by millions of people in the late 1980s, but it was getting more attention than ever. People have said for years that Hill's humor was out of date and that his constant chase scenes and sexy comments treated women like tools instead of people. Fans said the show was just harmless fun, so those comments didn't stick around for long. But then there was a sketch that couldn't be ignored. The scene was meant to be a parody of a beauty pageant, which is a setup that is easy to make up crazy things about. As the contestants walked across the stage in short outfits, Benny, who was playing a sexy host, emphasized every look and movement. The women were not characters with lines or stories. They were just visual jokes that were put in front of the camera to make people laugh. Many people had seen this kind of clever setup before, but the punchline went too far. I thought it was so rude that it took away the fun and left only shock. Instead of being light-hearted silliness, it seemed tasteless, and many people who used to support Hill started to think again about what they were seeing. This sketch was different because it made all the criticisms that had been growing clear. People who work in the media, women, and even other comedians had said Hill's show was sexist for years. They could now use a single scene as proof. What was once thought of as silly entertainment suddenly looked like it was made fun of. For younger people who are used to new types of entertainment, the joke wasn't just not funny. It was also embarrassing. A lot of people spoke out quickly. There were comments in newspapers that said the show wasn't up to date with the times. Broadcasters were asked if this kind of material belonged on primetime TV anymore. Feminists added to the criticism, saying that the sketch was more than just rude. It showed how women are constantly treated as objects in pop culture. It wasn't just casual watchers who agreed that what used to look funny now looked rude. Things had changed in society and on TV. There were more and more comics who weren't doing slapstick and were instead making sharp political satire. Benny Hill looked old overnight on shows like Saturday Live. The Beauty Queen sketch wasn't just a mistake in this new environment. It was a turning point in culture. There wasn't much backing for it, so critics had plenty of material to use against it. It's important to remember that this moment wasn't the only reason the show was stopped. It was the people were questioning gender. The issues also lived in a way that many people found strange, and was later told he had kidney failure. Doctors told Hill
All right, so that video wasn't as good as I thought it might be. It turned out to kind of suck. Anyway, yeah, it's bad. Hello, Rose. Oh, you're up late. I'm doing very well. How are you doing? It's good to see you here. I just went back to my screen where I can see. You are somewhat uninformed about reincarnation. It's the same little troll coming around. Really? I'm somewhat uninformed. To everyone who's just joined, please hit the like button on the stream. Yeah, it's the same troll, the same loser. I'll just get rid of you. I know who you are. You're a troll. You're a troll. Goodbye to that loser. I know exactly who it is. I don't even need to check my email. I know you're a loser. You're a troll. You make up stupid shit. You don't know anything. You're a baby truther troll. Anyway, I was going to share something with you. Hello, Seth. Hello. Good to see you. To everyone who's just joined, please remember to hit the like button. Support the channel. This is Frank Monday. Watch this weirdo, Frank Monday. He's a weirdo. He's in a house coat. Look at this. He's in a house coat and looks like a red thong, a woman's red thong. Look at this. Is this guy gay? Is he Namas gay? What is this? What is this? Gross. Gross. Namas gay. Namas gay. Namas gay. That's so Namas gay. Has everybody joined here? There's a new channel on YouTube. I just found out about it. It's called Bextra Lard. Bextra Lard channel. Has anyone heard of this? Welcome to my channel. I'm going to drop a link for this. Please subscribe to this new channel and help them out. Bextra Lard channel. Bextra Lard. Bextra Lard. I think they all are. I think it's Frank Monday and his guests. I think all of them are, to be honest. I really do. They're Namas gay. So we've been live now for 6 hours. This is El Diablo Radio International, the greatest show in hell. Nobody does it better. Nobody. Shh. Shh. Let's calm it down, everyone. Let's calm everything down. Quiet things down. Get nice and relaxed. Well, I think the Bextra Lard channel is going to have a lot of funny stuff over there. I just get kind of that sense there's going to be some funny stuff over there eventually. Bextra Lard.
Hey guys, it's Matt. Welcome back to Midnight Reality, which is similar to the old-fashioned radio show, but much more reciteer. For example, we don't have the ridiculous sponsors, the hide your penis ads, things like that. Reciteer, for those that go to look it up once a week, people say, I can't find it. It's a made-up word. You're not gonna find it. If it means, I'm sorry I have to say it, it means serious. Bill's posters are typically very comedic, but every few weeks or so, there's something that's very profound. And this one is perhaps one of his most profound posters, equating the screen reality to what was presented in the movie Revolver, which is a very deep and layered movie. I need to see it again. It is not just a shoot 'em up, it is deep, and you could see truth drops, you can see certain analogies as to how reality works. So here he has Ray Liotta saying, one of the bad guys in the movie Revolver, acting as the screen itself to Bill. This is a personification of the screen reality. I am the captain steering the ship of fools. I am the system. I am the screen. I am reality. Research me. That's what it begs for, especially our ilk, our type of person. Come research me. Dive into my weeds. I'll make you feel good. I'll make you feel smart. I'll dangle a carrot that says you can figure this reality out someday, you conspiracy theorists, poor devils. But no, it can't be figured out. Graduation level comes when one starts to realize that it can't be figured out, that falling for the trick in and of itself is trying to dive in and research it in one day, thinking it can be figured out, and to finally leave it behind and, go ahead, so you can say it, they know, do the worry about yourself part, do the work activities, which it no longer can distract you from. The entire screen reality, Matt, set up to distract me from the worry about yourself activities. And as we move out towards the screen, even if it's real, it's fake. It's actually fake. Even if it's real, it's fake. And somebody really got BAM! I was there, Matt. It really happened. You know, ketchup flew everywhere. Even if it's real, this is where I am. Even if it's real, it's fake. Who knows what that entity is? Is it the same spiritual entity you are? Is it playing a role? Is it acting out a script? George Bush can drive by you in a car. There goes George Bush in his motorcade. That must be all real. No, not necessarily. Once we die, pass from this world, I think we'll look back and say, oh, okay, that's that how it worked. Oh boy, I could have never really understood when I was there how it worked. Now I can see the layers are all on top of each other. Each layer is very different. These spiritual beings, these entities are completely different, but we all seemed like we were there together. Reading the right side of Bill's poster, it was a...
Hey guys, it's Matt.
Democracy, and that's the trick of this reality. I'm not saying we're going to, hopefully nobody interpreted this as me saying we could go change government and change. It's supposed to be effed up. This whole life experience is supposed to be a complete mess. That's how we learn what we learn. It's supposed to be a trial. It's supposed to be messed up. It was a utopia, or nobody would, but it's never going to be. I'm just saying, just for selfish reasons, I just want to see a population just for once push back on something. Because I'm tired of the endless bowing down. I'm tired of the download. Anyway, talk about long-winded and saying the same thing over again. Thanks, guys. Thanks for being here. I'll see you soon. Who knows where that came from?
Hey, guys, it's...
Oh. That's 54 ounces and some ice. Boy, I got to put it up on my shoulder. I feel like an African woman walking like 3 miles for water. And I know you're laughing right now, African people, like 3 miles, I wish. Jesus, 3 miles, I wish. My wife is still back on the trail having a baby. She had to stop to have her baby. I said, I'll go on for the water. That's how it is. That's how it is. That's where Jack Talcott needs to go. End wars. Why don't you walk this bitch's water for a couple days? That'd be better than sitting there not doing anything for 3 years trying to do a thing that's never going to be done. That dude is so fucked. And so is Snafu. Did I mention this is still the back rooms, guys? This is all an illusion because Chev knows his dark digital magic now. Fucking Chev. I'm still in those.
Hey, Mike, what's up? What do you think of Tommy? What do you think of Illuma Tommy, the salami swallower?
Hey, King Steven. Tommy's messed up. Tommy's messed up.
Hey, thanks, Mike. Have a good one. Roll it, roll it. Here's Matt McKinley at Texas Shrugged talking about the Alex Jones show and the CIA running drugs. He's an Alex Jones fan. Penn State University, that's Matt. Here's McKinley International. No one has more experience as an international insurance broker and expatriate policy creator, Matt McKinley. Here's Matt McKinley talking about stock. I'm not lazy at all. I'm just not interested in trolls that just keep sending link after link to baby truther shit. You're not welcome on my channel. I told you that lots of times. You just no one has more experience as an. I'm not going to have any respect for you because you just keep changing your name using fake accounts. You're a loser. That's all that you are. You're a loser. You're a liar. You're a troll. And you're a fake. So get the fuck out of here, loser. You're a loser. You're a loser. This is a typical zombie hater, fixated on me, making video after video about me.
Guys, I am just on a fucking roll tonight, just like I pissed. Hey, so after Insanity or Sanity Machine, whatever the fuck, I don't fucking give a fuck. He keeps making these like little community posts. Like, I unfollowed him or unsubscribed, but I keep getting the posts. And he's, oh, such a fucking joke, dude. I'm so sorry. I'm pretty sure I started it. Okay, I'm laughing because this
that shows Trump with Steiner Steiner. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. Guys, this is going to be a little bit all over the place. I apologize, bathroom boys. You got a stack of stuff to do in the bathroom. Let me just try to stick to the point of why I wanted to make this video initially. That shows Trump with Steiner Steiner. Oh boy.
Do 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 do. David Icke with the cowboy. Yee-haw!
Very soon after I had my head blown off, my spiritual awakening in 1990, one of the themes that was given to me was something I gave the name to, truth vibrations. And I called it truth vibrations because what I was being told in that really first year after my awakening was that there was a vibrational change coming that was going to transform and awaken from their coma the human enslaved mind, basically. And that those that were more awake were going to be infected first with this truth vibrations, as I called it. And eventually, even people that at that time were solid gold asleep were going to start seeing the world different. And that it would have another effect, which is that all that had been hidden would be put before us. We would see all that had been hidden from us. Now, in 1990, when I wrote that book, there was absolutely no evidence of that. And on through the 90s, across the millennia. But look at it now. Now, what do we know now that we didn't know 5 years ago, 2 years ago, that we didn't 10 years ago, 20 years ago. So this truth vibrations is happening, and how it was explained to me was this energy is bringing to the surface all that's been hidden. In other words, the way and the manner with which we are being controlled is going to be shown to us, and my God, it's being shown to us. This is the thing, you see. These demonic entities and that consciousness, which is the common theme, what Gnostics call Yaldabaoth or the demiurge, what Christians call Satan or the devil, what Islamic believers call Shaitan or Iblis. These are all different names for a state of consciousness, an inverted, chaotic, mad state of consciousness, which expresses itself through these demonic entities. They're just expressions of this, just as the global cult in this reality is an expression of that culture. They already have a loosh farm. They're already trawling our energy. What they're terrified of is losing that control, which means losing their energetic sustenance. That's why they created the illusion of the matrix, the simulation to control and bewilder perception to generate the loosh. They're not censoring and trying to connect us to this electromagnetic cloud, thank you Elon Musk, that's described by Silicon Valley crazies like Ray Kurzweil at Google. They're not doing that to enhance their power. They're doing that to protect what they already have. Because once we awaken and the vibration we generate reflects that awakening, then their matrix starts to dismantle. Because we're holding it together, not least by our belief that it's real. Energy flows where attention goes. And so what it seems to me is that these truth vibrations are also impacting upon the astral. And as they impact upon the astral, this demonic force is being forced into lower and lower levels of the astral as these truth vibrations impact. And now these demonic entities are trying to get into this reality as a way of escaping the truth vibrations, which are also happening in this reality, but more profoundly at the moment in the astral. And therefore, what we're starting to see is the astral madness starting to impact more and more on this reality. This
and
is
it's getting crazier and crazier every day.
Getting crazier and crazier. Why? Because it's getting more astral and astral and astral because of this process. So we are in this position of craziness, but it's not permanent. It's part of the clearing out of that which has controlled us. So it's going to get crazy. It's going to get real crazy. If people think they've seen crazy now, they've seen nothing yet. But what's happening is this massively part of this clearing out of this vibrational state which has held human perception in servitude all this time. And in terms of the matrix itself, you know, there's a theme which talks about we're going to create a new earth. I don't think we are. I think we're going to remove the layer of illusion that's keeping us from the original earth, or what I call prime reality, which is a very different realm to the one that it's become as a simulation. The Gnostics in their Nag Hammadi documents describe this reality of the demiurge, the Satan devil, in other words, as a bad copy of prime reality. And so as this matrix is dismantled, this illusory matrix, this dream that's there because we believe in it, as it kind of fades and dismantles amid a period of absolute insanity, then what will be left is the earth, the world, the realm, the reality, really. You get too focused on planets and stuff. That the matrix has been overlaying. So what you do is you create a biological computer that decodes the overlay, the matrix, and any consciousness that incarnates into that body will believe that the matrix, the simulation, the headset reality is real, even though in the same space that we are experiencing this lies prime reality as well. It's just that because we've been locked into this fake reality, prime reality is lost to us in terms of perception. But when the illusion fades, prime reality will be where it has always been, in the same space that we're experiencing. And as that comes through and the matrix dismantles and fades, it will appear, certainly at first, that a new earth, a new reality is appearing, but it's not new. It's the reality we come from. And it's the reality we'll ultimately go back to. But there's going to be a lot of craziness before that happens.
Your environment shapes everything, your thoughts, your health, your energy. But most
It's the Bextra Large Show. It's the Bextra Large Show. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Look at her. Just look at her. Look at this. Look at this cartoon cupcake. Look at this cartoon cupcakes. She's cupcaking. She's cupcaking. It's the Bextra Large Show. It's the Bextra Large Show. Wait a second, what's this? A female pastor. What's this? What's she trying to show off here? What's she trying to do?
This female pastor is trending all over social media, and you're not going to believe why. A lot of people were saying that this female pastor was very beautiful, but nobody really had pictures or videos of her until now. She started trending after people started seeing that she was all about God and she was saying like good messages and she knew her stuff. But the reason why she started trending was because people started noticing that she had pretty much cake. And a lot of people were saying that it's very difficult when they attend the church and the ceremony, that it's very difficult to focus. So you already know I had to do my research and I had to see what exactly is going on. And after doing my 20-second research, I came to the conclusion that the cake is the reason why she's currently trending. Let me get out the way real quick so you guys can see. And a lot of people just don't know how to act. A lot of people are trying to find out exactly where they could go see her preach. Remember, you're at church. You're out there to clean your sins and to just relax and not think about cakes. This female pastor is trending all over social media, and you're not going to believe why. A lot of people were saying that this female pastor was very beautiful, but nobody really had pictures or videos of her until now. She started trending after people started seeing that she was all about God and she was saying like good messages and she knew her stuff. But the reason why she started trending was because people started noticing that she had pretty much cake. And a lot of people were saying that it's very difficult when they attend the church and the ceremony, that it's very difficult to focus. So you already know I had to
Look what she's wearing. Oh my goodness. And then turning around to show her booty.
And I had to see what exactly
she's showing off that booty.
is going on.
Oh my goodness.
And after doing my 20-second research, I came to the
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. She knows what she's doing by dressing in such a way. Oh my goodness. She's feeding her ego. Attention is female currency no matter where. Why was she turning around so much? She knows what she's doing. She sure does. Wow, she sure does. She's enjoying every moment of being the center of attention. It's her daily ego boost, somebody wrote. There's no reason why she needs to keep turning around, seeking attention and money, nothing more, somebody wrote. My goodness.
The conclusion that the cake is the reason why she's currently.
Somebody here said they just can't pass up an opportunity for attention and validation, they meaning women, no matter what setting they're in.
Trending. Let me get out the way real quick so you guys can see. And a lot of people just don't know how to act. A lot of people are trying to find out exactly where they could go see her preach. Remember, you're at church. You're out there to clean your sins and to just relax and not think about cakes. This female pastor is trending all over social media, and you're not going to believe.
This is a BBL note about, yeah, I think it is. I'm pretty sure that's a BBL. That's all fake. That was created by surgery.
Believe why. A lot of people were saying that this female pastor was very beautiful, but nobody really had pictures or videos of her until now. She started trending after people started seeing that she was all about God and she was saying like good messages and she knew her stuff. But the reason why she started trending was because people started.
BBL preachers are becoming a trend, this woman wrote. God damn. Is nothing sacred? Is nothing sacred these days? Is nothing sacred? Is nothing sacred these days?
That's a motherfucking DNA test. Why would you name our child Darius? It's not our child. It's not even our child. No, it's not my son.
Yes, you've been raising him for 3 years.
Yeah, I've been raising him, and you know that was somebody else's child.
All right.
There you go.
During the time that we had a break, it was one time.
One time.
All right. We were going through stuff, and that's it.
Oh, okay, one
So
time.
I didn't think anything.
So you just don't have me raising somebody else's kid. So we do.
One time.
I know some people ask me why I talk about mandatory paternity testing at birth so often. You know, they'll say like, isn't it a fringe issue? Like, why do you keep going on about it? It's not that important. My perspective is that you could only feel that way if you didn't have all of the facts. I talk about it because it is important. And for me, it's the topic that killed my naivety. It's where I went from, oh, there might be some sexism against men that we didn't realize, to this is being done on purpose. Men are victims in this culture, and we exist in a system that has been set up to discriminate against men. The two co-conspirators that have set this up are those that benefit from that discrimination: women and the government. For me, this is one of the issues I care the most about because it reveals so much. And if you want to believe that it's just a small issue, that it's negligible and it's safe to ignore it, I think that's foolish and even dangerous. Let me explain first that this affects so many more people than you realize. When they have conducted research as to how many paternity tests come back showing that the person who has been told they are the father is not the father, they tend to find that the man has been a victim of paternity fraud about half of the time. Some studies have it as high as 58%. Now, research like this does not reflect the general population because the data has been skewed, because you're not likely to ask for a paternity test unless you suspect that you have been lied to. So perhaps the more interesting question to ask is, of the general population, how many instances of paternity fraud are there? Just how widespread is this in society? In 2005, they did a meta-analysis of all of the studies that had been conducted to answer this question. And when placing it all together, they came up with a median figure of 3.7%, saying that 3.7 people out of 100 have been lied to about who their father was. More recent studies don't disprove that figure, but they also estimate that it might be a bit high. I personally think that there are a lot of vested interests that are trying to downplay how widespread of an issue this is, and I really wanted a solid figure, and I kept pushing and pushing with my research, and I couldn't find something exact, but there were very few studies that were lower than 2%. So for the purpose of this discussion, let's be really conservative. Let's just say it affects 2% of the population. And so you think, okay, that's no big deal, like 2% is still pretty small, right? Well, no, think of it like this. 2% of the population of the United States is 6.6 million. And again, remember that this is a conservative figure, but that estimation puts 6.6 million people who have been lied to about who their father is. 6.6 million people is huge. That's bigger than the population of the country of Denmark. But wait, because it gets even worse, because that 6.6 million, that's not just victimizing those children. What about the men who have been lied to and told that the child is theirs when it's not? Those men are absolutely victims of paternity fraud too. So we need to double the figure. It's not 6.6 million, it's now like 13 million. And what about that man's parents? You know, the grandparents who've been falsely led to believe that this child is their genetic line. Think of the time that they spend on them, the inheritance that will come their way, and the aunts and the uncles and the cousins. It's all based on a lie. All of those people are victims as well. And all of that, and we haven't even spoken about the biological father, the man whose child it actually is, but he's never told that, and he misses out on all those years, all of that relationship. And then that man's parents missing out on a grandchild and their extended family. Whatever figure we came up with before, we need to double it to account for all of those victims. In the United States alone, we are talking about tens of millions of people who are genuine victims of paternity fraud. And when we talk about this on a global, worldwide scale, it's even more alarming. And you would think with a scandal this big affecting this many people's lives that we would be hearing about this constantly. And yet there's silence. Have you ever stopped to ask yourself why? Why is it that you hear nothing about this? The reason is because women and the government have teamed up to keep this quiet. If the scale of this issue truly comes to light, then both of those groups have so much to lose.
A lot of women are against it, to no surprise whatsoever. A lot of them are saying that they would divorce their husband immediately if he asked them for a paternity test.
Women threatening to divorce their husbands if they want to get a paternity test. There's a lot of emotional blackmail going on to make sure that men keep quiet. And you might get some women who will say, well, of course I need to divorce him. You know, how dare he imply I was unfaithful? This is so unfair on me as a woman. Even for a topic as important to men as this, you can find some women have this uncanny ability to make it about themselves. Let me be very clear. Paternity fraud is not a woman's issue. This is an issue for men. From a biological perspective, there is no bigger sucker than the man who raises another man's child. This goes so much beyond just getting cheated on. It is existential humiliation. This man has been lied to, he has been defrauded and manipulated emotionally in an unforgivably evil manner. And you might think that women who occasionally have that heart-wrenching experience of an administrative mistake at a hospital and being sent home with a baby that's not theirs, knowing how difficult that would be to deal with, you might imagine that women could have some empathy for men in this situation. To sit and contemplate how it might actually feel to be a man, to raise a child, to love them, to give them your time, energy, and resources, all based on a lie. Could that not be a window for compassion and empathy for how serious this is for men? When women make this issue about themselves, I cannot even express how disappointing that is as a response. No understanding for the male fear, no compassion for his suffering. Just instantly make it about themselves. How dare you not trust me? I am a woman, I am perfect, and how dare you suggest anything less?
It makes me go through a paternity test to prove that it is his. You know what I'm doing after that? I'm thinking about who am I hiring as a divorce attorney, because I'm not staying with that man.
Ladies, I know that this is a radical thought, but did you ever consider that this issue is not about you? There was a study done in Spain where they found that 25% of women would threaten divorce if their man asked for a DNA test. And I remind you that for men who want to get a paternity test, 50% of the time they find out that they have been lied to. If a man is asking for a paternity test, there's probably a good reason, but there's no compassion or empathy forthcoming. It's just guilt and threats. Like, I'm going to divorce you. Just keep on upping the emotional ante to keep you quiet, to stop asking this question, to just drop it. And I understand that it would be an awkward conversation to say, I think I would like to get a DNA test on our child. But that's just another reason why we need mandatory paternity testing to be done at birth. Hospitals already perform a number of routine tests. There is no harm adding paternity to that list. Knowing without a shadow of a doubt who the paternal father is benefits everybody. Well, almost everybody. The only real victims would be the lying women. But my question is, who would want to protect them?
There have been efforts recently to have paternity testing be linked to child support. There is a universal fight against it on the part of feminists.
Of course there is.
Who could object to this? On what possible basis of fairness and justice could you have a problem with that? How is it that feminists don't care about men who have been victims of paternity fraud? On the one hand, you have an individual who cheats on her partner and who lies about it. And on the other hand, you have a man who is the victim of that behavior and then is financially on the hook on the basis of her lies. And you're telling me that feminists are siding with this individual? Why? How can you justify that? Modern feminism is just a bloated caricature of what it once was. Any veneer of egalitarianism or justice seems to have just been dropped. Let's call a spade a spade. It is openly a female supremacist movement. The reason why they don't care about men who are victims of paternity fraud is just because they are men. Apparently, it is a woman's right to just arbitrarily decide who the father is and then lie about the biological reality. You see lifestyle articles like this that talk about sperm burgling, like it's a lifestyle choice or like a fun, quirky life hack. In so many Western jurisdictions, not only is it not a crime to fraudulently take a man's sperm without his consent by lying about birth control, but on top of this theft and fraud, that man is also on the hook financially for child support for a child that he never even consented to create. She lies, and yet he is the one who is punished. And sometimes it's not even just one man.
One child, 3 men, each paying child support in 3 separate states: New Jersey, Minnesota, and Maryland. She was getting $3,200 a month in total from them for over 6 years. Not 1, not 2, but 3 men investing emotionally and financially in a child they were told was theirs. This isn't just fraud, this is diabolical.
Okay, so we already know that feminism doesn't care about male victims, but I also said at the beginning of this video that women had a co-conspirator in this with the government. The fact that women can cheat on men and then lie about it and exploit them, maybe that doesn't surprise you, but then ask the question, why does the government protect those women? Why does it go along with it? These women are doing something that is truly despicable, but why does our government enable it? It doesn't have to be this way. Imagine a different country, hypothetically, and in that country's laws, it's illegal to do this. Their justice system holds these women accountable. Women who commit this evil act could be sued or even jailed. That would seem fair, wouldn't it? consequences for your actions? So we can imagine hypothetically that such a jurisdiction would exist, but then what is going on in our own countries? Why are governments doing absolutely everything they can to punish the victims in these situations?
The world is anti-men, anti-fathers, anti-white men, especially so. And many of you are just asleep. You believe yourselves to be awake, but you're asleep to so much. You just don't understand. You probably never will. You'll go to your graves and you'll get recycled.
Guys, welcome to the program. My name is Joker with a face for radio and a voice for print. On YouTube, you may see a different thumbnail at the beginning of this because I can test thumbnails, which is kind of fun. But the brainwashing of modern women has worked. There was a new NBC News Decision poll desk poll that came out that asked Gen Z, what is most important to you considering yourself having a successful life? And conservative men overwhelmingly said, I want children. I want to be married. I want a family. And of course, most women being left decided the last place is having children and being married. So when they talk about collapse of the West, when they talk about all the other issues we have with population, why we need to bring in the immigrants and everything else, it directly boils down to women. It's not men saying no to marriage, even though they should be, in my personal opinion, because of the laws. It's not men saying no to having children. It's the women. So the indoctrination and everything they've been pushing in school and in media and social media and everything else has worked. And the next generation of women are cooking modern society. Guys, before we get into the main story, today's sponsor is me. Don't forget to join us over on betterbachelor.locals.com. Great community of like-minded men. We have special events that we do on the weekends, such as movie night, watching movies. We do UFC events. We watch football together. We do one-off live streams and other shows. And it puts us behind a paywall, so you don't have bots. You don't have lunatics. Well, a couple lunatics, but they're our lunatics. We have a great time over there, so join a bunch of other like-minded men in a community designed for us that faces and talks about our specific issues. It gives us a very nice community where I'm the only moderator. Come on over, check it out today. I think you'll like it. And now back to me. This comes from a Steve Korniak. He is the chief data analyst for NBC News, and he came out with this poll. NBC News Decision Desk poll asked Gen Z adults 18 to 29 what they considered important to a successful life. The combination of gender and politics produced two very different sets of priorities. Now I have these zoomed in a little bit. And, you know, while it is a little bit better for, the numbers are a little bit better for conservative women, not much, if I'm just to be honest with you. So men who voted for Trump, which doesn't necessarily mean they're conservative, it also includes some independents. Number one, most important for a definition of success, having children, 34%. Number two, financial independence, 33%. Fulfilling job career, 30%. Being married, 29%. Having money to do things you want, 28%. So you can see, for the most part, it's having kids, being married, having a fulfilling career and job, and financial independence, which is a good way to support a family and to, you know, enjoy things that you'd like to do as well. Going down the list, owning your own home, being grounded spiritually. I think that's meaningful. 1 in 4 men said that's very important. Making family and community proud, 23%. Now, women who voted for Harris, which is 65% of most women. Fulfilling job and career, 51%. It's about the money. It's about the work. It's not about family or community. Having money to do things you want, 46%. Having emotional stability, 39%. That's not working out so well for them. Using talents and resources to help others, 37%. Financial independence, 32%. So everything that is 30% and above for the women is mostly about themselves. Having no debt, 21%. Owning a home, 20%. Making family community proud, 19%. This is where things fall off dramatically for most women. I can say that most women because most women are now left-leaning. Being grounded spiritually, 11%. Being able to retire early, 6%. So they're fine working the rest of their lives. Being married, 6%. Having children, 6%. So men that are conservative or at least right-leaning in this last election, having children is a 34%, or 34% of them say it is valuable to them. Being married, 29%. So that's basically 34% for both. Women, 6% for being married and having children. That gap of 28% is why you're not finding a date. It's why you're not having a girlfriend. It's why you're not being able to find a woman that wants to settle down and get married. It's why you're not able to have children. It is not important to left-leaning women, which again is the majority. Now, oftentimes we say, okay, but what about the conservative women out there? The women that voted for Trump, again, we'll call those conservative women. Financial independence, 40%. Fulfilling job career, 32%. Owning a home, 30%. Being grounded spiritually, 29%. Having money to do the things you want, 27%. Having children, 26%. Having no debt, 23%. Using talents and resources to help others, 22%. Being married, 20%. When you look at these gaps between men and women and what they want, whether it's left-leaning women, whether it's right-leaning women, if you are a conservative man or a traditional man or a red-pilled man or any of these other things, men overwhelmingly want family and children. Women would rather have owning their own home. They'd rather have a fulfilling job and career or financial independence, having money to do the things they want, and then they worry about having children. And then multiple more things before they worry about getting married. If the red pill, conservative, tradcon, right-leaning, whatever you want to call it, men are prioritizing having children is number one and being married is number four, and the left-leaning women put that as dead last, and the conservative women put it well down the list. Having children is not until number 6. Being married is number 9 on the list. This gap is why we're running into repopulation issues, whether that's in South Korea or Japan or Germany or the UK or Australia or the United States, any other modern society that has adopted feminism. The feminism has worked. The brainwashing is working. It is telling women you need to be independent and you need to make your own money and you need to do your own thing and you need to have a fulfilling job and career and friends and get involved in politics. Everything else before family and community. Because let's face it, feminism is directly aimed at women. And the large majority of women, I think it's about 65% vote left now in most polls, 65% of women now put children and family 6% as their importance. That is last. That's almost nothing. Where more traditional men, well, they still put it on family, children, and marriage, and having a home. So these women that are out there saying men are too picky, and it's men's fault we can't get married, and it's men's fault we're not repopulating, and it's men's fault, they're just wrong, at least for Generation Z, which is the next generation that is going to be moving its way up into politics, into our government, into positions of power. They are going to control the leverages of power in universities, and this is directly that problem. So when people reach out and they say, oh, it's actually tradcon or conservative or red pill men that are the ones that are destroying everything, the ones that are ruining society, the ones that are being misogynist or any of these other things, we're not. The data shows we like women. We'd like to have a family with them. We'd like to have kids with them. We can't because they've gone off the reservation and they've fallen off of the deep end. What are women doing instead? Yes, we know they're out there filming themselves on TikTok, the day in the life of boss bee girl at work, basically doing no work, getting paid $100,000 to eat smoothies and get fat. We know that's happening. But something else that I noticed that's happening is the activism. Here's a good example of what women are doing instead. This is the Broadview ICE facility. And at very early in the morning, 3, 4, 5 a.m., before the sun is up, they're transporting.
Don't think, just follow your programming. Especially women. Excuse me. Don't think. Just follow your programming and just try to convince men like me, men with consciousness and awareness and intelligence, that you're not programmed. You're enlightened and you're strong and independent and you think for yourself, but all of your views are just programmed into you. We're really fooled. We're really fooled by you. You're very clever. You just spew what you're programmed to say. You're just like robots. Congratulations. You're exactly what evil wants you to be. Congratulations.
And at very early in the morning, 3, 4, 5 a.m., before the sun is up, they're transporting ICE or basically illegal immigrants to processing facilities to deport them. And you notice here, I can play a little bit of the audio on this, but right here you've got a woman sitting with a bullhorn, and you've got a woman here in the blonde hair that is standing in front of a camera. You have a woman down here nice and low, squatting in front of the van, taking pictures and yelling through a microphone. And mostly what you see, here's another woman with a, what do they call it? The keffiyeh, or whatever the Free Palestine headgear is. Another woman comes into frame with a hat on, taking pictures. What I noticed in here is, yes, there are men here too. I'm not trying to say that. But 60 to 70% of the people that are blocking this van, that are getting in the way, that are protesting, are women. When we look at the very next scene where ICE agents have to spray chemicals and moving protesters aside, you notice masked women. I have to mute this because there's music. Masked women and effeminate men. That's basically who's here. Masked women and skinny, effeminate men. You notice this isn't an American flag. This is the rainbow flag with some other, I don't know, country's flag in the middle. This takes money. How do you have money to make custom one-off flags? Here's another instance. This is at the back door of the facility, and they ended up having to fire pepper spray at them. 1 female, 2 female, 3 female, 4 female, 5 female, 6 females, 2 men. 6 females, 2 men. That's out of 8 people. What is that? 80% are women? 80% are trying to fight their way into this facility. From the Tennessee Holler, which is a left-leaning organization, same thing. I will put the volume up a little bit on this one. They physically have to remove women in front of these vehicles, stopping them from deporting the men that are raping the women and overwhelmingly do crime against women. Now, this woman that you see right here, this is a congressional candidate. This is someone that is running for Congress. Now, whether that's at the state level, state Congress, or federal, I don't know. But you can see they would not get out of the way. They were in the face of this vehicle, and they were in the face of this ICE. And I want you to see how one agent one-handed body slams this woman to the ground. Well, but if an officer can literally take a frail little woman and pick her up and put her on her ass with his left hand, his non-dominant hand, you're only allowed to protest and get away with all of this because you're being allowed to. I know that's going to make a lot of women upset, but it is the truth. And he's unceremoniously dumps her on the ground. Same thing with another group of people. Same facility. And what do you notice at the front lines here? I'm going to mute this. This is what they're doing all day. Now, again, I'm not saying that there's not guys there. There's a lot of effeminate they, thems there that are getting in the faces, but it's women leading the charge. Same thing here. An overweight woman in a flower dress is unceremonious. She tries to get in the face because, again, they don't fear repercussions for their actions. And she's unceremoniously dumped on the ground and arrested. This looks to be a woman in her late 40s or 50s. This has music. I'll mute it. They fire a pepper bullet at her feet, and she says, nope, I'm going to fight back against 8 men. And so she just gets yeeted onto the ground. They don't arrest her. They don't do anything more. They just toss her to the ground. And then she decides to get back up and decides to fight them in just a moment. Now, of course, all the little boys are there to pat her and tell her she's doing a good job. All the beta male. It's, you know what it reminds me of? When there's a fish that's 40 pounds and it's female, and you have 8 4-pound males swimming around hoping they can be the one to mate with the gigantic female. That's what these men remind me of. And she gets right back up and goes right back over into the faces of the officers. They push her away again. And then it's time for the yeet, and she ends up getting arrested. And I think they show it here momentarily. At some point, they cuff her and carry her off. You were given an opportunity. You were given a shot. Couldn't control herself. She has no man. She has no family. She has likely no job. She's probably a paid agitator. And this is what she's decided to do with her life. Same thing here. These are some of the arrests that were done in New York City, a different area, a different event. Federal Plaza in New York City for obstructing ICE. Most of the people there were white females. The police, ironically, were minorities. So this whole, well, we have to listen to minorities. Well, I guess not so much. What do we have? Female, the one in the blue, the teal behind this one you can't see. Female, a bald male. So what is that? 5-1, 6-1 female? Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 females, 1 male so far. That's a cop. That's a female cop. Another female beyond that. Then you've got a pasty bald white male. Nothing against pasty bald white males. I am one. Another woman. And then a couple more guys. What you're noticing is that men care about family. Men care about job. Men care about success. They care about being stable. They would like to have children. And of course, the left-leaning women, they want nothing to do with that. So what is their new cause? Making money and fighting the government, or supporting the government, depending on who's in place. Becoming activists. So guys, when you're saying, I can't find a woman to date, I can't find a woman to sleep with, I can't find a woman to get married, I can't find a woman to maybe have kids with someday, it's not you. It's just not. The numbers are in, it is the women. The women don't want anything to do with men. They don't want anything to do with family. They don't want anything to do with children. They care about politics. They care about money. That's all they care about. The state and politics and protesting, you're just last.
Create your own simulation in the afterlife, one which you can control, is an empowering belief. Yeah, that will be better, man. That will be way better. Because I think consciousness is I don't think you can ever stop being conscious. But what's messed up is if you find yourself in a realm that you don't really have power, and things just seem to be happening. Like that, even if you were having a good experience here, it's still scary that you're not in control. I remember I was watching a video of Andrew Tate on Facebook. He was driving a car, but he was driving it so like he was speeding. And I was like, because we don't control this, anything can happen. Like, dude is doing very well in life. He has a lot of money. But he can't get on a car accident. He can lose his leg. Like, anything can happen. You know what I'm saying? So that is scary, whether you're doing well or not. But if you are in a world that you can control, then there's no fear. You're like, whatever I experience is what I want to experience, is what I choose to experience. You think the earth is part hell, part heaven? I think the earth is hell. I don't think it's part hell, part heaven. I think it's hell. I think everything is predicated upon something evil in this realm, and that's what makes it hell. Like there's nothing that exists without, like, that is not predicated upon something evil. So the whole like the foundation of this is evil, right? However, because as a human, you are also you are supposed to enjoy from the suffering of others. You can also experience what you consider to be heaven here. For example, if you like steak, you have to understand that an animal has to die. So maybe eating that steak is gonna make you feel like you're in heaven, but an animal had to die for you to feel that way. Do you get what I'm saying? And that's the problem, is that everything is predicated upon something evil. Everything good is predicated upon something evil. So that's why I tell you that it's a hell realm. Did you ever watch the movie Call with Samuel Jackson? No, I haven't watched it. But I like Samuel though. But I haven't watched it. I like the Die Hard 2. I thought it was funny. We're being punished. I don't even think we're being punished. I just think we're in a hell room. We're in a realm where, like, punishment is not it's not a objective. Like, it's not about punishing. It's about getting energy. But to get energy from us, we must suffer. So it's the intention itself is not to punish, but it's to get energy.
I will be ending this live stream soon. Good night, everyone. Good night. Live now for 7 hours, 5 minutes. Demons will be critical if I live stream for 7 hours or 1 hour. Doesn't matter either way. I don't give a fuck what they say. I hope you enjoyed this live stream. You're looking at an agent on the screen. This is a new meme here. Shield tubers, masonry background, almost always. In other words, not just with him, not just with Nachaquifa, not just with Flow State. There's tons of them with a masonry background. Tons of them. It's a big pattern. It's easy to notice. Shield tubers. I came up with that. Shield tubers. Never heard anyone use that word before. Shield tubers. He's an agent. Take a look at the screen. He's an agent. He's a creepy creature. He's a creepy creature. He's an agent. He's a creepy creature. He's an agent. He's a creepy creature. And I hope some of this gets through to some of you. Mad love and strength to all good, true, authentic spirits. Bye for now. Take care, and I will see you again soon. I'll play some music for you on the way out. Enjoy. I'll see you soon, everyone. Take care.
play along. Nigga, I feel like saying nigga today. Oh yeah, I feel like saying nigga tonight. Alright, but when I'm with my son sitting in the park, I say nigga with a heart. Oh fuck yeah. I don't care if you get your feelings hurt. Your reaction to the word is worse. I'm just trying to watch my son play tag. Now please step away from my bag, nigga. I feel like saying nigga today. Oh yeah, I feel like saying nigga tonight. Alright, but when I'm with my son sitting in the park, I say nigga with a heart. Oh fuck yeah. I yell the N-word every time I get robbed. Don't blame me, that's what they like to be called. I'm not a hater, I just love